What is going on? This Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Good to see everybody in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. I'm glad that you guys are here today. Shout outs to Black Wolf in the building. What's going on, player? Man, we got a lot of stuff to go over. Shout outs to the Cynical One in the building, always the first on the check in. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze in the building. Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Shout outs to Toya. What's going on? Good to see you bright and early in the building. Shout outs to the East Coasters. I got you, Insane One. I gotta catch up on the comments. I had to refire up on Rumble. So if you guys are over on Rumble, please rejoin the stream. It went out and then it came back in. Okay, good. All right. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. My bad, it cut you guys off. It wouldn't let me post over on Rumble for a second. So I had to hit the switchy. I had to turn it off and then turn it back on. I'm having a very hard time because I'm working with broken equipment. So please bear with me. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show on the way in. And yeah, shout outs to Wolf, man. Bro, I always you making me since the other day too, man, making me get back into music because the artists that you've been choosing, like Aaron May and this new artist, I'm this is my first time hearing him. He's cool. Those are all the beats I like to select when I select beats and stuff like that. So I'm like, dang, I've been really the last couple of days I've been not necessarily stressed, but I've been like in the mood to like write some music and stuff. Man, y'all, I took my test yesterday. Didn't pass. Didn't pass. I got a 72, which is like a percent higher than last time, but I didn't pass. I didn't pass my pro advisory test. It's not that I don't know the material, it's just that the information is confusing how they word it on the test. So I definitely got some more studying to do, off air, but it's coming along. I'm not I am upset about it. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm upset about it, but hey, it is what it is. In due time. But hey, it is what it is. Shout outs to Insane One. Good to see you. As always, Insane One. You asked a question earlier. And oh man, I was we might play it on today's show if you guys like. I was scouring the YouTube streets, and finally, if you guys watch wrestling, they finally put it up. Yes, Naomi is pregnant, you know. So that's kind of funny. That everybody was saying that she was pregnant before she claims that she even knew she was pregnant. I think she knew, but hey, you gotta hold on to the title for as long as you could. They didn't really say nothing about like the title switch or anything like that, but we'll see. We'll chop it up. I got you. Um, Shout outs to Insane One. He said, by the way, Kuda, I thought about this yesterday while listening to music and doing some AWS training stuff. That's what's up. I was thinking about getting into AWS Cloud Practitioner, but I just said, let me hurry up and just get one thing out the way, one at a time. So I said, you know what, the bookkeeping is a little bit easier, so let me hurry up, go ahead and do that. But it's taking a little bit. I'm getting it, but is what it is. You said training stuff. You said if you're not in, are you still making beats? I am. You know what I'm trying to get into right now? I'm trying to get into. I'm a piano, but I don't know. I'm just messing and stuff like that, and I gotta get the hang of. I just got to get the hang of like how to lay the drums and like the BPMs and what other stuff I can add to the BPMs and stuff like that. Cause I mean it's a different genre, but I'm still making lo-fi. I try to make like at least a jam or a beat with my OPZ before I go to sleep. I have it on my bed right beside my OP1 and stuff like that. So every once in a while, before when I get burnt out from studying, I just create a jam and then go to sleep and then wake up the next morning and listen to it and like, oh, this is bad, you know. So you said I haven't been able to stop playing this song for like 2 days. It's a great song. I like it. I like it. You know. You said please make some rhythms for soca season. Carnival season's almost over. But sure enough, yeah, you know what? I gotta get into I got the sounds. I just gotta I don't know. I think my approach to it is not that well. I gotta I'm weird. Like I gotta what I've been experimenting with is starting off with melody and lead first, and then I add drums because like I'm usually just doing drums first, and then I have a hard time coming up with a lead or a melody, or a lot of my leads and melodies they kind of somewhat sound the same, you know. But yeah, I haven't made soca before, but I do have the instruments to make soca. I just need to dial in. What BPM is soca, by the way? I gotta, that shit is fast forward, fast pace. You know what I would have to do? I would have to make the beat slow and then speed up the tempo. Hey man, the beat's a beat. You know. You said Kuda loves some female vocalists. I'm telling you out there. You just you gotta find it. I tell all the DJs, I tell everybody that. And it's like good music is out here. You know, it's just people really don't have no taste nowadays. You know what I'm saying? You know this, Wolf. It's like you know it's the internet now. So it's not just what people are listening to on their radios. I mean, like I don't even think people listen. I mean, people do. I'm pretty sure, but I don't even think people listen to the radio like that anymore. So a lot of the music that people are listening to right now is what they're choosing to listen to, and you know you gotta go find it. There's so much good artists out here. There's like a whole parallel universe. What's going on, UFO? Shout out to UFO Kamikaze. It's like a whole parallel universe, you know um out here. You did. You said, and he knows Problem Child also. So that's three artists that you can use. Okay, yeah. I'm a really look up some soca stuff, Because the thing about the OPZ is that like I have a sequencer, a really good step sequencer where I can plug in a lot of different sounds and stuff like that. But um it's just melody, I need to break out my keyboard because the OPZ it has a mini keyboard on it, but it's buttons. Whereas like my keyboard actually has keys. So if like I hold down like a sound, I can get more sounds out of it if I hook up an external keyboard to it. So that would be more ideal. You know. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. How was Saint Vincent, by the way? You got your boy Vibes Cartel. I don't even know if he's still on tour. You said it's all over the place for the BPM because it can be slow too. Yeah, yeah. And I'm piano's a little bit different. You know. You know what's going on right now. Let me get y'all into the game. Y'all know what's going on right now. They're going in on Tyler. They're trying to act like her music ain't selling and she ain't doing too well and blah blah blah. That's cap. That's cap. It's just that a lot of people, they're not really buying it in the USA. People are waiting for like a new type of genre. I heard there was a reggae artist that actually said he got the song. It's over, you know. But the people are like, oh well, Tyler's album flopped and all kinds of other stuff. Listen, Tyler don't gotta worry about selling no fucking music in America. Like, I don't know what's wrong with niggas, man. Tyler don't have to worry about selling no damn music in America. You make way more money outside of America than America. You know what I'm saying? You know, America's definitely a good cornerstone and a fun, isolated place to travel, but nah, hell nah. You can, man, you go, man, listen. The most you can really make music wise in America, music wise, like I'm talking about like on top of music, like I'm talking about maxed out. What was it last time I checked? I think they said it was around like 200 milli. 200 milli for the most. Like I'm talking about like just you sold out superstar status, like 200 milli. When you start getting outside of America, that's when you start getting into 500 mil, like huge numbers and stuff like that. You even see now, like recently, Drake went overseas and he was like, ain't nobody really matching those rappers over there and stuff like that because them niggas are stuck in 2008. Which nothing's wrong with that. Classics are starting to make a comeback, but people here ain't even spitting. I was watching off the radar, a little off the radar freestyle and stuff like they came so quick, y'all. You did. We're gonna talk about some stuff. We're gonna jump into some politics a little bit later on in the stream, as always. Let's see what we got. Man, you guys was you guys were talking to me and we were talking about like conspiracy streams and stuff on the last show. We're talking about conspiracy stuff. Talking about Myron. Shout outs to Young Jay. Sent me a video with Myron, and we're talking about 9/11 and stuff, and how a lot of people believe that it's a conspiracy, and just getting into some conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorist stuff, and it was pretty interesting. Earlier this morning, I ain't gonna lie, after I failed my test yesterday, it really wasn't a fail. It was like 72%. It was a little bit more, but you got to get like 80 to pass and stuff like that. So I think I was given the wrong information. But anyway, got to study more. But I recently I don't know. I woke up this morning and went down like a weird rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? I went down a weird rabbit hole, and for some reason, I don't know. I think I was looking at something, and I think it was mixed in with some conspiracy theorists. I was looking at. That's what I was looking at. All right, so this is what happened. I woke up this morning, and I just laid in bed. I was just discouraged, right? And I don't know. I end up seeing something where they were showing like the tomb of like it was Egypt. My bad. I'm all over the place. Hold on. Let me slow it down. Okay. So I was looking at something and they were showing Egypt. They were showing like the pyramids and stuff like that. And I was looking at somebody that was like parasailing, and like he was kind of over the top of the of the pyramids and stuff like that. And you should see like the bricks and the pillars at the top of the pyramid, and like it was like nothing at the top of the pyramid. And they were talking about like Egyptians and like Anunnaki and all this other stuff, and like just like, you know, stuff that was going on in Egypt and stuff, and just, you know, oh, how the pyramids got built, blah blah blah. The top of the pyramids had golden caps on it because Egyptians had the power of like electricity and stuff like that, and you know, they were using gold as like a channeling object, and technically how the pyramids was built and how giants existed and stuff like that. And then it like got into this whole weird thing about uh I went down this rabbit hole and went into this weird thing about like leaders, like world leaders, like Napoleon Bonaparte, Cleopatra, and it was just went down this rabbit hole, like looking at like mummies and how like some kings they had like mummified crocodiles and mummified uh pets and stuff that they had and stuff. So it was just some interesting stuff, you know. And I ended up looking up Napoleon Bonaparte, right? And they were talking about like how his coffin got moved to Paris, and it's like sitting in like this was sitting in like this like kind of rotunda kind of thing, I don't know, it's like a weird statue, that they got him buried in, his remains, right? And somebody was like talking about like some weird story about Hitler and oh damn, I said his name, god damn it. But they were talking about how he wouldn't, like, he was infatuated with Napoleon, and how he wouldn't like bow to his coffin and stuff like that, because like the thing that they have him buried in, it's like you either got to look up to it or bow when you go view his coffin. It's like in a statue, and the dude was talking about on Joe Rogan like how he's not gonna bow to Napoleon because he did like him, but he didn't I guess he didn't like him that much, I guess, I don't know. But anyway, it ended up going into this weird thing where I was looking up, like a lot of, the pharaohs and Cleopatra and what she passed away from and blah blah blah. And then I ended up getting into this weird rabbit hole where they were talking about leaders that passed away, and for some reason, a lot of the stuff dated back to the Bible, right? And I don't know, it just went down this weird rabbit hole, right? And I end up looking up stuff that's like in the Bible and stuff, and it drawed me to a book that I was telling you guys about a minute ago, because we were talking about all of this, conspiracy theory, and a minute ago we were talking about some spiritual stuff, and it drawed me to a book that I mentioned to you guys a couple of shows back called The Lesser Key of Solomon. Really really crazy book. It talks about a lot of demons and stuff like that. Really crazy book. Really don't want to have a physical copy of it in your house if you don't know what you're doing. And I really just went down the rabbit hole, and that book was talking about it talks about demons, it talks about different things, and it just, I don't know, I just went down this like weird Bible Belt rabbit hole, you know what I'm saying? And how the guy was talking about like magic and stuff like that in the Lesser Key of Solomon. He was talking about like certain magic and certain things that you had to have to like protect yourself from demons, and the different type of demons that's in that book, and blah blah blah. Then obviously it's gonna get into a conversation about King Solomon. And if y'all don't know, King Solomon, he controlled a lot of demons. He controlled a lot of jinns, You know, he controlled a lot of stuff. You know, King Solomon was a, you know, wild boy, right? And you know, it was I don't know, it was a white guy, but you know, he knew his shit. You know, he was talking about, you know, like the different type of demons and stuff that's in the book, and like how to summon them, and you know how to dismiss them, and you know how to protect yourself from them. And then it got into like astrology, and it got into like the, you know, the pentagrams and the Jewish symbols and all kinds of different, like, you know, masonry and symbolism and stuff like that. Very interesting stuff, you know. And he was talking about, and it made sense, you know, what he was saying. He was talking about how a demon can teach you how to, you know, cleanse yourself of sin. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You know, a demon probably could teach you how to cleanse yourself of sin. You know, I mean, he's a demon. You know, they would kind of know shit like that. You know, if you think about it. You know, what's going on, Bronze? Good to see you, player. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. I'm trying to walk y'all down into a deep conversation. I just don't know how I'm gonna get into it. But anyway, also some of the stuff that we've been hearing too, and we've been talking about, you know, for a good minute, is, you know, story of Adam and Eve, you know, and stuff that happened in the Garden of Eden and stuff, and relationships and what's going on in relationships, and who's right and who's wrong, and blah blah blah. You know, the usual spiel. You know, a lot of these manosphere cats really can't talk to you or tell you all about nothing real, you know. And I stumbled on something that I wanted to go over with you guys. And we're just gonna get straight into it. I'm not gonna really say too much, but I do want to, you know, kind of open up this realm, not to get you guys, you know, spiritual about anything, but to kind of really have a deeper conversation. But let's get into it.
Why is it that the devil came after the woman?
If you go back to Genesis chapter 2 and look at the 7th verse, somebody.
It led me to Malachi York. Long story short, but let's go. I want y'all to take a listen to this real quick, y'all. Good morning, y'all. Please hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Let's get into it. Player talk.
Yes.
Can you read it?
Yes. It says, then the Lord God took some soil from the ground.
See, that's why I don't want to use that version of the Bible, because here in Georgia, particularly in America, most people use the King James version of the Bible. A lot of demons have stepped in and started creating all these different versions, the Jehovah's Witness version, the Seventh-day Adventist version, the New Standard, the Revised version, and all these versions is a diversion to take people away from the root meaning, because, you know, there's a Hebrew meaning, and it's bad enough that we got to use an English translation. Most of the preachers can't speak Hebrew and can't speak Aramaic, and they can't, or Ivrit is the real way of saying Hebrew, and they can't read. They're already giving the congregation a poor translation because King James is not efficient. But most people have settled in America for the King James version of the Bible. So when you're trying to teach, you're forced to have to keep going back to that, though it's not true. It's not a correct Bible, it's incorrect, and none of the Christian ministers won't get up and go do their research for themselves and come back and tell their congregation, well, we're not going to use this no more, we're going to use the Hebrew. If I tried to give this broadcast and quote from only the Hebrew Bible, people will say, oh, see, he has his own Bible. That's a methodology used by finesse masters.
Right.
So it's very touchy when you quote from a Bible that most people are not going to recognize, because then they're going to say, oh, the Egyptian Church of Christ uses it. We do have our own translations from the original language, but they're not ready for them yet. So we have to deal with them from the versions that they read from. So I appreciate if somebody, with all due respect, sister, I appreciate if somebody would read to me from the King James version of the Bible.
Okay, I understand. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Now we're in Genesis chapter 2, After going through the whole Genesis chapter 1 story, and the male and female created he him in verse 27, and it says the Lord, and so God created man in his image, in the image of God created he him, and then male and female created he them.
I'm trying to tell you, bro.
First he made this mortal man like him. Here's the very.
Now, the reason why I wanted y'all to listen to this, because more than 4 or 5 years ago, I put out a stream a long time ago, and I was talking about not necessarily demonology and stuff like that, but I was telling you guys, that the devil knew the right patina to take on. And you know what jarred my memory and stuff? I was listening, and I was like, other than the snake, I keep forgetting, and because sometimes you got to revisit stuff. You don't know everything. But other than the snake, I keep forgetting that the devil was also, not the devil, but Lucifer was also, regarded as the serpent. They called him the serpent. And usually, when do you hear the word serpent? You usually hear the word serpent when you're describing something. Oh man, they talk about aliens too, UFO. I got a lot of stuff to run by y'all, but usually, when do you hear the word serpent? Usually, when you hear the word serpent, we're talking about water. You know what I'm saying? Poseidon. I wouldn't say he was a serpent, but Leviathan, he's a serpent. There's a lot of serpents. Anyway, I'm getting beside myself. Where are serpents usually located? In a body of water. What does the moon control on the earth? Water. What is the moon, what is the moon's energy? Feminine energy. Water controls motion. But let's get into it. I'm gonna really break some of this stuff down. You said one of the 3% of human is born with an X in a specific location on the palms. You said of both hands, mystic cross. You said dating back to ancient Egypt and Alexander the Great. Real shit. Yeah. I went down the Alexander the Great rabbit hole also. It's a lot of stuff we're gonna chop it up a little bit about on today's show. You said I didn't know what it was, but now I know. You said it was already strange enough somehow. I somehow gained a dark spot in the middle of my left palm in my 20s. I think I got an X on both my hands. Well, a whole M, not an X, but an M. But we're gonna get into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Y'all please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. I got you. It's Player Talk. Get back into it.
Important point. Read the 27th verse. I'll read it because you probably can't get there. So God created man in his own image. In the image. If you ask any Christian, any Muslim, or any Jew, anybody of the monotheistic religion, what is the image of God? They'll say the image of an unseen God. There's a quote to back that. They'll call him an unseen God, a spirit being. A being that man, he doesn't have a physical form. They'll call that anthropomorphism. If you start trying to say, why does he have a hand, and why does he have a foot, and why does he have a head? You have a whole big word for it. It basically comes down to say, no, we want God to remain a spirit being in a spirit world. You follow that? And then when you come to the Bible and go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 27, so God, right, created man in his own image. Therefore, the first creation of man, right, would not be in a physical form. The initial creation of man would have to be the creation of man's spirit form or his soul, or any way you want it, or any way you put it. You follow? But it's not his body yet. Because he's going to go on later on and grab the dust of the ground. You find that quote? It's in Colossians chapter 1, verse 15. It says, who is the image of the invisible God? You're talking about Christ. Who is the image of the invisible God? So they declare God as someone or something invisible. Right there. You follow? And then you go back to Genesis chapter 2, verse 27, and it says simply what? And God created man in his own image. So that word sower, the Hebrew word being used there, like fashioning or shaping, sower, is actually the shaping of a spirit being or soul before he even had a body. You follow that? So man was first an angelic being, because any being in a spirit form other than God is therefore God's messenger. And thus God will impart a message to that spirit being so that it could be a mediator between him and mortals who could not stand the power and presence of God's glory and grace and goodness. It would just explode man. It became directly in the direct presence of God. God is so good that the goodness would overwhelm man. So God created mediators between himself and man, the same way you channel down energy so you can see a light bulb. If you went to the direct source of that light bulb over there, the electricity would blow you up. That electricity would be equivalent to God versus the light bulb. So angels are light bulbs, and man was, of course, created as an angel first. You follow that? And then he fell from grace. If Jesus came to give man grace, like it says in St. John chapter 1, the law came from Moses, but grace and truth came by way of Jesus Christ. If Jesus came grace and Jesus came heaven, then Jesus was coming to claim a being who had their origin in heaven and fell to earth. Like the angels who fell, man was a fallen angel too. Man was a part of the ranks of Michael that fell to earth. All right, so because it gets around to your question, why did this devil, or should be, how did this devil decide to choose the woman as opposed to the man? Right. You follow? We see that repeated later in Job, why he wouldn't go near a man. All right. So now, as you're looking at that, now we go down to that was 20. I'm sorry, I kept reading 27:1 and telling you it was 27:2. But my mind was on 27. My mind was on Genesis chapter 2:7. Right. All right. Okay. So I'd like to make that correction right now. Now we look at Genesis again, chapter 2, verse 7, and it reads, "And the Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground." You see. So now we got one creation of man, 1 verse 27. Right. But this creation of man is in the image of God. And then we read in Colossians that the image of God is an invisible image. So thus man's spirit was formed first. Right. You follow that? In heaven. And now when you go to Genesis chapter 2, now they're going to talk about a man's body. His body came from the dust of the ground. All this is going into why Lucifer or Satan went for the woman. All right? So he created man spiritually in his image and after his likeness. Can the devil tempt God? Can the devil tempt God? No. Can the devil tempt God? No. No, you saw when the devil came before God throughout the Bible, he's humble. Right in the book of Job. Yep. He don't come up with God cocky. He don't come and start questioning God. He may question God's service. He may tempt God's angels, but he don't mess with God. Right. The man was in what image? God. In the image of God created he him. Right. Then out of that, male and female created he them. Right. Let's see it. Now you look at chapter 2, verse 7, and it says, "The Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life." Now not only is man a spirit, but he also has a breath of life. And you have a conflict with that sometimes because they take the word chayim, nefesh, which is nefesh chayim, and they say it means, nefesh means living spirit. Chayim, living spirit. Nefesh, but the word is living soul. And how do you know it's soul? Because of the statement blew. Blew is God blew the breath of life. And the same root word, ruach, for soul means to the wind. So now, man already had his spirit of God. Then when God took and created the flesh of man, God put that by way of a soul or ruach wind into that shell, and man became a nefesh hayim, a living soul. The marriage between the mud of the earth and the spirit of God makes a man. Right in the Bible, the marriage between the earth and the spirit of God in the image of God makes the man. And the individuality that's in each man becomes the way he expresses himself through his mind. You follow that? Mind is almost synonymous with mind in possession when you think of it phonetically.
That's true.
But that.
Now the reason why I'm playing this is because everywhere you look, as a black person, man and woman, in these YouTube streets, people are always trying to run some type of con game on you. And what I mean by that is, like, in the black community, day in and day out, you get inundated with you know what I'm saying, basically you get gaslighted into some like fake race loyalty, or into some goofy kumbaya conversation, right, y'all? Especially fellas. And that's why I want to prove a point real quick by keep going back to the oldest story in the book, which is Adam and Eve. So we're going to get to that, right? But pay attention to this depiction of it, right? You get gaslighted on the daily by people that don't even know their history. They don't even know what the hell they talking about. You never see these people listening to any literature. Y'all niggas be taking advice from people that you never seen them read a book, say anything deep, haven't really taught you nothing. So I want you to pay attention to even the sisters that are listening and chiming in and know these scriptures. Give me 1 second. Take a listen. Just take a listen.
Mind is linked to a reservoir referred to as the mental.
The niggas up here trying to SBE the people that don't even read. How does that work? Going on podcasts, having stupid ass debates, talk about some women ran the show. Women, the life started with women.
The mental, you understand? Yes. And every being feeds off the thoughts of the mental. There's not a being walking or talking that can come up with a thought that has not been thought before in some form or fashion. They may shape it different, color it different, but the basic concept is already in the mental and links people with an etheric cord down to each individual. Like you had an umbilical cord, you have an etheric cord from God with a flowing of energy, like the so-called Acts speaking about they saw the lights come down out of heaven and light upon the head of men, and they were being filled with the Holy Ghost. See, that's the Holy Spirit. You see, that's when man is being touched by God. Right. You follow? And what happens to his body? His body goes limp. His body goes sporadic. His body goes crazy because it's almost like getting electrocuted. Because there's a link being made with a force greater than man can tolerate. But if an angel comes to a man, you never heard about an angel walking to a man, because in the book it tells you that Gabriel walked up to Daniel
That's right.
And he said, isn't this the man Gabriel, the angel? The angel walked up and Daniel didn't fall on the floor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when Jesus, who was at a certain point in St. John's, where he was at the fullest power of God in the garden, when they walked up to him and he asked them who they looking for, and they said, Jesus, he said, I am he. They fell on the ground as if they got electrocuted. Because he had the fullest power of God moving through him at the time they asked that question. So man has the earth, the spirit, the soul, and the mind. I'm not touching on women yet. But when you marry all of these forces together, you have a man of God. Okay? So now look at verse 7. And the Lord God formed man in the dusty ground and breathed into man's nostrils. So man was formed and had a nose. And breathed in. So if you're breathing in, then God was sending a force out. He's sending the power from himself like a wind. And when he blew that wind, man went. And ever since that, man been going. If you listen close, you hear the original word Elo, which the Arabs call Allah, the in breathe and the out. You don't hear God. Say God.
God.
God is breathing out. Say it again.
God.
Say Jesus.
Jesus.
Jesus is breathing out. Say Jehovah.
Jehovah.
Jehovah is breathing out. That's why Elohim is at the beginning and not Jehovah. Now say Elohim.
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 So you breathe in to say Elohim.
Right.
So God identifies himself through the breath of life by him saying, I breathed into man. And man became a living soul.
We hear you, Rev.
So he go, so God just went, and man went,
Oh, wow.
and his diaphragm makes an L shape. That's why Muslims are using the word Allah. Because it's a form of, babies are laying in bed going, in Hebrew, the same word. Somewhere along the line, the devil got in and cut your in biblical cord called etheric cord from God to man. And man has been separated from God. You follow that? And then when man became separated from God, the devil knew he could move in. But he was afraid to approach Adam. Because God had instructed Adam. He hadn't instructed Eve. The commandment was made with Adam. Let's go to the Bible and look and see what it says.
And see, this is the thing. The devil knew that Adam would know who he is. Pay attention. This is stuff that we've been talking about. And this, to a certain degree, if you pay attention, will give you a good insight on the nature of women. All right? Something that a lot of dudes here in these spaces are having a hard time struggling with. All right? Pay attention. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. I'm about to really break some shit down, but I want y'all to hear this first, you know? Give y'all some mental chewing gum. Something that you can sit with, you know what I'm saying? Something that, you know, have you thinking throughout your day.
It says in Genesis chapter 2 verse 16, and the Lord God commanded the man.
So he's talking about, and this is a little bit of a different variation of what I know about the story, but interesting. He's claiming that Eve didn't know and Eve was not instructed. Or he's alluding that Eve didn't have any instructions said to her by God to not eat from the tree of knowledge. Or he's at least saying that Adam did not inform Eve not to mess with that tree. He didn't pass on the word from God to her. So it's a different variation of the story, but check it out.
You with me? Saying?
Yeah.
What is it saying?
Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat.
God gave man a commandment. Not one of the 10 commandments.
Right.
Way before Exodus. Way before that, the children of Israel left. He had a commandment back here in Genesis. And that first commandment, God commanded his son. Because the Bible calls Adam the son of God. I'll find that quote for me. Calls him the son of God. They give the whole line of descendancy. And when they get to the end of it, they say Adam, the son of God. Now, after man was already on earth, you understand, as God's children,
Right.
God sent other children in Genesis chapter 6. And the sons of God saw the daughters of man, that they were good girls or fair girls, and they went after them. So he didn't stop with just Adam or you. He said more, and there was a conflict there. We'll get to that if you want to. You with me?
Yeah.
It says in Luke chapter 3, verse 38, which was the son of Enos, which was the son of Seth, which was the son of Adam, which was the son of Theos, or the son of God. So Adam is the son of God. Right? You understand that? And you all thus are the children of God if you are the seed of God, as mentioned in Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. So you have the power of God moving through you and you're not using it. You can make it rain. You can make it stop raining. You can fight back the powers and the forces of evil. I've seen people get together and pray and hurt evil. Watch evil fall down the stairs. I've seen it happen. All right, let's look at it again. It says, now remember, right before 16, verse 15 of Genesis chapter 2, and the Lord God took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. He gave man responsibilities. Told him, what you're going to go to take care of this garden for me. Then it goes on in 16, and the Lord God commanded the man. Now he gave him a job in there. Take care of the garden. Now while you're in the garden, I'm telling you what you're not supposed to touch. This is my garden.
Okay.
Now I'm putting you in it, and I'm telling you what not to touch.
Right.
In 16, God tells him what not to touch. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. All the fruit in the garden you may eat. Then he goes in verse 17. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat it, for in the day that thou eatest, thou shalt surely die. And verse 18, this is very important, because you're going to see where it comes in. 18:666. Remember Revelation chapter 13 talks about the devil and has 18 verses, 666. And it speaks about the corruption of women. Because they corrupt a woman at 18, a man at 20, 21. They tell a woman in society, at 18 you can go out and get a license, you can go out and get drunk, you can go do what you feel like doing. At 18, that's 666. The Bible said 13. The Bible says 13 with a bat mitzvah or a bar mitzvah. The daughter or son of mitzvah, of commandments. It's the same word, mitzvah. Right? The son of daughter of commandments. That's when you're supposed to abide by the commandments at 13. This society where you live in that's ruled by devils have actually ignored God's law and created their own. They said no, 18 for a girl and 21. I mean, if you say anything about that there, you're going against the law of man and you're violating the law and they put you in jail. In their jail. So they put fear in your hearts to keep you from obeying God's law. Okay, where was that? We got 18 now. Look, God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for himself. You got that?
Yes.
God is going to give him a what they call an easier.
So we're coming off of a whole weekend of debates and women telling you that they're God. Women telling you, man, that they're God. They're telling you they're God. Imagine that. A woman telling you that she is your God. They're not just saying, hey, I am God. She's like, I'm your God. Obey me, do what I say. Let's go.
A helper, an assistant. There, when God gave Adam the commandments to not touch the fruit. Go back. Go back again. Look in Genesis and see what God said about what they can eat in verse 17. Somebody read it.
But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof shalt
Thou surely die. Now someone else read 16. And the Lord God.
And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat.
There was no woman. She didn't know this.
Interesting.
There's no place in here where it tells you, and Adam sat down and told Eve that God told me to tell you as God's messenger and angel that you should not do this.
Teach us, Rev.
But the devil knew that Adam hadn't told
Adam
Eve.
hadn't told Eve. Right.
Because the devil was there watching him.
He was there.
He was already there in the garden.
Oh, man.
And he knew that Eve didn't know. So he knew he could appeal to the woman. Because it was easy to get the woman. He talked to her about some very vain things.
Right.
Oh, he said it's pleasant to the eye. It's good for food. Desire. He had pleasure, desire, and good. Mixed.
Right.
And women now are trying to lure men by pleasure, desire, and make us feel that that's good.
So if you pay attention, to social media and how overtly now, you know, we're talking about it. We've been talking about it. A lot of women are like, oh, you know, men aren't approaching us anymore. Men aren't coming to these mixers. Men aren't, you know, doing this. Men aren't doing that. Women are ultimately all day, every day, internet promoting lust. And then not even just lust. Sin. Prostitute, spend money. Not a good idea. That's all you guys are seeing on the internet. And I was telling you guys how you have guys like King Solomon. You got guys like, you know, you have kings, you have queens and stuff like that. Like the average person with a cell phone connection, with a cell phone and a Wi-Fi connection, you have more luxury than kings and queens. Royalty. But is it actually luxury? Or is it a program? You get to see more naked women and beautiful women and gorgeous women on a day-to-day basis than any prince. Back in those times, shit, even modern times, shit, of the nigga of the 40s, 50s, all of those quote-unquote great leaders didn't have access to half the stuff that we have access to nowadays. They couldn't even imagine. So it's a lot of things caving in all at once while men aren't participating. They're desensitized. Which we've predicted. I told you guys it's going to happen. But let's keep it going. Let's go. Let's see why.
The devil has switched the whole thing around, where women are lures, living by lust. They dress to be seen, pleasant to the eye.
Hear you, man.
Right? They want to be desired. They want to know that men see them as not just women, but beautiful sexual objects. They don't even sometimes know that.
Tell us, man.
Desires. See? Pleasure. Desire. That's lust. That's lust at its best. What is lust without pleasure and desire? And boy, does that feel good. So the simple statement in Genesis chapter 3, pleasant to the eye and good for food and desire to the devil knew what instruments and tools he was going to use on the woman. Oh, he just got to give you a Victoria's Secret and show you a bunch of beautiful costumes and stuff in them. You don't look like nobody in there. You understand? But you be seeing yourself in them. You say, I know I'm going to be pleasant to the eye. I know I'm going to be good to look at. I know I'm going to make him desire me. You want to know why the devil went after the woman? Because he had a plan. Because God right here instructed man. God gave man that commandment. Why did God give it to man? Because man was in the image and after the likeness of God before woman was even in the flesh. And man got his body later. And when the marriage took place between the man's body and the man's soul and the man's spirit, then the devil didn't want to bother him. And I can show you how God set the devil up in Job. Because God isn't God all knowing?
Yes.
So what did the devil tell Job? What did the devil tell God?
And he could send it to you.
Take for instance your servant Job. God said, yeah.
Right.
Let me, if you wasn't giving him all these boundaries, all this stuff, I bet you I can make him deny you. Okay, Job was in his image and after his likeness.
Right.
God knew down in the root of Job, down in the root of every man, there's a God sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, we have suppressed the God and became demons, become drunkards, because now we got the devil ruling us, telling us how to think, telling us who to point the gun at. It's all right if I put a badge on you for you to shoot that black kid. That's okay. So it's all right if I put a badge on you for to beat that black woman in the head, white black man. And we walk up to a black police officer and say, how you doing, brother? I heard you, brother. The devil got you thinking other than self and kind. That's how he works. You see? So he took the man and he beat the man down to less than man. And now we're walking around less than man, working for a man. That's the God put us in the garden to till the garden. He didn't put us in the garden to be employed by somebody else. Boy. Did I touch on something here? Let me see. Is that what's wrong with the Nuwabians maybe? The fact that they don't want to go out and work for you, but they have figured out a way to work for self and kind and make it, and it's blowing your mind? Is that what's wrong with the Nuwabians? Because they found an image in a person that they like and that they want to idolize, and it just happens to be dark-skinned nigga called Malachi, namely me, and they're not worshiping your image or following you, and they won't beat down no black folks for you. Is that bothering you?
That's right.
But we understand that principle. And that's why we're in the Nuwabians, and that's why we're here, to make the difference, to link ourselves up with God as God's children. Now, he says he's God. Haven't you heard? They call him God. God said we're God.
That's right.
Now, you're going to go against the very Bible? Adam was the son of God. If you're the son of God, you're a God.
That's right.
And the sons of God, those were gods. They may be miniature gods, but they're still gods. You're a man, you give birth to a son, he becomes a man.
His image.
So why does it stop there? So the devil knew what he was doing. The devil knew when he set out for the woman what he was doing. Because he knew right there in Genesis chapter 2, and he watched it.
Yeah.
Because somebody was watching the Spirit of God hover upon the surface of the water. And if someone was watching the Spirit of God hover upon the surface of the water, that person must have been in the water. If that person or being was in the water, and he wasn't man, because man wasn't created yet, and he wasn't woman, because women wasn't created yet, and we don't have about no angels living under the water.
That's right.
We don't have about no heavenly hosts underneath the water. But I can go on and turn right now to Genesis chapter 3. Genesis chapter 3 verse 1 and ask you to read it. Let me see if I hear something that sounds like some kind of being that might live in water. Okay.
Now, when that woman was arguing with Fantastic, and she was trying to redo and rewrite history and stuff like that, and trying to tell you that she's your mama and all this other stuff, and just run that whole goofball the mama of life civilization bullshit. I was like, man, y'all niggas will listen to anything. You know what I'm saying? You said, dude, these people like to play with little kids, don't listen to them. Listen, I'm not talking about that. What's going on, D Chicago? I'm talking about something completely different. Talking about the creation, Adam and Eve. And how black people, especially black men, get gaslighted with this kumbaya history. That's why I'm telling y'all, don't sit up there and listen to that fucking bullshit that people try to run on y'all. They give you this kumbaya history, you know? She was trying to claim that women existed before men and all this other goofy shit. And it's like, bro, God made man first. She was trying to tell us what it was like before. She was trying to describe some shit, what it was like before women was even made. And it was like, I think he made us first, you know. They always leave out that part when they're trying to make you the deity because they want worship. Women want worship. And dudes in the red pill space have been worshiping women. So it's like now, it's like don't even listen to the man above. I'm your God. It's like, nah, hell no. Nah. Trying to run the same game on man that the devil ran on her. Some funny shit.
Chapter 3, verse 1. No. Stop, hold it. Back up. Now the whom?
Serpent.
The serpent, mind you.
Yeah.
Now what's a serpent, y'all?
Snake.
A reptilian, a snake,
Right.
a sea creature.
Right.
Now go back to Genesis, and the Spirit of God did what? Right, let me here you go back to Genesis chapter 1. Let's read it here. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth was without form, and void, and darkness upon the face of the deep. That's the deep blue sea.
Right.
And the what?
And the Spirit of God
Go ahead.
moved upon the face of the water.
Who saw that? If Adam wasn't created yet.
Right.
And where were they at when they saw that?
That's right.
Where were they looking from? They were looking from the deep. Looking up at God's Spirit moving across the water. Who was doing that? Let's go on back to Genesis chapter 3. We might find out, or you deadbeat reverends out there who can't see. You might find out if you pay attention here and see what Nwapo is here for.
They're afraid of the truth.
What does it say there? Now the what?
Serpent.
Bring up the Leviathan. There's Leviathan in your Bible. A great sea serpent.
That's
And
right.
a Zazil, a goat.
Yeah.
All linked in as devils. What does it say there? In Job chapter 41 verse 1, canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook? You see? What do you catch with a hook?
Right.
Or his tongue, and you stop him. You know what I'm saying? With a cord. You see that? Who we talking about? Psalm 74:14. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan into pieces. Now look up Leviathan in your Bible, and it tells you a sea monster.
Yeah.
It literally tells you a sea monster. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, back in Genesis, this so-called being, which you so often refer to as the devil, even though Genesis don't say devil, it says serpent. For some reason, the Reverend wants to say devil.
Yeah.
He wants to say evil person. He wants to even say Satan. but he don't want to say serpent. Because somewhere along the line in the congregation or in the class on Sunday school, some intelligent kid, because that's the kind of kid I was, one would stand up and say, excuse me, teacher, what's a serpent? And then she'd have to open the book and say a snake. And I would say a snake? A snake could talk? And I would say, well, what species a snake's talk? I mean, you know, what's a snake doing in a garden?
Right.
I mean, you know, and what is...
Now, snakes are in water also. Remember I told y'all about the feminine energy and water. He's talking about, if you can pick up on the bigger conversation that's not being said. He's talking about creatures that are known to manipulate water. Leviathan, whatever you want to call it, knows how to manipulate water. So the proper term is a serpent.
Eve doing talking to a snake? Who got the nerve to talk against God? Didn't God create the snakes?
That's right.
He says in the Bible, he created all the creatures in the sea. Didn't it say that?
Yes, it
Well, this is real good. You got to find that. This is real good because it tells you in there when God created the sea creatures. All right, so let's watch the show. No, I don't think y'all heard me. I don't think y'all caught on what just happened. As I was going in, the spirit moved me in another direction. I was going someplace else, and the spirit said, "Hey, Doc, look over here." Did you find it? Genesis chapter 1, verse 28. Now this is before the serpent. Now check this out.
Right.
120. What happened?
God blessed them, and God said, people multiply and plenty the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish.
Of the sea. When did God put the fish in the sea? There. Let's look at Genesis. Just look at this. Genesis chapter 1, verse 22. Somebody read it.
And God blessed them, saying, be
Talking about Adam and Eve.
and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let the fowl multiply in the earth.
So God is there creating, filling up the waters in the seas, right? But back here, it says that the Spirit of God, right, moved upon the face, the fame of the waters. And somebody was looking at them. Because somebody was writing this.
Right.
So now there were sea creatures before there was sea creatures. And one of those sea creatures, before there was sea creatures, was a race of beings called Leviathan or devils. I mean, you call them devils, meaning serpents. And this serpent existed before Adam and Eve. Now, who taught the serpent how to talk? Who and what language was he speaking in? Because when you read King James, you get an English conversation here in Genesis between Eve and the devil. What language? Was it Amharic? Was it Ugaric? Was it cuneiform? It couldn't have been Hebrew because that didn't come into Genesis chapter 13. The daggone sure could be Arabic because that was way after. So what language was the devil talking in? They had a school? Because if you have a language, you have a culture, you have to have something to talk about. Something to call a noun. Something that you have to see a verb. You got to have a reaction to get an adjective.
Right.
So if the devil had a language already, he already saw nouns and saw the actions of verbs and watched the reactions of things change size and stuff to get adjectives. Before Adam and Eve started talking.
Teach us.
All right, you with me? You want to know why?
Definitely.
Why the devil? I'm going to tell you why. Let's go on. Okay, we're going to stay here in Genesis chapter 2, back to verse 18. And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. Right? I will make for him a helpmate. And he decided at that point he was going to make man. And out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field. Let me find. He told you how he did it. When he gets down to that same verse, he said, Adam called every living creature. Whatever Adam called, that was its name. Got that? That's verse 19. Now go to 20. And Adam gave names to all the cattle, right? And all the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field. Don't forget that the devil was one of the most subtle beasts of all the field. All right? That's what it says right there in Genesis chapter 3. But for Adam, what?
there was not found a helpmeet for him.
God promised it to him, but he didn't give it to him yet. So so she wasn't there yet. So she wasn't there when the commandment was being made.
Right.
See?
Right.
And now
Wasn't even a thought yet. You're supposed to worship.
we're down to verse 21. What does it say?
And the Lord God caused the deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof.
So now, God took the flesh of woman out of man.
Okay.
According to this Bible.
Right.
He took woman right out of man's flesh. He didn't say he created her in the spiritual realm yet. He didn't say he created her with a soul or spirit yet. It says right there, he took woman out of man's body. Bone of my bones, it's going to say, and flesh of my flesh. Well, read on, Adam 23. And Adam said,
This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh.
he didn't say nothing about nefesh chayim. He didn't say nothing about ruach. He didn't say nothing about no Holy Spirits. He didn't say nothing about no souls. I mean, he said this woman is physical. She's out of me physically. You know what I'm saying? Right.
She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man.
She'll be called woman because she was taken from man. That's it. Look up the word woman there. In that one. What do you get? Ish.
And if you fast forward to today, and some of the documentaries and stuff that I've went over with you guys, pure game. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Because I don't know nobody that's doing it like this. Remember when I told you guys and showed you guys, and we went over it, and it was that movie. It wasn't really a movie. It was a documentary that I really shouldn't be showing on here, and it was with Matt Walsh, and he was going around asking women, "What is a woman?" What's going on, Dollar Washer? Good to see you, player. He asked women, what is woman? He asked a lot of these women that are struggling and holding on for dear life, trying to be feminine, which is a part of her being. He asked them, what is a woman? And their tongue, fellas, their tongue wouldn't let them say it. And even nowadays, it's like they don't even know. A woman is sitting up here telling you, I'm a lady, I'm a female, I'm a blah, blah, blah. And they don't even know what makes them a woman. And when they do answer it, you get this vague scientific explanation. Which is better than them saying nothing, I'll say that. But it's like pulling teeth. You go from being a man to a dentist real quick. It's like, why is this hard for you? You about to have an aneurysm just to say, yo, I'm a woman. I'm trying to figure out what they bought. I don't think they know what bag of goods they bought or have been sold. But they blame it on men. Men get blamed for feminism. The reason why they take feminism, they blaming that on men. Oh, y'all the reason why we had to... No, it's not. Feminism, anything practicing feminism is spoiled, bratty behavior. Spoiled, bratty behavior. Because it can only exist under a patriarchy and male protection. Because it's not even an afterthought in any other case. Even feminine women didn't need it. Didn't really care too much about it. There's really nothing flattering about somebody that wants to be you. They want to be a man, and then it's different. It's like if you listen to the BS that's being fed to them and being fed to you, it's like, hey, I'm trying to be a man, and hey, not even just a man, I'm trying to be a god. I want to be worshipped. I want to be idolized. Even using the internet as a tool of sin. Both men and women are using the internet as a tool of sin. You know, lust. We talking about women that's like hovering over the create button on OnlyFans on their 18th birthday. And this is all BS that men gotta clean up, mind you. I even got videos that I'm about to show y'all. They're talking about men ain't even going to strip clubs anymore. A woman talking about how she had to take off her clothes for $4. What's even worse that a lot of y'all don't even realize too with the whole strip club is that the women got to pay to dance there. It's called tipping.
What is the male? Ish. So what they basically said is, I am Ish living. That's where the word comes from. And you are Ishu living. We are both living. Now both of us are alive. Okay. Our name says so. But one of us is in the image and after likeness of God, and the other is in the image and after likeness of man. You hear me? I don't sound nice to women sometimes, but I'm just reading the Bible. According to the Bible, man was created in his image and after his likeness, but woman was created from man and named Ishu, as a man is called Ish.
But that's the thing, D Chicago. The average man is not broke. And in fucked up times, average is good. You can't call somebody broke because inflation is off the scales. Your job is not to keep up with inflation. It's not the average person's job to keep up with inflation. If the system is fucked up, the system is fucked up.
You hear me? To say she's in his image and after his likeness. Let's go on down before we get to the big one. Because they're giving you the stepping stones of why the devil, or a serpent, or that snake, or whatever you want to call it, why he went for his woman, why he went for y'all, and not us. Right. It's telling you right here. Let's go on down to 24.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh.
See? So the woman, now their bodies become one. So then they would also start to share the same.
You said BGS's punk ass argued with me when I said it, but agreed with the white woman. Well, that's the thing. Average is a concept, you know. When you have things like inflation and stuff going on, average is a concept.
She gets her spirit and soul from her man. Nothing more miserable than a lonely woman. That's right. There's nothing more miserable than a lonely woman. And nature has fixed it up so you'll end up miserable. Why? Because we're living in a realm where the devil's in control. He's manipulating everything we do by those three principles. Okay. What are they? What are the three principles made about earlier? Pleasure, desire, and good. But he has fixed it up, see. that at a certain point, your body starts to fall apart.
Right.
And you're no longer as desirable as you were because he controls the media and and he puts out what's good to look at.
Right.
He makes what's pleasant to the eye. He keeps making you think you got to be within this period between, let's say, 18 and 25 to 30, and after that your life is going to fall apart. And a lot of women fall for that, and they start eating and consuming and not caring, become very obese, and stop taking care of themselves. They don't see themselves as beautiful no more, and therefore they become lonely.
Right.
If you check an average house out there, you'll find more women are by themselves. They're more lonely. Then he puts in your mind, you don't have to listen to men. Ain't about no men's world. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says woman was created to man's helper. That's God's word.
Right.
Some man with the man word is trying to make you think you don't.
And like it was said on the show, Satan hates being called, well, Lucifer hates being called
You need a
Adam.
man. You don't need to listen to no man. You can do this on your own. You know what it turns you into? It turns you into devils. Then you start seeking men for what you can use them for. And when you start seeking a man for what you could use him for, you have become a devil's advocate. Because God said that it was not good for man to be alone. So this is God's idea. This ain't man's plan or man's idea. God said it's not good for man to be alone. So let me make him a helper. Not someone to take over him, not someone to walk in front of him. Your helper don't walk in front of you. Your helper may walk beside you, but never in front of you. Now they got women out there wanting to be in front. Liberated women, independent women, women corporations. Women is all those are the tools of the devil. It may sound like a man is trying to put you in some form of subjection because they call God he too. Right. But the bottom line is when you really look at the words, you look at the Bible, you really study it, a woman is out of her place now.
Yeah. Right.
And the devil has let her out of her place and she feels good. But he also has made her miserable. He also has made her lonely.
Right.
He set her up in a way where she just stopped caring about herself. I'm getting old anyway. Nobody will look at me no more. So she starts eating, and then one thing she gets, people say, "No, you still look good. Take care of yourself." Thank you very much. But I never know you don't really mean that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's all the works of the devil. Go ahead.
Why? Okay, I'm trying to figure out if women was grafted from the man's rib, how come they're not also considered gods too? If man was, if God blew the breath,
She wants to be God also. What about us? I want to be God too.
Women are considered more than God because women conceive God. Women became an instrument of nature. And God shaped man's body out of nature. So the same process he used to take man from the dust to the ground, the process has never changed. Because woman is also the dust of the ground. And man is still coming from the dust of the ground by way of the woman. Man is not, you're not born. Look up that word born one day. You know what you'll find out? That it takes you back to growth. Now if you really think of the concept of birth, and think of from the moment a woman becomes impregnated, something grows in her womb. It's not created, it grows. And then it comes into this world and it continues to grow until it deteriorates by growth and becomes a part of a larger growing pattern. It goes back to the ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and becomes a part of the fertile soil and things still grow. You see that? That's why woman is God. But she's God as nature. She's higher than that because she's more. She gives birth to gods. Hello.
Right.
Let's look at it again now. And the last verse of the last
There you go,
verse of the second chapter, before we have to deal with the devil, says, "And they were both naked." Go ahead.
The man and his wife, and were not ashamed.
Who's saying that? Let me tell you why I say who's saying that. Because whoever's saying that knows about shame. So shame didn't come with man and woman's acts. This being knew about shame. Because they said they're naked. Right? And they're not ashamed.
And
Now,
without-
what is wrong? What's the one thing wrong with being ashamed about being naked? Looking at your sexual organs. Correct? So if you're looking at so the being that was existing knew about sexual organs, then they was having sex.
It's true.
Before Adam and Eve knew about sex. So sex existed before Adam and Eve started having sex. What was the purpose of sex? What is the purpose of sex? Procreation. So people were having sex back then because shame is mentioned. Hello?
Right.
And they were procreating. So them serpent people, them serpents were having children. They had a seed. They had people living. And they knew about shame. And when you get to Genesis chapter 3 verse 18, it tells you the serpent has a seed, a zera, an offspring. That's deep, ain't it?
Yes,
You don't see it that way.
It is.
Once that part of the Bible, Genesis chapter 2, is in your mind, you get a concept of who God gave the commandment to and who that person was to God versus his mate and how he was supposed to cling to his mate and make them one flesh. You know what I'm trying to say? Now, Abraham must have violated the law because he had 3 fleshes. And Solomon had 700 fleshes. Rehoboam had 18 fleshes. But God never complained because God got millions of fleshes. You understand? Now you launch into Genesis chapter 3 where your answer comes up.
Okay.
Right? And the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. He's not saying that he made the serpent. That's not what that says. Read it again. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. The Lord God had made the beast of the field. He hadn't made the serpent.
Right.
People keep saying God created the devil. I was looking why did God create the devil? And I said basically my point was that God wouldn't create a devil.
Right.
That's why I ask people all the time, well, why don't God just go poof and get rid of the devil? And they get mad at that question. And why don't he just go poof? Well, because he wants to try you. God don't have to try you. He already knows what's in your mind, already knows what's in your heart. He don't have to test you. God don't have to test nobody. He's all knowing. So now, why do we have to contend with the devil? Because the devil is moving on his own power. How do you know that? Because if you look at the story of Nimrod, you see a man who's moving on his own power. A man who's building a tower so powerful that God got to leave heaven and come down and see what he's doing. So there are beings walking around and are doing things that make God have to say, what the heck is he doing? There are other forces and other powers out there. We are putting our attention on a specific God. There are other gods out there and other powers out there. Otherwise, we wouldn't be wrestling with Satan all our lives if he didn't have any power. And there wouldn't be so many people pretending to be preachers, pretending to be sheriffs, pretending to be judges, pretending to be lawyers, pretending to be doctors of the Satan. Coming on and telling us this doctor just killed all these innocent patients. What's your reason? I don't know. Oh, let's just call him a serial killer. Because he does it repeatedly. How about calling him what he is?
That's right.
A devil.
That's right.
A son of Sam, a son of Satan.
That's right.
One of his seed. Tell the truth.
That's right.
All right?
Right.
It says, I'm ready now. You ready now?
Yeah.
Now, after all of that, it goes by now. It starts with now, not and. Now that we got that straight, now the serpent was more subtle than the beast of the field which the Lord God had made. Hear it?
That's right.
And he said unto the woman, he didn't go looking for Adam. He went after the woman. Now do you see it?
Yes.
Why did he go after the woman? Because God didn't tell her the commandments. Go back and read it. He told Adam what he shouldn't do. The woman didn't know. And in most cases, the woman just walking along like and by happenstance, she's caught up in a mess. Because she's so easily seduced by those 3 things. Things that are beautiful. Oh, the flowers are so beautiful. You say, don't touch that rose beneath that. Right? There's a thorn where women just go, oh! You say, well, I can try to tell you, beneath that beautiful rose, there's a thorn where women just got to have a rose. So somewhere along the line, they made it a habit of sending women roses. I think they were trying to tell women, look at the rose and see the story of life and death.
Yeah.
Women are attracted by beautiful things. When men just walk by, I'll be walking sometime with a woman, she'll go, just look. I'll be like, what? the butterfly. I said, you mean the insect?
Men can marvel at beautiful things and simply just look at it. We don't have to touch it. Women gotta touch it. Women gotta, in a lot of cases, they gotta satisfy, they gotta satisfy all of their senses. You know what I'm saying? We can look at things from a distance and not necessarily have to touch it.
I'm insensitive now. I'm insensitive because I don't see the butterfly go. I'm supposed to go, we're supposed to sit there and start, tiptoeing, blowing through the air like it's a butterfly, a bug. You follow what I'm trying to say? Look at it. There's a difference between us. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get attracted to things like that. And the devil knows that. So he can bribe you.
Right.
You follow me? He can tell you, listen, you want to live good. You want to have a lot of luxury. You want fancy clothes and a fancy car. You want to go all over the world. You want to go to parties and have a good time, don't you? You're going, yeah. Pleasant to the eye. Good food. Let's go have a lobster right now. And some shrimp. Let's just go and have a good, what they call it, a lobster fest. Red lobster. Yeah. Pleasant to the eye. Good for food. You know what I'm saying? Let's just go have a good.
Now let me edify your brain real quick. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. $PTV 888. Now go look at nowadays. This is how masterful it is, and we were talking about it earlier, and I think it's mentioned somewhere in this recording about the cold approach. Remember we were talking about cold approaching and walking over to women and talking to them? Kind of make you feel, I'm not even gonna lie, it's the same thing, sort of. If you've done it a lot and know what the hell I'm talking about, the irony of it is actually pretty funny. It's the same thing as Satan approaching Eve in the Garden of Eden. Hey, what's up with you? Let me talk to you for a second. Can I get to know you? Can I say? You ever seen a woman talk to a man and she got a boyfriend, or somebody approach her? And she got other obligations, sort of. Oh, I got a boyfriend. Well, you need a man friend. Oh, I got a, That's why when you hear them talk about some, we can have an all-woman city or a all-woman, I need to find that fucking thing. I damn near, let me see if I can find it. An all-woman island and stuff like that. Women don't know how much damn near of a liability they can be amongst themselves, even with themselves. Women ain't trying to sit down and take care of other women like that. Hell no. They're trying to get taken care of. That's why you see these studs. I've been showing y'all these studs going off. Let's go.
Time to party on the Riviera. Let's go spend all our money in Las Vegas or Atlantic City. Yeah. I gotta make the money. Because in that same statement, he condemns me to work by the sweat of my brow. And the man shall work by the sweat of his brow is my curse. You're thinking, I'm going to increase. I'm going to increase childbearing. Wait a minute. How can you increase childbearing if Eve is the first person having a child? How can you increase it? Someone else wants to have a kid. In order for you can't increase something that ain't there. Go back and read your Bible just and see increase in there. Are you catching the drift?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a concentrated effort to get that woman. Go ahead.
Was that vanity naturally in the woman Because she didn't have the spirit of God in her, it was so easy to tempt her that way.
What's so funny? I laugh because you said that vanity. Do you know that women sit in front of a vanity when they put on their makeup?
Yeah, it's true.
They call it a vanity. They sitting right there, and it's in vain. Because when you wake up the next morning, it won't be there, and you got to start all over again. No, I don't believe, and I don't like to even use that word, but I don't believe that it was naturally in women. Women are naturally good, but because they were created to be a helper, they're very easily converted, easily led in the wrong way, because they were created to be an assistant. Yeah, created for it. So whoever comes along and sounds like they're saying what's best for them, that's who they follow. You know what I'm saying? If the FBI come and tell them, well, I think it's best for you to betray your sister so because they can talk for long and she's going, yeah. It's very easy for them to be swayed away. And that's how they were created. But that's because man was supposed to grab her and cling on to her and keep her close to him, and they become one flesh. The moment they break away and they're no longer one flesh, there's no limits to what she'll do. And that's why she appears to be so evil and appears to be so manipulative. So, because when she steps away from a man, she's out of control. And she's vulnerable. She's there because she's there to help whoever, because she was created to be a helper. And she'll help Satan against her own kind. And don't even realize it, because no one is there. You know what I'm saying? Any more questions? Come on. I can go on now, because it gets more interesting. And now remember, he went to the woman. And now the woman, he spoke to the woman. He says, dig this. And he said unto the woman, yea, hey, sarcastic. Has God said, you shall not eat of every tree in the garden? Now the woman answers as if she knew. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruits of the tree in the garden, but of the fruit of the tree in the midst of the garden, what?
God has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
Where does it say that at? Where does it say that back here in Genesis chapter 2? Let's look where it see what it says about that. It says, it says in, go ahead, you got it, number 16?
Yes, 2:16.
And God commanded the man,
saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for it in the day that thou eatest
you shall surely die. Go back and see if she said the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Go ahead.
She says in Genesis 3:3, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
She left out the most important thing. What the tree represented.
That's right.
The knowledge of good and evil. And if she understood the part about evil, she would know who she was talking to. And she wouldn't have been so vulnerable. She left out the tree good and evil. God was the good. She was talking to the evil. That's right. But she didn't realize it. And that's what made her subject to the next verse. Go ahead. And the serpent did what?
And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die.
Now he's going against God because he knew she didn't know. She didn't even know what evil was.
So
She's not responding.
She didn't know what he was.
She didn't know what she was dealing with. She didn't even know. She was just sitting like, she's having a conversation. You know, that's how women get. That's what we do. When we want to pull you, we start a casual conversation. Hi, how are you? He's like, I don't know you.
See what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you something too, right? I got some stories here of men getting trapped on islands with women. And you know what the women force the men that are trapped on islands with them to do other than manual labor? They force the men to give them babies. Force the man to give them babies. tie him up. Anyway, we're gonna get into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Insane one. I don't know I haven't heard anything of Malachi York doing anything. I know a lot of Malachi York followers have done wild shit, but I haven't heard Malachi York or anybody doing no wild shit other than Bambaataa and a couple of other people and their followers. But hey, I'm more so giving y'all a message, a digestible message this morning. All right, y'all, please hit the like button and support the show.
What's up? I seem to be here before. You come to this place right now. We got all of these little games of casual conversation to get in, and it works. Now walk away with your number. I got your number. I got it. Is that it? We're the same systems of women by nature are vulnerable that way. They got to be strong and big. They got to be strong and believe. That's what they say. That's crap. They better have some facts. They better know right from wrong. They better know who the devil is and who the devil isn't. So regardless of how or where, when he comes, say, I don't know who you are, but I know you ain't good.
Right.
I don't know why you want to do this, but I'm not going to help you.
That's right.
Instead of giving right into it. You know what I'm saying? Let's look at the next part. I don't want to go that far because I've read that a million times. I want you to go down to 15 right now so you can see it. No, go to 13 first.
And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done?
Notice that when God comes back to the garden in verse 9, right? What does he do? What does he say in verse 9?
And the Lord said,
Yeah.
And the Lord God called
unto Adam.
and said, he didn't come back and ask for the woman? Why didn't he ask for the woman? Because he knows she ain't supposed to know. Because he didn't give her the law. He came right back after the whole conversation with the serpent and the woman and said, Adam.
That's right.
Just like your mama and papa come home and they know somebody didn't went in that Frigidaire. When they say don't go in that Frigidaire, they go right for the big kid. They go, Bubba,
Yeah, that's right.
come here. Bubba be like, I didn't do that. Junebug, the little one. Junebug, the one. I didn't do it, but I was there. I seen him go in the kitchen and Junebug, come here. Yes, Mom. Did you go in that kitchen and take out? I said, I was walking through the kitchen, and Bubba was in the kitchen drinking milk, Mama, and I saw a piece of chicken. I said, Bubba, no, you didn't. I didn't tell you. Who did that? Bubba, get in the room. I'll be in there with the bell. And Bubba's walking. I didn't even do it. That's the story we're looking at right here. Mm-hmm. It still repeats itself, and it's gonna get that deep too. Watch. Right. Read 13.
And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done?
That's the next kid.
Yeah.
I told you, Bubba, and you didn't tell her. I told you, Adam, and you didn't tell her. What did you do, kid? Go ahead. And the woman, no, go ahead, what happened?
And the woman.
No, I'm sorry. I want you to go before that first.
Okay.
Because we had jumped back to 9, right?
Yes.
I want you to go on to verse 12. I want you to see what it says.
And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest
Mama, Junebug did it. You left me here to take care of Junebug. And Junebug did it. Go ahead, listen to it.
And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
He had the Frigidaire open, and I seen the chicken in there, and he was taking some milk. So I said, who's chicken that? He said, I don't know. So I took the chicken, Mama. That's what happened. Read on.
And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is it that thou hast done? Mm-hmm. And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me. And I
moved down to the little girl who's in the room sleeping by herself.
Now look at that. She did what she wanted to do and snitched on the devil. Not like the devil was trying to trust her anyway, but the devil could have had her more than Adam. At any given minute, fellas, it don't even have to be another man there. Y'all be talking about hypergamy and how another man could come by and come take your woman and all this other goofball shit. No. You don't even gotta be a man or another man. That woman will run off with a spirit. Run off with an entity. The devil could have got way more out of her. Devil didn't approach Lilith from what I know. Guess y'all know another story I don't. Lilith didn't need no damn help. Lilith was really the independent one. This is an imposter. This is somebody that can't even control herself for the sake of controlling herself. That's a hard task. Task with the job of controlling your damn self. So she got a pact with the devil, and the devil gonna fuck her over every single time. She even snitching on the devil. Got nothing to do with Adam. Well, it does now. We got dragged into it, but hey.
Tell if you don't know what's going on, little Debbie. Yeah. And then Debbie the one who gave me the chicken. Debbie was the little baby. And this is what we do. We pass them up. All you gotta do is ask somebody. You could try it today. Ask somebody now who told you to. So I want a name. I was standing there talking, and somebody said, "Yeah, you want to know why the devil went for the woman? Try to ask a woman who why they did the thing they did. Watch how many other people's name end up in it. Yeah. Where we at?
14. And the Lord said unto.
This goes back to the quote-unquote accountability piece y'all like to push in the space. Let's go.
Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and
You know what's
dust.
funny? What does a snake care about being cursed above animals in the field? Right. Above cows and stuff. What does a snake care? Obviously, this was a snake with legs. Right. Obviously, this was not a snake, but rather a symbolic name of a being they referred to as a snake because he was subtle and he spoke. Obviously, this is some form of a human being, some form of reptilian human being who's standing there, obviously, but that sounds too science fiction for you. You know what I'm saying? You can talk about unicorns in the Bible, and you talk about all kind of dragons and 7 heads coming out of water, and you're preaching here. And this moment someone says a human reptilian, that some of the human beings walking the streets you walk up every day are reptilian. That's why their skin is peeled and scales. Some of them you walk up to is half animal. That's why they take their shirt off and they got fur on their shoulders. Because they're talking about animals that have become mixed with humans. I ain't gonna go there though. I ain't gonna go there, not now, not today. I can go there, but I ain't gonna throw that brick. You understand? Right. Go ahead. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above the cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly, snakes are supposed to already be on their belly, y'all. Right. Shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the day. Like snakes don't eat dust, y'all. They eat rodents and stuff. And I tell you, there's something going on. Why? Because that dust represents Adam, because man was created of the dust of the ground. The devil tried to consume us into his world. He tried to bring us in to worship him and worship his image. And they get mad at you Nuwapians because y'all worship Malachi's image, they say. Y'all worship Malachi. And he's not in their image. He can't consume you Nuwapians. He can consume all you fools out there. But he can't consume. He can't make us worship forward. He can't make us idolize seal. We know they're the devil. Plain and simple. And it's in the Bible. But your reverend ain't going to see it because they'll close his church. We bought our own church.
That's right.
By our own money. We get our own temple.
That's
We tried to get the temple over there, and Edenton said, well, we're going to take a building and solve the problem and turn it into our lodge. And a couple of devils, no, we said, shoot, we'll go on to Macon and we'll buy Seahawk.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Not we're going to buy Seahawk. You find out we'll be standing on the stoop. Because that's how the Milwaukeeans work.
That's right.
We ain't begging y'all for nothing. We ain't putting our hands out and asking for nothing. We the type of men that lead our women down the right path.
Right.
We get up and do it. We do for self and kind. We ain't asking y'all for nothing. People in Putnam County don't want to help us. The heck with Putnam County. We got arms welcome to us in Macon. And here we go. Talk to me. Not today, not nowadays, y'all. And if you go on to the 15th verse, here it goes. And here's why the devil is out for you poor sisters. This is why them fools are going from woman to woman's house saying, can you help us topple Malachi? Can you help us topple Mr. Chisholm? Can you help us topple Mr. Gray? Can you help us topple these brothers? Knock out. We'll give you some money. We'll call it Medicaid. We'll call it welfare. But just please help us topple those men. Because those black men out there show black men what they can do. That's the end of our rule. The devil won't be able to consume any more of them. Because we'll start consuming them. And they'll be...
Yeah, news familiar with the speaker. Dollar Washington, you already know.
Their own, between self and kind. They know that that's around the corner. And that's why they knock on your door, sister. They don't care nothing about you or your baby. They out to get the men so they can stop the Milwaukeeans, because we are now moving all over the world. Read it. Read it in 15. And what?
I will put enmity.
Hate.
Between thee and the woman.
Between you. This is God saying, between you, serpent, and you, women. That's why he wants you. That's why the woman's life is messed up. That's why there's so many miserable women. That's why there's so many heartbroken women. That's why so many women have been dogged by men. That's why women feel so abused. That's why you're always behind. Because instead of y'all getting up under the men who are out fighting for you, you want to wrestle with us. You want to wrestle with us and try to keep us down so you can feel equal. And stop letting us excel and pushing us up to the top, so we all with the children be on the top together. The devil knows that, because the devil hates you. He does not hate me. He hates what I do. He hates you for listening to me. So he goes out for you to break our women down and break up our marriages and split up our families. That's what. If you go around the world and you check, you find them in everybody's country messing up everything. If you check the black family and the Latino family and the Mexican family and the Oriental family in this country, you'll find them in there separating you.
That's right.
And most of y'all, if I went to the average shows and said, raise your hand, how many fathers are still with their mothers? You find that more than half are separated. But if you go to one of them white churches, you find more than half are still together. He don't have the same program for her, because Genesis chapter 3 verse 15 tells you right up front, the devil hates you women. He wants you. He wants you to hate yourself. He wants to make you live by the 3 principles. So you look at all the videos, they got y'all lusted out. Every video got women naked. Why you just can't be a woman? Why no video has you as a housewife? Why don't have no movies? There know a bunch of women that broke off for them men. I forgot the name of the movie. Some old black movie, a bunch of women broke away from them men. Yeah, what's it called? Waiting to Exhale. Waiting to Exhale. It's always the same thing. You know what I'm saying? In our world, but in that thing, they got all kind of love stories and all kind of crap, making their families look great. Always trying to make us like in Color Purple, try to make us look like we a bum. We just beat our women. That's not true. That's not true. All black men ain't like that, and no black men gonna be like that if you leave it in the Wabi. That's right. But we take good men and make them better. Oh, we stumble and we trip, but we have our own system of living. We have our own way of life. We don't follow your rules and regulations. And that's what SEALs is jumping up and down like a fool, like an old white man. They're not listening to me. They don't respect me. They don't respect the system. That's because y'all do not live by the word of God. Y'all live by the words of men. Y'all don't live by the laws of God. Y'all live by the laws of men. You don't want to live by the Bible, though you want to preach it every Sunday. You don't want to go by what it says when it gets to things you don't like. If you want to do everything and do like Christ said, drop your nets. Become fishermen. Devote your life to saving other people like we have done. You can't even see where do they get their money from? How do they make their money? The nigga SEALs are so paranoid. He saw a picture of brothers rehearsing for a Shriner drill and said they must be doing martial arts to come after me. If he knew anything about the Masonic world or Shriner, he'd know the Shriners have a contest where all the drill teams from all the different temples come together and see who can have the best, and they win a trophy. Hello, silly person. If you do a little research, you would make a butthead out of yourself all the time. That's the devil. That's devil. The devil hates you, women. That's the first thing you better understand. And he's out to make you miserable. All I gotta say to that is amen.
Amen.
So yeah. Y'all listen to the black community. And these people on YouTube. And you get you get shamed. You gotta listen to this goofy kumbaya story every day about race loyalty and all this other shit. Stupid ass debates with fools. Oh, I'm women well into their 40s and 50s talking about some I'm your God and all this other stuff, and I'm your mama. Do you remember me when I had you? And all that. Get the fuck out of here. My niggas eat that shit up. And got this fake race loyalty. See, some of the shit that I see and hear a lot of the dudes in this space actually agree with, I'm like, man, hell no. You know, I'm talking about the Shriners, couple of Masonic stuff, and the percenters, bro. And I'm saying the guy that's speaking, you know who that you should know whose voice that is. You should know who that is. You know what I'm saying? I know you into the arts, so you know. But yeah, man, y'all get duped into a lot of stuff, man. A lot of those sisters put a battery in your back, and they get the joy off of that. You know, they put batteries in brothers' backs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, even the young ones nowadays, they get to indulge in it. Y'all seen that man that got smoked in New York recently? Y'all see that dude that got smoked in New York recently for knocking out that girl who's also a drill rapper? Yeah, another drill rapper got knocked out. She jumping in a man's face with that rah-rah shit. He went across her shit, and guess what? The next day, he got head tapped. Batteries go in a lot of people back. A lot of them like to put batteries in dudes' backs because guess what? They walk around with a battery pack in their back. Whether they put it there or they want to blame somebody else for putting it there. You know, so some of you guys that's in the clouds, please hit the like button and support the show. Please hit the Cash App and support the show. Some of my regular listeners, if you're enjoying the content, please hit the like button and hit the Cash App and hit the PayPal. You know, I always bring you guys really good content. All right? And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I want to show you guys and some of the people that's been, you know, in running around on the YouTube streets, and they're not even, you know, they, you know, you guys are in other spots or you're seeing other things, and you know, you guys will go somewhere today and go see it and be like, okay, all right, I started off my day right. I supported Player Talk Radio. Definitely got the game from Kuda, and I'm listening to this shit, and it's like, yeah, this shit is not making sense. Let me cut this bullshit off. Let me slow down this brain rot right quick. Niggas trying to dupe y'all into listening to that stupid shit. I'm your mama, and oh my god, I can't believe George Zimmerman is still alive. Like women don't know how to work a gun.
What you're looking at is an incantation bowl, one of several hundred examples discovered in Mesopotamia. Dating somewhere between the 500s and 700 CE, they're typically shallow clay bowls around the size of a cereal bowl. And as you can guess from the name, incantation bowls, they're covered in magical formulas intended to ward off demons or protect against misfortune. These incantations usually start from the rim and spiral inward toward the center, where you'll often find a little drawing of a demon, sometimes tied up in chains, symbolizing what the bowl will do to the demon. Some of these demon drawings specifically seem to depict and target a female demon. While many are familiar with the story of Adam and Eve, a lesser-known thread in medieval Jewish folklore popularized the idea that Eve was not.
Now, also, too, y'all gotta understand a lot of stuff that we used to eat out of comes from science, okay? Cooking is really science. You don't know by now. Cooking is really science. There's a science to it. There's a chemistry to it. And usually bowls was something used to like pound something. You know, you would get like a pounder or something that you can crush up and swirl around and stuff like that. Bowls was used to pound things. That's what she said. And bowls was used to like, you know, pulverize things, you know, or sometimes mash things, turn things into a paste and stuff like that. Okay? So when you look at the demon at the bottom of the bowl, it's also never mind.
Not Adam's first wife, but rather he was initially paired with a demonic figure named Lilith. But who exactly was Lilith? Where did this idea come from? And what about her compelled these communities to resort to magic to protect themselves against her? Traces of the character Lilith stretch as far back as 4,000 years ago. In ancient Mesopotamian itself probably derives from the Sumerian word Lil, most often translated as wind or spirit, and the Akkadian words to a class of male and female respectively. Though very little is known, these beings were understood in ancient Mesopotamia. Ancient Akkadian medical texts blame Lilu-type demons for all sorts of diseases and physical conditions. Generally in these texts, these demons victimize people of the opposite sex, Lilu attacking women, Lilitu attacking men. For example, one medical text attributes seizure-like symptoms to Lilu and Lilitu. First, it describes the symptoms. If, when a state of confusion comes over him, he rolls the whites of his eyes, and blood flows from his nose. Then the text offers an explanation for the symptoms. For a woman, Lilu. For a man, Lilitu. In other words, these demons are causing the problem. Another text blames them for fevers. If, when it afflicts him, he continually cries out, my insides, he opens and shuts his eyes, he has fever, the tips of his fingers and toes are cold, and if you try to make that patient talk, he does not answer. It attributes the symptoms to the hand of Lilu. Other ancient Mesopotamian texts suggest that Lilu demons were believed to be the unhappy ghosts of young men and women who died prematurely, and thus doomed to wander the earth unfulfilled. These texts especially focus on young women who died before having sex or died before having kids, and thus they terrorize young men in this limbo state. One text reads, R. Lily slips in a man's window. Young girl not fated to be married. Young woman who was never impregnated. Young woman whose garment pin a good man never loosened. The R. Lily mentioned here, or maiden lily, apparently were a type of unhappy wandering spirit associated with negative sexuality. Here the reference to the demonic figure slipping in through a man's window suggests that they were considered a type of succubus, a female demon who seduces and traps and has sex with men while they're asleep. The scholar Elise Zomer argues that these demons were demonic personifications of sexual envy, the unhappy ghosts of people who never found sexual satisfaction while alive. So it follows that the ritual strategy to deal with these spirits was to perform a symbolic marriage. Rituals called for making figurines of a male and female Lilith demon, and then performing a marriage between the two figurines. The aim of this ritual is to cause the two demons to lose interest in their human victims. In the past, scholars argued that the so-called Bernie relief, a Babylonian representation of a female divine figure, actually depicts a Lilith. However, most now believe that it's probably Ishtar or some other goddess. Notice how we've been talking about a type or category of demon, not a single entity named Lilith. This holds true for most of her history. Only in later Jewish traditions does Lilith begin to crystallize as a distinct character with her own narrative. But even in this early phase, there are named figures that seem to have influenced the later development of the singular figure Lilith. An epic poem called Gilgamesh and the Halupu Tree, which dates to around 2000 BCE, seems to refer to a female demon named Lilake, though scholars dispute the translation. What's more widely accepted is that Lilith was inspired by the Mesopotamian demonic goddess Lamashtu, known for attacking infants and women during childbirth. Archaeologists have discovered dozens of amulets from ancient Mesopotamia designed to protect people from Lamashtu. She's often depicted with animal and human features, sometimes with a lion covered in feathers with talons for feet. Many of the incantations specifically highlight the threat that she presents to birthing mothers and newborns. An old Assyrian Lamashtu incantation regarding stillbirth says she is fierce, fearsome, divine.
Yeah, that's another thing. The Lilith spirit is also toxic to other women. You do got women out here that sit and lay in hospitals to kidnap other women and people's babies, but a lot of them too, they go after single mothers because guess what? There really isn't no father around to really, there isn't another layer for protection for the baby, You said they don't talk about the second chick God supposedly threw away after Lilith before Eve. Who's the second chick that? So you're saying Eve is the third woman? Who's the second woman?
The daughter of Anu is a she-wolf. She intercepts the running youth. She utterly smashes the tiny ones. So in this earliest layer of Lilith's history, we find a strong focus on the dangers of childbirth and infancy, which were among the most dangerous phases of life in antiquity. Though reconstructing precise stats from antiquity is challenging, the Assyriologist Jonathan Volk estimates that infant mortality was around 20 to 30% in the pre-modern period. Maternal mortality undoubtedly was high as well. Lilith demons and Lamashtu arose to personify these deep-seated fears, embodying anxieties about the most vulnerable people in the most perilous moments of human existence. And Lilith, in later Jewish mythology, appears to be a composite of these figures and anxieties, blurring the baby-snatching role of Lamashtu with the negative sexuality of the ghostly Lilu spirits. So how do we go from ancient Mesopotamian demonology to Lilith as we know her today in ancient Jewish mythology? The story of Lilith as Adam's first wife actually has no basis in the Hebrew Bible. The word Lilith does appear in the Hebrew Bible, but only once. A single mention in Isaiah chapter 34. In this chapter, the God of Israel wreaks vengeance on the neighboring kingdom of Edom, turning it into a wasteland. Verse 14 paints a picture of the devastation, a desolate land inhabited only by wild animals and demonic creatures. Wildcats shall meet with hyenas. Goat demons shall call to each other. There also Lilith shall repose and find a place to rest. The text doesn't offer any more detail. Apparently the audience knew enough about Lilith that the author didn't need to, but reading between the lines, Lilith seems to be a wilderness demoness of some sort, or at least a demon who's comfortable hanging out in a barren wasteland. But the actual translation here is disputed. Some scholars argue that the word Lilith here is not the proper name of a specific demon, but like the Lilitu of ancient Mesopotamia, refers to a type or class of demon, and thus should be translated as the Lilith lowercase l. Others argue that Isaiah 34:14 doesn't refer to a demon at all, but rather some sort of nocturnal creature or bird, like an owl. We see this disagreement play out in different translations of the Bible. The NIV translates the word as night creatures, the ESV night bird, and the KJV as screech owl. Though the NRSV translation generally reflects the majority position among scholars, and it's worth mentioning that the supernatural translation caught on very early. When the Hebrew Bible was translated into Greek, the ancient Greek translators rendered the word Lilith as a type of centaur, and the Latin translation of the verse translated Lilith as Lamia, a baby-killing monster in Greco-Roman mythology. So while there is a great deal of uncertainty about this passage today, at least in antiquity this verse was assumed to refer to a supernatural creature of some sort, if not a demon specifically. So throughout the Bronze and Iron Ages, we get glimpses of a type of child-killing, anti-fertility, anti-maternal female demon, sometimes conceptualized as a singular entity like Lamashtu. This figure finds its way into the demonology of Second Temple Judaism. For example, Lilith specifically and Liliths generically appear in the Dead Sea Scrolls. For example, check out this exorcistic hymn. And I, the sage, sound the majesty of his beauty, to terrify and confound all the spirits of destroying angels, and the bastard spirits, the demons, and Lilith. Here, God is called upon to ward away a parade of evil spirits. Bastard spirits is likely a reference to the offspring of angels and humans as described in the Book of Enoch. Lilith makes an appearance as a singular entity, but with little detail revealing how she was conceptualized by the Dead Sea Scrolls community. Other scrolls show that some ancient Jews continued to view Liliths as a type of demon as well. For example, if you look up Isaiah 34:14 in the Great Isaiah Scroll found at Qumran, you'll find the plural Liliot, Liliths, which suggests a generic category of demon rather than a specific being. But we don't have much more evidence from this period. She becomes a much bigger deal in the early centuries of Rabbinic Judaism. The Babylonian Talmud mentions Lilith on several occasions, where she's...
You said I don't remember their name. I read it somewhere in the 90s. But if you look it up, they say there's only Lilith and Eve. That's the only two that I know about. Alright, he going back to the Babylonian Talmud.
It's conceptualized as a humanoid female demon with wings and long hair. One rabbi even proposes banning people from sleeping alone at night, warning that anyone who sleeps alone in a house will be seized by Lilith. But she wasn't just a concern for the rabbis. Let's return to those incantation bowls. This is a body of evidence showing that Jewish recognized her as a demonic foe in everyday life, leading them to develop ritual strategies to nullify her. Now, different religious communities used incantation bowls, like Mandeans and Christians, but most of these bowls were composed in Babylonian Jewish Aramaic, and we see a ton of overlap between rabbinic texts and these bowls. Not only do they date to around the same time that the Talmud was completed, but rabbis may have been the ritual specialists who helped to compose the incantations. Many of them were found in what's now south-central Iraq. A large and vibrant Jewish community must have lived there in late antiquity, who apparently turned to these incantation bowls as a way to battle Liliths. Many of these formulas are symbolic divorce papers, in which the practitioner divorces from a Lilith. One reads, "This is the deed of divorce of the Lilith. Liliths, male Lilith and female Lilith, you are stripped naked. Your mother is the Lilith Palhadad. Go out from the house and from the dwelling and from the body of this Hormuz, son of Imma, and from his wife." From this text we can learn a few things. Presumably a guy named Hormuz was concerned about Lilith demons, so he commissioned this bowl to protect his house, himself, and his wife. The symbolic divorce papers mention Liliths generically, which continues to refer to a species of demon and not a specific figure. In fact, in this incantation, there's a Lilith with a name, the Lilith Palhadad, much like how other demons in Jewish and Christian mythology have specific names, like Beelzebul or Asmodeus. But we also learn that Liliths were believed to be male or female, which harkens back to Bronze and Iron Age Mesopotamia with Lilu and Lilichu demons, though the scholar Nama Velazny argues that the sex of Lilith demons is often ambiguous. They could transform depending on who they victimize. A Jewish incantation bowl explicitly says this. This is an amulet against the Liliths that haunt the house of this Ephra, who do violence and trample and scourge and mutilate, who appear to humans, to men in the likeness of women, and to women in the likeness of men. With the formula I have written against thee, evil Lilith, whatsoever name be thine. So again, this guy Ephra, who commissioned this object, assumes that Liliths are a species of demon that presumably shapeshift. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground so far in this video, from ancient Mesopotamia up through the early centuries of Rabbinic Judaism. And over the course of 2,500 years, we see surprising consistency in the belief in demonic figures known for killing babies or sexually victimizing people. But notice something that's completely missing from all of this evidence. The whole notion that Lilith was the first wife of Adam is absent. Where did this come from? This myth emerges in the early medieval period, first appearing in the alphabet of Ben Sirah, an anonymous Jewish text dating somewhere between the 8th century up to the year 1000. The text expands on the Garden of Eden story found in Genesis. In the text, God creates Lilith out of the dust of the earth, just like Adam, but she challenges Adam's authority. Specifically, she refuses to be on the bottom during sex. She says because they're both made from the same earth, they are equals. When Adam refuses to let her on top, she pronounces the ineffable 4-letter name of God and flies away to the Red Sea. 3 angels pursue her to bring her back, but she stands her ground. After they threaten to drown her, she says, "Leave me. I was created only to cause sickness to infants." So here we see a mythical explanation for why she's associated with child killing. We next see a mythical justification to use anti-Lilith amulets. The angels and Lilith eventually reach a settlement with her swearing that she will spare infants that wear an amulet. Overall, Lilith in the alphabet of Ben Sirah is an evil, defiant anti-mother, killing human babies while at the same time birthing hundreds of demonic babies. So where did this legend come from? Well, it obviously draws on previous ideas that Lilith, or Liliths in general, are responsible for killing infants and associated with negative sexuality as a succubus, requiring symbolic divorce papers to remove her evil presence from your life. But the notion that she was Adam's wife seems to emerge from a perceived plot hole in the book of Genesis. Scholars have long recognized that there are 2 creation stories in Genesis, and thus 2 accounts of the creation of humanity. Genesis 1 simply says, "So God created humans in his image. Male and female, he created them." While in Genesis 2 it says, "Then the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life," followed by the whole story of God creating Eve out of Adam's rib while he sleeps. Some Jewish scholars must have recognized that these are 2 creation myths, and attempted to harmonize them by saying that they describe the creation of 2 different women, the first being Lilith and the second being Eve. I'd argue that this version of Lilith is the best known version to modern audiences, but her identity continued to evolve in Jewish mythology in the following centuries. Later in the medieval period, she became very prominent in the Jewish mystical tradition known as Kabbalah. Now, there are several myths about Lilith in Kabbalistic texts, but one notable mythological development is to pair her with the evil figure Samael, a somewhat similar figure to Satan in Christianity. In this mythological narrative, Samael is not a second husband after Adam, but rather her original primordial. In the words of the scholar of Jewish mysticism Joseph Dan, this created a kind of parallelism between Adam and Eve and Lilith and Samael. But perhaps the most dramatic transformation in her history happened not all that long ago in the 20th century. Lilith was rebranded from a malevolent figure to one worthy of...
Honestly, if you're gonna hear about Lilith, especially from half these little broads nowadays, I'm not even gonna lie. If you sitting down and a woman is talking to you or telling you about Lilith, for the most part, she's a fake witch. And what makes it even more scary is that they will use you as a guinea pig to try to try some of that try some of that BS they like to try. So y'all better be careful. Because these broads will use you as a guinea pig to try to experiment with magic and shit and putting mojos on people. So hey, be very careful.
Respect, a second-wave feminist icon symbolizing independence, defiance, and empowerment. In 1976, a group of Jewish women founded a magazine that aimed to be a Jewish alternative to secular feminist publications, with a mission to amplify Jewish feminist voices and to be a feminist changemaker in and for Jewish communities. They decided to name the magazine Lilith. In the words of one of the founders, Susan Weidman Schneider, the cover of the first issue featured our artist version of the Jewish superwoman, who managed to amalgamate almost all possible roles: an expecting mother, scholar, doctor, and server of chicken soup, balancing it all on a tightrope while wearing a fancy dress. In that first issue, they address the Lilith question. Why choose the name Lilith? Is Lilith a model for Jewish women? They conceptualized her not as a wild-haired, vengeful witch, but as a powerful female figure who radiates strength, assertiveness, and refuses to cooperate in her own victimization. Some of the very qualities that defined her as wicked in the alphabet of Ben Sirah, her independence and refusal to submit, were reclaimed as positive traits. By the end of the 20th century, this feminist rebrand of Lilith made its way outside of Jewish communities and found a new home in contemporary pagan circles. Do a quick YouTube search and you'll find contemporary witches publishing how-to guides on how to work with Lilith in one's daily ritual practice. And this positive reinterpretation might be reflected in broader American society as well, because the name Lilith has skyrocketed in popularity since the early 2010s. According to the biggest baby name websites, Lilith was around the 900th most popular name for girls in 2010, and jumped to the 270th most popular name by 2022. So for most of her 4,000 years of history, Lilith was an unambiguously malevolent figure, dangerous specifically to women. But here in the 21st century, we're witnessing an ironic twist in her narrative. Lilith has proven not only to be a surprisingly enduring character, but also a malleable character, reshaped to resonate with contemporary audiences. If you want to learn more about ancient demonology, I'll be teaching an online course about exorcism in early Christianity, with a focus on the centuries after Jesus. We'll learn about how early Christians conceptualized demons, like what they actually thought demons were. We'll learn about what types of Christians functioned as exorcists, and we'll learn about the magical strategies that Christians used to nullify demons. Yes, early Christians did a lot of magic, and there's not much daylight between exorcism and magical practice. I'll be holding the class on October 26 at 9:00 p.m. US East Coast time. To sign up, head on over to religionforbreakfast.eventbrite.com. As usual, you can pay whatever you want to attend, as low as $1.
All right. You said I met this guy who said we call it magic, but where it comes from, they call it science. Magic, yeah, magic is a science. You know what I'm saying? The same thing, like I said, cooking is a science, and cooking is also, it's a ritual. When you make spaghetti, or Italian people make spaghetti and stuff like that, they make it a certain way. They use certain herbs, they use certain spices. They food prep. They prepare food a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? So it's prepped.
After selling her IT company, entrepreneur Christina Roth set out to create a space where women could unplug, connect, and recharge on their own terms. No men allowed. That idea became Super She Island, an exclusive women-only retreat nestled off the coast of Finland. The 8.4-acre island features high-end cabins, traditional saunas, and curated wellness experiences, all designed to nurture mind, body, and community. Again, no men allowed. What began as a personal blog and intimate retreat quickly evolved into a global network of more than 3,000 women. And now, okay, this has since closed. Can't imagine why. This has since, was there like a cat fight on the island? I'm just wondering, just asking. Can I not ask a question? Okay. So this has since closed. And what's really interesting here is that you look on Wiki, right? I'm not saying everything on Wiki is true, but this was in a number of locations. It says this quotation about it. It's supposed to be women only, right? The whole point is women only, get the guys out of here. The implication being guys are trouble, guys take away your peace of mind. We need a nice wellness space where men are kept out, right? Check out this quote. After purchase, male construction workers were working on the island. to lay lines for power and water and gut renovation. That was the only time men were allowed on the island besides Roth's close family.
Oh, my bad. You said I read it wrong. You said where he's from, they call it science. His name is Thor. Okay. If that's a joke referencing the gods. But look. A lot of women, they take advantage of of a lot of women that have burnout when it comes to men. The same way like they try to say the red pill takes advantage of men that got burnout when it comes to women, when it really doesn't. This is a rabbit hole. Y'all, if y'all go looking for it, y'all will find it. Now, give me 1 second, y'all. Let's get back into this. Hold on, y'all. The men should have never. They made those men build the damn island for them. Just take a listen to this. This is funny.
And friends. At the end of the day, she needed men, right? And the funny thing is, you look at the comments and they're like, well, who built the saunas? Who built the infrastructure? Who did all the plumbing on the island? So basically, men set up the whole island for her. Men set up the island, and then we're told to get out, right? Left. And then we're invited back only when they had to do repairs, right? Oh my God, the plumbing is a mess. Call the guys. Call the guy. Or what are we gonna do?
This is exactly why when you see these discussions online, or you see like the street interviewers, and they're asking women, do you need men? Do you think women need men? Do you think men need women? And the men will obviously say yes, because we obviously need women. But you will have the delusional feminists out there that will be like, no, we don't need men. And it's like, in your day-to-day life, the water you drink and the water you shower with, the air conditioning you use in the summer, the heating you use in the winter, who do you think supplies all these things? And look, I get it. If you're thinking back...
And this is all elementary school shit. This is all elementary school shit. Like, the fact that this needs to be said and broken down is crazy. First of all, the fact that this just can't be said and that's the end of it is wild. But the fact that this needs to be broken down, like, oh man, we gotta break it down. Who really invented who? What really invented what? Even the fact that women can even birth babies to a certain degree and have minimal or less pain than they normally would have is crazy.
Back to the early 1900s, do women need men to help them pay their bills, for example? Can women go out and get it by themselves? Of course they can. But can two things coexist at the same time? Can we acknowledge?
And they're talking about going out and getting it themselves in a man's world.
That,
let's go.
Women are more independent now than ever. But there are valuable things that men bring to society. Things that women don't really want to do. And they don't have to do it because men would do it.
Right? Oh, heaven, there's a bug infestation. Call the men. Get them in here. Close down the island for a couple days. Let them come in here and fix this. So I love this because it fits the whole, like, we don't need men. And it's so fascinating to me. Imagine the idea that you're setting up a whole island, which flopped, and you're making it women only. Guys aren't invited, but they have to set up, do all the grunge work, right? So, honey, you did need a man, right? The island that you created, this idea of yours, would have just existed in your mind, honey, if the guys didn't come in and do all the damn work.
It's like the lady who built the female-only gym. And again, I have nothing against women's only spaces. I think they're a good thing. if women feel unsafe, if they just want to be, if they feel more comfortable around other women, no problem. But this woman's whole branding was men are bad. Men are bad, so I'm building a woman's only space. Whole time the men are building it, I'm looking at the video, I'm like, wait, hold up, that's a man. Wait, hold up, that's a man. Wait, hold up, is that a man? Paint? Huh.
I told this guy that I believe in marriage and I want to wait till marriage to have Rex. And he was like, are you a virgin? And I answered the question. I said, no. He was like, then you can't do that. Mind you, this is my Uber driver and I'm the type of person where I can have deep conversations with you if you're willing to go deep. So instantly, I'm intrigued. I want to hear more. He goes on to say, that's like giving somebody a gift and it's already unwrapped. You can't do that. And I go on to say, but people get saved at different times and they start thinking differently. He still was telling me you cannot do that. But I'm like, how can you tell me that I can't wait till marriage even though I'm not?
Just say you're slow without saying you're slow. I don't the thunder.
He was basically trying to get me to, I feel like, demoralize myself or decenter the idea of wanting to wait till marriage.
You like, and these people just be using words and shit. Like, the words don't even match the people trying to use it. Decenter. You're confused by a straight up sentence that you didn't even have to entertain, by the way. That you're using words like decenter. Your brain is
because
decenter.
Once a man finds out that you've already gave your goodies away, he's gonna be like, why do I have to wait? And the relationship is not gonna work out. He basically goes on to say, if you were a virgin.
No, it's a man saying that all of a sudden, if you didn't have standards before, don't start to have standards when it comes to me. A lot of men realize that women create standards for guys that they quote they break standards for guys that they don't like. They break standards for guys that they like, and they create standards for guys that they don't like. You didn't have to entertain this conversation. Just say no. If that's what you really were doing. But guess what? You're entertaining the conversation, so guess what? He can say something like this to you when he really doesn't have to. See how that works? I got a boyfriend, but I'm going to argue with you for 10 minutes about how I got a boyfriend and I shouldn't be talking to you while talking to you and giving you my energy when I shouldn't have done it in the first place. Y'all do shit like that. This is why I played earlier for you guys how easy it was for Satan to deceive and get in the ears of a woman. Because they always doing shit, for the most part, they kind of really have no business doing. Or entertaining shit they have no business entertaining. Or doing whatever the hell they want to do.
It will work out and the man will probably wait. But if you're not, he's not going to wait. And I'm just the type of person, I'm not going to take offense to anything if it makes sense. I'm able to hear other people's ideas, their perspective, all of that. So I understood where he was coming from.
Well, look, it's good that you're one of those people, open-minded. Just because it's someone else's opinion, it might make sense to you, but you're like, I'm still gonna do what I'm doing. I'm still gonna have the standards that I have.
What you want to do?
And if that's what you want to do, it's your life. You know what I'm saying? But he is absolutely, unequivocally, totally, undoubtedly, bombastically right. He is correct. The only type of man I believe that it's gonna work with that standard is also a man who has been saved later in life himself. I think a man who hasn't danced with the demons and who is a virgin himself is going to also want a virgin. And a man who maybe he believes but he's not devout is going to look at
Nah, it's a lot of guys that aren't virgins that want virgins, but at the same time, one or both sex want somebody with some type of experience. You know, sex shouldn't feel like both of y'all got to read instructions and y'all getting together and playing Legos and shit. Oh, I didn't know that goes there. Okay, like this ain't a game of drunken sexy twister.
You and be like,
Let's go.
I have to wait, but he have to wait. That would make no sense to me. So find someone who has also been saved later on in life. It could work. Other than that, I feel like it's gonna be difficult.
You know, nobody want to sit there and play Legos and shit. Oh boy, what is this woman about to say? They all look the same and sound the same.
So I feel like I am a reasonably attractive.
Jesus Christ. Here we go.
Woman, okay? I feel like I look pretty decent.
And that's what old boy was talking about earlier. Vanity. Because most of this shit is in vain.
You know, I look pretty good. You know, I pride myself on people thinking that I'm younger than my.
I look pretty good. She's not going to say anything that she can actually do or bring to a relationship.
Age. People constantly say me and my 19-year-old look, you know, like we could be sisters. I know that's a stretch because I don't look that young, but I look definitely younger than my age. So I think that I'm a fairly attractive woman. I do not understand why, if I go on multiple.
And she trying to show y'all her neck tattoo by pulling down her shirt. All right, pushing lust. Everything is lust. Hey, here's some eggs and food with some twerking beside it. Here's a car, but did you see me twerk? Here's a nice outfit, but look at my butt though, and my titties. Y'all want to see my titties? Y'all strangers?
Sites like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, what have you, that the caliber of men that try to talk to me does not match who I be wanting.
Oh, you mean the caliber of men that's trying to talk to somebody that's not going to miss an opportunity to show us her private parts?
To talk to.
Never mind.
I don't know if it's because people don't, you know, certain dudes may be intimidated by me or may not find me attractive or may not think that she look as young as I do. I don't know what it is. But I be feeling some type of way because when I go in my DM and it's somebody that look like they need to be cast on Sanford and Son, that's messaging me talking about a date. And I'm like,
you mean the guys that's in your age range that should be talking to you? But in reality, the fucked up part, and y'all blame this on them too, but the reality, the fucked up part is that they rather talk to your daughter than you. She's at that age where they rather talk to her daughter than her. Competing with their daughter is diabolical. Let's go.
What is going on here? Or somebody that looks like they need to be on my 600-pound life hitting me up. I start to feel a type of way. No disrespect to nobody. God made everybody beautiful in their own, you know, beautiful way, you know. So I'm not calling anybody ugly because somebody looks good to somebody. But what I'm saying is, how come I don't get the attractive dudes? Like, what is going on? Like, is it the retrograde? Is it like, what is happening? Do dudes be on here to clickbait and they just be on here just talking? They not really looking for nothing or interested in trying to, you know, talk to an attractive woman. Like, what is it? Like, what is it about attractive women that men feel like they cannot approach them, talk to them, or whatever the situation be? But I tell you one thing, dudes that's not my type, oh, they got the confidence of a million men. You can't tell them nothing. Ugly where? Fat where? But I digress. Y'all let me know something, cuz. Woo, child.
You're looking for men on TikTok, man. Like, that's the thing, y'all. See, with guys, I can get it. You know, it's like, at some point, when does your dating life, especially in your real life, get that slow that you have to go look for people on TikTok? A place where people are doing skits and dancing with their kids and shit like that. You up there mad because you can't find a man on TikTok? And then what type of man dates on TikTok that you expect to find? You looking for a husband on TikTok? Jeez.
Let's look at her player bill. Let's see what's going on here, okay? What is going on here?
I don't know. My face giving, my body teeth, my money
Nothing to offer. My face is given, her body is tea.
up. I'm bitch. I don't have a motherfucking answer.
She's saying the same thing her 19-year-old would say.
Be back? What the fuck is going on? I said to myself that I was not going to make a comment on her appearance. And I failed. Okay, I'm too weak. Are you Tupac? Is that thug life? Is that thug life tied on your stomach? What the hell? That's the only comment I'm gonna make. That's the only comment I'm gonna make. This is what I'm gonna say. The men that you are getting DMs from are in fact on your level. Like, that is categorically you. The problem is you think you're better than what you are. That's the real problem. The problem isn't the guys DMing you on tour. Whoever said you look like, I'm not gonna say it. So apparently this woman made another video where she said that she doesn't want to date older men. And the men told her about herself, essentially.
So I see that my statement in my last video about me not wanting to date older men, or I'm not attracted to older men, got a lot of our geriatric people on TikTok up in a roar. Now, if you know you're not old, if you know you're not geriatric, you shouldn't have even been bothered by what I said. But the gray hair community felt necessary to tell me that nobody wants me because I have tattoos and piercings. We're in 2025. Damn near over half the damn world has tattoos and piercings. Now, just because you were born in 1935, 1942, 1957, and you chose not to get tattoos, or that wasn't a part of your generation, does not mean you get to put down people that has tattoos and piercings, because what does that have to do with anything? I got my own place. I got my own car. I have a good paying job. So regardless of my tattoos or piercings, that does not stop me from excelling in life. But it's only you old ass bitches that had something to say in my section, in my comment section, about my tattoos and piercings. Men that I wouldn't even look at once had the most to say. But shout out to all the men who were nice, polite, sweet. I love y'all. I rock with y'all. But you old bitches.
Look, I don't know if I'm classified as one of them old bitches, okay? And I'm trying to be as nice as possible. I am Unc to the younger generation. My nephew's like 20 years old. So I am, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting up there. Your tattoo is crazy, bro. I can't lie. Bro. That's outrageous. And look, you bring up the fact that you have your own place and you have your own car, you have a good paying job. That can't get me hard. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. That cannot get.
See, that's the thing. They're always gonna mention, and shout outs to the sisters that are degreed up, got jobs and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that, but you on the other side of the spectrum. They're gonna say the things that they're attracted to. That's what I'm trying to say. It don't even make sense even trying to tell them, hey, you know, ladies, you gotta approach men. For what? A lot of women don't know how to fake long enough to get men interested in them in their own way. You gotta learn that. A lot of women don't even think men are. It's like the guys here. It's like the goofballs in the manosphere, right? Y'all niggas want to talk to straight up hoes. Y'all want to be the guys with the hoes. Y'all want to talk to straight up bona fide hoes, right? And the thing is that a lot of y'all don't think that y'all have to learn game to get those women because y'all think that they're low caliber women. And y'all are not even seeing the faults in your logic. Oh, I don't want to have to learn game to go after this particular type of woman because I view this woman beneath me. But at the same time, you don't see that as a contradiction as to why do you want to pursue something like that seriously? Because y'all be seriously pursuing hoes. I don't see dudes in this space seriously pursuing good women. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you had some type of game, you got a little bit of wiggle room if you're going after good square women. But you going after bitches that been on OnlyFans for a solid 5 years? You talking about something you don't need no game, but you actively trying to turn her into a house man? If you don't get the fuck out of here. Trying to turn this woman into a housewife. And you ain't got no game, you ain't got you don't have no confidence. At least if you don't really gotta have money or bread or nothing like that, but at least have some type of confidence. Certain things will figure themselves out once you position yourself. And then even if y'all go paper chase, y'all can't wait to throw it away on a woman. Like I said, I know a brother, right? He a tech dude. You know, he do the cybersecurity thing or some type of, you know, he's in the tech or whatever. He got a lot of money. He got a Subaru, and all this man want to talk to is a loud, ratchet Latina woman. Him and the woman don't even make sense together. I know exactly what type of bond they got, but it just don't make sense to get together. I know his family don't like this bitch. I know this bitch family they probably like him, but they're like, she's gonna be her, you know. Cause that's the thing, you know, the little ratchet girls. Sometimes they the black sheep of their family, and they family like you and stuff like that. But guess what? The family, they know you putting up with her bullshit, and they kind of glad you there because you kind of keeping her sedated. But these niggas will sit up here and you, hey, listen, you work hard for it. You got the right to do whatever the hell you want to do. But you know what I'm saying? These niggas will sit up here and go to school and get all of these degrees and certs and just throw their life away. That's another, you know, throw their life away dating some dumb broad that will eventually rob them or set them up. You don't got to be in the street to get robbed or set up. That's the whole point. Look at Shannon Sharp. He had no business tricking off on that particular woman. Look at it now. But we're going to get into it. It's player talk. Y'all hit the like button. Good morning. Subscribe to the channel. Share the channel. And support the show at $PTV 888. Scrolling at the bottom, that's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. If you're enjoying the show, please show the show some love. Bless the Cash Apps. Player Talk. Let's go.
Get me hard. What can is how you look, how you carry yourself. Those are very attractive to men. And if the men are telling you, you know, your tattoos and your piercings are crazy, you can't dictate to them what they should like.
Guys forgive too, but the difference is it's very hush-hush. We express our emotions more freely. So when we're cheated on, it's like, can you believe him? Oh my God, da da da. You're telling your friends, you're telling all your girls. Some people may even take to social media. Like, we're telling somebody that we got cheated on, right?
Yep.
So if, as a woman, you then take the guy back, it's like, oh, a guy that gets cheated on, he's not telling his boys. And if he does tell his boys, he might tell one of his closest confidants. He's not screaming about it from the rooftops.
Yeah.
And so when he does forgive, if he does forgive, nobody knows that he did, because nobody knows the incident occurs. But trust me, when I say men, well, not all men, obviously, but some men forgive cheating.
When I got cheated on, my ex, he was referring to himself as, obviously, like in the animal kingdom.
Oh,
lions and, you know, alpha males, they have.
Oh my God.
And it's an animal instinct.
Do you know why I hate it when men bring up the animal kingdom to justify cheating? And they'll talk about lions. You mean the same animal kingdom where the lioness is the one hunting?
Yeah.
Where the lioness is arguably the more aggressive. She's bringing home the bacon. She's the more aggressive one, right? You mean the same animal kingdom where male seahorses are...
Yeah, but see, women are social, and y'all really don't want to. Y'all really don't want to get into this type of conversation, cause y'all, it doesn't make sense. First of all, a male lion still hunts when he wants to. It's when he's stopping and he's building and protecting the tribe. That's when a whole bunch of women will say, hey, listen, we got the hunting for you. Women, the female lions are going to hunt anyway. That's why they hunt in packs. And y'all want to do it anyway. That's what the red lipstick is for. You know what red lipstick is for? I done told y'all a billion times. I'm damn near the only one in the YouTube streets that's telling y'all this. The red lipstick is for when the female lion come back around the male lion to symbolize that she killed something and bring something back. Around her mouth will be red because of the blood. Voila, red lipstick. It's an attractive thing. They only take bits and pieces that they see. Oh, you know, the female. No, they kill the prey, and they don't eat until the male has his pick, the big piece of chicken. You know what it is? It's thank you for providing. That's what it is. Because the majority of female lions cannot protect the pride if a bunch of male lions or a male lion decides that he wants to take over the pride. So it's another attempt to say, oh, men are lazy and women do all the work.
Are carrying the babies?
All of y'all say the same thing, same argument. Nothing changes.
And the male penguins are sitting on the eggs.
Yeah, you mean the same animal kingdom where black widow spiders are killing the men?
Those are insects, but look, listen. If a man cheats on you and he brings up the animal kingdom, he's not a serious guy. He's not. I guarantee you don't even watch Animal Planet like that, okay? But when it comes to cheating, do some men forgive? Yes, but they are often men with low self-esteem. And men who probably don't have a lot of friends. Men do tell their friends if they've been cheated on. They're not going to post it online and do all this extra stuff, but they do tell their friends. The reason why men don't stay as much is because they will get chastised by other men. We will do our jobs as friends to ensure that they have more self-respect than to stay with a cheater. I also think men are just much less forgiving. The idea of, because men are more possessive as well, the idea of your woman laying down with another guy, the image, a lot of guys just can't get it out of their head.
The T app exposes women in this way, right? The ones that I have been seeing, it makes me question women, right? There's one guy on here. He has a heart, like a broken heart tattoo right here. And then he has a $sign with like dripping blood right here, right? In the comment section,
it sounds like an upstanding citizen to me. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like
it sounds like finesse.
A great candidate. I can see why he'd be posted on that app and why he'd be getting a lot of traction on there, a lot of comments.
Section is full of delusional ass women. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to look at this man and know that he's no fucking good. Oh, and then he has the bag $sign of money in the middle of his neck. What a stand-up husband he would be, right? So someone puts, don't talk to him, he has a bunch of kids. Don't talk to him, he steals. He fucking looks like it. He fucking looks like it. I'm not looking at him, I'm looking at you. You're the dummy. So I'm like, I dare somebody to comment, well, I could have told you that and I never met the man. Some of these guys are like visual red flags. And I don't see how you thought.
But those are the types that y'all like. Those are the types y'all go after.
Somebody went and I'm thinking you're going to post somebody like Taylor from Love Island who looked like he wouldn't harm a fly or be deceptive. Y'all are posting men who visibly look they're nothing but shit in human form. Like, the money bag tattoo enough on his neck was enough for me to know he wouldn't be a good candidate for anything besides helping you rob a bank.
Well, look, firstly, you never judge a book by its cover, okay? And you never judge people on their past, right?
Less people in the United States believe in gender equality than at any time in the last 100 years. Here's something separate, but Gallup's World Poll on respect for women worldwide shows a widening gap between men and women in 93 of 144 different countries surveyed. Fewer American boys believe in gender equality than any time in the last 30 years, or since 1990. Some reporting a woman should have the same job opportunities as a man. 45% say they agree completely. Men and women should be paid the same money if they do the same work. 57% saying that they agree completely. While this is more up to social media bias and the lenses by which we view society, women are reporting that they're perceiving less respect in U.S. society than any time since about 2010. From 2021 to 2023, Gen Z's perspectives on same-sex marriage also fell about 20%. And while I'm drawing no connection between the two previous, a resurgence in traditional Christian beliefs. Gen Z is reversing a trend that was seen from millennials and among older Gen Z up until 2018, 2019, and 2020. Now, younger Gen Z and many Gen Z overall are converting. All these symptoms are growing pains related to a massive shift going on in the zeitgeist of our generation. Our generation is going through massive demographic, cultural, religious, and technological changes, seeing drastic shifts in news nearly every year. So I believe that all of these things are reflecting in a microcosm what is going on a bigger scale.
A lot of this, in my opinion, is actually quite because it's not based in any form of logic. Women having equal opportunities to men benefits everyone. It just makes sense. It's something that should happen. There's no downside to women having the same opportunities.
This is the thing. There is no such thing as equality, and they know that. And if you fall into it, listen, I believe in equality. I just don't believe that equal means identical. You know, but if you fall into it or entertain it, hey, look, at your own peril, man. That's going to be your ass. Let's go.
The fact that there are so many people who don't believe it now, to me, comes from a place of hatred. And I've mentioned this before, and I got a little bit of backlash from it. Some people don't believe it. But we were so woke that now we're going the complete opposite way. And just like there were some good things that came out from being woke, there were some bad things. And there are some bad things going on right now. The racism, for example, very open. Very open. Online anyway. Real life, these people ain't shit. But online, very open with the racism. This is where we're going. It'll come back. We'll go woke again in the next 10 whatever years. But
I mean, hell, you got feminists on Jubilee and all these other places now telling y'all it ain't about no damn equality.
Yeah, this is just where we are.
Let's go.
What do you think about when Karl Malone gets included on teams like this?
I like it. I mean, I think he's top 20 greatest players to play.
You think Karl Malone is? But what about his off the court stuff? You know, does that factor in at all?
I really don't know a lot of off the court stuff about Karl.
He got a 13-year-old pregnant. Timeout? You need a timeout? A 30-second?
No, fool.
Full?
I need a fucking full timeout. You wait a second. I have a question.
Talk to me.
When you said 13-year-old pregnant, was he 16?
I think it was a grown-up. Let's check. He was 20 and he got a 13-year-old pregnant. That doesn't seem cool to me.
Wow. I didn't.
The kid did go on to go to the I think the NFL. Demetrius Bell was his name, but I don't think Karl Malone was in his life at all, and he said he treats it like his mom went to the sperm bank.
Wrong. I am. That threw me the fuck off. Like I don't.
Yeah, that's bad.
Is it true and this is documented?
True and documented.
I didn't even know this. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's my thing, wrong. I didn't know this at all. So like,
you never heard this?
No. Was this girl in Utah?
No, it was I think Louisiana. I think it was when he was at Louisiana Tech.
And he still went to the NBA?
Yeah, it was wild, isn't it?
Patrick Beverly's reaction here was absolutely hilarious because I knew this. I can't remember where I found it out, but I found it out. And my response was the same. I was so shocked. How was he able to play? Why was he not locked up? What was going on here? Can someone let us know? Did he pay her off or did she drop the charge? Like, what happened? Because this is egregious. He should have never been in the NBA to begin with. He should have been locked up forever. But this man went on to have a...
Listen, back in the day, they were pushing underage everything. So I really don't know what y'all expect. You know, I remember showing y'all, I forgot what magazine it was. I know it wasn't Jet, but I'm pretty sure Jet does have a part of it, but or a column, but it was basically Stella got her groove back. You know, pushing that, oh, women can be cougars too. And while they were pushing Stella got her groove back, they were promoting R. Kelly. Out of all people, they were promoting R. Kelly. And what he had going on. All right, make sure you guys hit the like button. And also for the month of August, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Get your hands on some of these hemp watermelon gummy rings. 10 piece at $12.99. And also for the month of August is BOGO. So if you buy one, you get one free to equal or less value. Can't beat that with a wiffle bat. Player Talk Radio.
Whole career. What is he, top 5 scoring of all time? And this is something that people just knew about that he done, and crazy.
Shout outs to P's World. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Subscribe to the channels. Please share the show. If you're in Discord, share the show. If you're on YouTube, share the show. Let's get into it.
Red, got a video
See how
today
these
from
islands
Think
work
Before
out.
You Sleep. Survival, man versus women? Please subscribe down below. I really appreciate that. Let's get that to chow.
Will be inhabited by 4 men, while a separate island will be home to 14 British women.
Oh,
Will
it's
it be
different
brute
islands.
power or mental strength that wins the day?
Like, I kind of want to watch this show like throughout all the seasons and stuff, but it requires too much time to be watching this.
Fine.
You had him! You let him go!
1, 2, 3, go!
Nice.
Get in there, boys! Woo! Actually wrapping up a dinosaur.
We just caught a prehistoric animal.
A woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. I think evidence begs to differ on that one.
A little bit.
Sure, it's one thing to say that in a nice air-conditioned office, but I don't think I have ever heard a feminist point out the inconvenient truth that men almost exclusively work all of the dangerous and important jobs running. I can survive without a New York Times journalist,
Yeah.
but I don't think I can survive without indoor plumbing, electricity, or a roof.
Like I said, guys, even guys know we need other guys. We can't do everything ourselves.
I find it curious, though, that feminists love to proclaim how independent they are from men on their computers and cell phones that were invented by men. Which brings up the question of equality. That was a topic of discussion in the Jubilee MRA video I covered recently, and I avoided it so I could talk about it in this video. Are men and women equal? The answer to that is no. The reason for that is that men and women are two different things that you can't compare one-to-one on their actual value to society.
Correct.
Equal is the wrong word. The correct word is necessary. Food and water are not equal, but they are both necessary. Each serves its own role. The same is true for men and women. There are things that women are naturally better at, and there are things that men are naturally better at. When it comes to raising children, men are far better at setting boundaries. Women are better at emotional development. Taught to kids without fathers, they are often all over the place and can't contain their behaviors. Taught to kids without mothers, they are often emotionally Feminism, though, is an overpromotion of women, followed by a complete lack of respect for what men contribute. And well, I think this show is the perfect example of why feminists cannot survive in their fantasy world without men.
True.
For those of you who haven't heard, this is the wonderful experiment in gender equality called The Island with survival expert Bear Grylls. 14 average men versus 14 average women on 2 different Pacific islands for 6
And that's why I like it. It's average. Just normal class people.
weeks. Both groups have their clothes, 2 water canisters, and some other basic supplies like 3 machetes, 8 fishing hooks, and a first aid kit. They also had 2 days of survival training and were not supposed to do any other practice. So who will be the superior survival team? The men or the women? Obviously, both teams had it rough, but my experience watching the show was, yeah, men had it difficult, but they worked hard and pulled through. The women, however, was just a never-ending story of misery with one bad thing happening after another. They were clearly not able to survive without men, much to the anger of feminists who complained about this season. Let's get into the fun. But first, if you like the content you see on this channel, then consider making a donation. Viewer support is the best way to keep independent content creators independent from big tech, so your support is highly appreciated. Links to my PayPal, Patreon, and Subscribestar pages can all be found in the description. And also, don't forget to support me on Alt Tech. You can find the links to my Parler page and my BitChute channel in the description as well. Alright, so the first challenge of the island is to find a beach to set up camp. Beach where you can see everything than it is to be in a forest full of snakes and crocodiles. Let's see how the men handle this challenge.
It's 4 p.m. With only 2 hours of daylight remaining, the men's priority has to be finding a safe place to shelter for the night. Paul thinks the group's best option is a beach.
I personally want to just plough on and make it. I mean, it's going to get darker in here quicker than it is on the beach.
Paul pushes on, despite the group's growing dissent.
I found the sea. Ah. Ah.
So that was quick. A few hours of intense stress, everyone pushed through, and they all made it on the first day.
Easy
As for the
peasy.
women, their story is a little bit more complicated and requires more than a single clip to discuss. Their first mistake was that they decided to split up.
So one group's going to go look, and one group's going to stay here.
Who's in the go group?
Me.
Can I come?
Yeah.
Have you got your whistles?
Yes, we're whistled up.
I can tell that these women watched way
Whistles?
too much Scooby-Doo when they were kids. You never want to split up when you are in a dangerous situation. Even Bear...
They don't think they're in danger. They're in a dangerous situation. They don't think they're in danger. And they're not smart enough to realize that they don't even have a sense of direction to even find each other. You know what? Never mind.
Grill says it's a bad idea.
Splitting up your group is a high-risk strategy.
The show says they split up to protect a fire they made the previous night. By the way, we're on day 2, and the women only ended up walking a few hundred feet away from their drop point. Also, you can take the fire with you. Not to mention, you would either have to move the fire or make a new one anyway when you found a new camp. Did they think about this for more than 10 seconds?
Nope.
No.
However, I will be fair and point out that some of the women said this was a...
On a minute, you think that you can walk right round this island?
We
in the
don't
water?
know anything. I think this decision has been made a little too quickly.
But they split up anyway. On this first trip, they find a beach that isn't that great, and they come back. So that was all well and good, but now with that success, they are a little bit more confident about their bad decision, and they split up again. One of their previous dissenters, Jamie, joins them this time.
More desperate than ever to get out of the jungle, the women are sending out another search party to find a beach camp. 7 women volunteer to join Fee on the trek, including furniture maker Kate. Abby, Fran, and 3 others stay behind in their temporary camp to keep the vital fire alight.
If you watch the show, what you'll find with the women is notions of independence. You have to understand that the experience in the West is a luxury. Being by yourself in a survival situation or in any dangerous situation is stupid. There is power in numbers. The more people you have, the more people you have to...
Yeah, that's their favorite. I mean, they told you guys that they don't need you. They feel more safer around the bear. So let's see if the bear cares.
Fight and solve problems.
Correct.
You also have to understand
More
that
hands.
literally no one in civilization can survive on their own. There may be a couple of outliers, but outside of them, no one is capable of surviving on their own without using tools or knowledge that other people have invented or discovered. True independence is a myth. However, I do think it's funny when a feminist screams about how she is strong and independent while her ex-husband is paying her child support and alimony, or she's on welfare.
We know
in
this.
civilization, we rely heavily on the functioning interactions of people who have different useful skills. If those systems fail, most of us are screwed. People are going to find out just how dependent they are on everyone else. If you want to succeed, your goal in life is to team up with people who serve a role that is complementary to yours. That's what works. What doesn't work is trying to do everything by yourself just so you can say you're independent. Independent,
It's actually very stupid.
Self-reliance is not about doing everything by yourself. A person who is independent is someone who pulls his own weight instead of being dependent on the group to pull his weight for him.
Correct.
That is what we should be striving for. Getting back to the show, this is the point where things start to go downhill for the women. Remember how the guys, well, the women are on day 2, they split up, they found a beach, but the search/expedition party gets lost on the way back.
I'm used to being in forests, and I'm not going to be really happy if people start telling me I'm going the wrong way. Yeah. The most important thing is that
Nobody cares your expertise. You should at least consider people's, advice instead of just thinking you're smarter than them and just brushing it off. What is up with women?
we go in a straight line. Now, honestly, I have no idea if this is right, but we've made a plan, so we've got to stick to it.
This is actually the opposite direction. We're going back towards the beach.
The expedition party are deep in the jungle interior and have mistakenly headed north in the wrong direction from their temporary camp. Now completely lost, they're doubling back on themselves.
Wow.
Now all kinds of problems start occurring. The most obvious of which is that it's very hard for beginners to navigate a forest without walking in circles, and their forester was useless. Which means if they are lucky enough to find a beach, they have to navigate back to the camp and then navigate back to the beach. They just turned one trip into 3 trips, making their gamble 3 times as hard. Problem number 2, the team who is at camp basically can't do anything like work on a shelter, so their time is wasted.
Correct.
In nature, the luxury of wasting time. If you watch the show, you'll see that downtime is a very consistent problem on the women's team. But here is the biggest problem in this event. Each team got a doctor and some kind of medical assistant. Dr. Piers was the doctor for the men's team, and his assistant was Barney, who is a paramedic.
Okay.
On the women's team, we have Dr. Belinda and her assistant, Lauren, who is a nurse.
Why they put the sister in charge of being a doctor though? So if the women fail, they can blame it on black women. That's horrible. They shouldn't have put the sister on doctor duty, but okay.
The problem is that the team's only doctor and only nurse went to go find back in camp. A team member, Fran, is dying.
Becky!
So there's no doctor. Smart. Nice.
She's
Oh yeah, and be loud so you can attract predators. Yep, that's very smart. Be loud as you can to attract predators. Yep.
Fran's fainted!
You know, a predator loves to see somebody that's wounded or sick.
Out at
Easy
sea,
prey.
my safety response team are assessing 24-year-old Fran. After 5 days without anywhere near enough water, Fran has dehydration.
Now, I will give Fran credit because she did tell the
5
medical
days
team
without water is a significant amount of days.
not to give her any extra nutrients so she wouldn't have an advantage over her other team members, which is pretty brave. But I keep thinking, how could you be so disorganized that you wouldn't think to keep someone with medical experience in each group? I understand that they have a medical staff on call, but it still takes a while to get there, and if there is any intense emergency, then the person who gets hurt is basically dead. Certainly, if there was no on-call medical team, this would have been a very stupid move. So the medical team evaluates Fran, and it turns out that she got dehydrated. Dehydrated when earlier it was raining outside. Honestly, I know this is all hindsight and backseat driving, but I'm trying to be fair here. They had a massive water canister and a bunch of improvised bamboo cups. It's not too much of a stretch to put some of those cups outside and have them collect water for you. This is the first instance of several that the women get saved by the medical team, to which I will say the men never had an injury so severe that they absolutely had to be saved by the medical staff. One got stung by a non-lethal scorpion. They called the medical team for it, but he would have been fine. The second was Will, who fell and ruptured a tendon in his arm. Will was
Ooh.
evacuated from the island so he wouldn't permanently damage his arm, but if he had no outside help, he would have survived. The women, however, were saved multiple times by the medical staff, which I will get to, but let's continue with the story. The situation with Fran gets resolved, and the expedition party still has not gotten back after like 3 days.
Convinced they're close to camp, Georgie and Lauren go ahead to recce their surroundings.
We're just looking. Go back to where we are.
No f***ing way. Can't
Why are they marking where they go?
be.
We are.
You should be using your
The
machete to
expedition
like mark
party
the
has
trees
spent
and
all
stuff or
day in the
something.
searing heat, only to find they've walked in one big circle, back to Coconut Beach.
So the camp party decides to go search for the expedition party, and they do the one extremely obvious thing that the expedition party could have done, which was follow the coastline.
Correct.
The women at camp are finally taking their fate into their own hands.
They haven't found us, so we've got no alternative but to find them, because we've stayed and we've waited, I don't even know, 2 days, 3 days to be rescued. Now we have to just go and blow our whistles madly to see if anyone's hearing us, and that's what we're going to do, that's the plan.
Unaware of the expedition party's whereabouts, the 5 women are searching the coastline.
After everyone got off the boat, they didn't actually make it that far into the forest. And yes, everyone knew that because of the first search party. All the women who got lost would have had to do was walk the coastline and blow their whistles, and they would have easily found the camp. And I say easily because the camp party was able to find the expedition party within a few hours of walking the coastline.
Easy.
Even if they walked the wrong way, it probably wouldn't have taken more than a day. Just for comparison, I will point out that at the end of the show, 2 men, Kyle and Sam, got lost in the forest at night and were still able to make it back to camp in the same day. I will also point out that the fire the women were trying to protect went out, making the whole reason they split up completely pointless. Eventually, they find a beach to camp on after like a week. Meanwhile, the men have their entire camp set up. However, credit where credit is due, the women did make a fire on the first day, and the men didn't make one until day 2.
Very nearly there.
Here we go! Oh my God! Wow! Let it get just got really out. Oh my God!
I don't want to sound too cocky too early.
No, I don't think we should.
I don't think we should at all, but right now,
We're winning.
Although, once the men's fire is made, it never goes out, the entire 6 weeks. The women's fire, however, goes out multiple times, and they could not restart it. This leads us to the second time the women had
have now been without water for more than 48 hours, and they are dangerously dehydrated.
The women have been without water. Golly, the women have been without water. Oh my
Their
God.
situation is now beyond critical.
Medical advice is that the car.
Look at all that beach water they could have drank or purified or boiled. Start a fire by the beach. Like, what do you
Castaways are
mean?
now so critically.
The first 2 things you need to do: you start a fire by the beach, and you figure out a way to get off the floor of the jungle or the ocean. Like not the jungle, but like you don't want to sleep on the ground, like on the floor of the forest. That's the first 2 things you need to do. Find water, possibly start a fire, and get a bed off the ground, off the floor. But let's go.
Dehydrated, that within a few hours, their lives will genuinely be in danger. So really, I've got no choice but to intervene. And the women will be given a working bow drill set.
So we have women cheering about how they are doing better than the men by making their first fire so quickly, but shortly thereafter, in the first week, one of their team members, Fran, would have died without medical assistance, and by week 2, their whole team would have died of dehydration because they didn't have a fire. For reference, you can survive about 3 days without water, but keep in mind that they're on a tropical island that is commonly over 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Dehydration is a reoccurring problem for the women. Now, I
Makes
haven't
sense.
mentioned this, but anyone is allowed to leave the island anytime they want. At this point, 3 out of the 14 men have left voluntarily, and 2 out of the 14 women are gone. 1 voluntarily, and Fran from earlier was evacuated because of medical issues. Both teams ended up losing 4 people by the end of 6 weeks, so they were even on that. That being said, let's move on to the next issue. There are multiple cases in the show where things are just given to the women, and the women take no initiative to grab it. This brings us to nature's biggest handout in the show, which just walk onto the women's beach camp.
There's a pig there.
Hello.
All they've eaten in a week are a few handfuls of yucca and coconut.
We've got 2 of the cutest little piglets here.
Their little tails wag.
Of course they're cute. That's why
Like
they let them
dogs
get
are so
killed.
cute.
Everything that moves on that island really should be seen as a potential source of food, and that includes the pigs.
Oh, you're so cute. Come here, Sage. I'm here.
Keep in mind that these women have basically had no food for over a week, and they are in a situation where they could die of starvation. It's not just that, but also the fact that you get weak when you don't eat after a few days, which makes every activity more and more dangerous. With that said, instead of turning those pigs into food, they befriend them. They sleep with the pigs, they feed the pigs, they comb the pigs' hair, they turn them into pets and name them Sage.
You give up your only food to the pigs. See, this is when you know these women don't really take it seriously, because they still act this way. Because if in a real situation, knowing that they could seriously die without any intervention, they might have killed these pigs. But knowing that there's still a safety net there, they befriended them and fed them. What the fuck?
And onion. They pretty much do everything with the pigs except eat them. Then, even worse, they determined that the beach that they were on wasn't that great, so they moved to another beach and they leave the pigs at the old beach.
Bye, Sage. Bye, Onion. Look at us. We look like survivors.
The editor must have been laughing uncontrollably when he put the clip of them leaving the pigs, followed by one of them saying, "We look like survivors." It wasn't me who did that. I just trimmed out a few seconds.
No.
But wait, there's more. They leave the pigs on the old beach, the pigs follow them to the new camp, and they still don't eat the pigs. This whole situation reminded me of when I did that video on Naked and Afraid about Cassie and Forrest. I only covered that one episode of the show, but I watched 2 seasons of it to know what a typical episode looks like. A very common problem on that show was that the women would refuse to kill animals to eat, even if they weren't vegetarian. Keep in mind that if you go on Naked and Afraid, you're supposed to be a survival.
All right, so let's go back to that woman that was telling or trying to talk about the lion analogy. Oh, you know, the lions that goes out and hunts for the food. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Survival expert. Well,
get the fuck out of here.
At least in the first 2 seasons, they were supposed to be. So even the trained women will commonly refuse to do the work to provide the food they have no problem with buying at the store in a fancy package. The women on the island were the same way.
Yeah, this is why women would die starving. They're not willing to do the dirty jobs, the dirty work of raising, killing, and slaughtering these animals.
Of Sage and Onion hangs in the balance. The women have befriended them and now can't agree whether or not to eat them.
I am hungry. I don't think I could look into his little piggy eyes and then kill him.
At this point in the show, the men had to run out and go find their food. They were able to successfully capture a crocodile, while the women had food just walk up to them, and they were unwilling to do what it takes to survive. And I think this brings up...
I'm not gonna lie, if the guys were somewhat smart, but then again, there's not enough time to do that, they could train crocodile to go get food and bring back to them. Crocodiles are like dogs to a certain degree. You can domesticate them like dogs. But let's go.
An interesting point that holds a lot of people back. This happens everywhere, but I see it on YouTube all the time, so that's the example I'm going to go with. YouTubers will say things like, "I don't want to create interesting titles, that's clickbait." look, that's fine, but have fun getting like 1/10 of the viewers because your title isn't good. And I
True.
literally mean that a bad title will harm you that much. Not to mention, there are plenty of ways to make good titles without lying to your viewers. But that's a skill that you have to practice. Not putting the work in to learn how to attract an audience says to me that you don't want to put the time in or make the sacrifices it takes to be successful. If you are going to survive on an island where there aren't enough plants to sustain you, then you need to hunt or you will die. None of the women were willing to kill except for Lauren the nurse. Everyone but Lauren and Jamie, who was a vegetarian and only ate plants, should be ashamed of themselves for eating meat without being willing to do the dirty work themselves. So Lauren does eventually kill the 2 piglets, and the women finally get to eat, except for Jamie, the vegetarian. Now, there are some questions that people had about the show that I certainly have as well. For example, how exactly do 2 domesticated pigs just suddenly walk up onto the women's camp without a...
The producers did that because those girls, let's just face it, those girls were gonna go. While the men are at their camp brewing beer and shit, those girls was gonna go.
care in the world when the women were starving.
I was a little bit confused by that. Why would there be such random pigs on an island if there wasn't a mother boar somewhere around with the pigs?
Also curious, there were 2 piglets from an earlier scene the women found by chance, but ignored because their mom was around and they were afraid of being attacked.
Oh, okay.
However, just a few minutes later into the episode, 2 very similar looking piglets show up without a mom to protect them. That's very questionable, but I don't have any evidence to say that the producers released those pigs to help out the women. However, Bear Grylls admitted that the show stocked the island with different animals, so everything there wasn't entirely native. But then, people also found it strange that this fully grown pig was just laying out there in the open, not caught in a trap, perfectly fine with a bunch of people walking up to it.
There. You see it?
Pig.
A hunting party led by Lauren has stumbled across a sleeping pig in the middle of the jungle.
Oh, they got it.
How much women does it take to take out one pig? All right, let's go.
People were saying that the pig was drugged, and that's why the women were able to catch it. But I have a different explanation for why it put up so little resistance. Later, the women found out that the pig was full of ticks.
Yeah, the pig was probably sick.
The pig was probably half dead when they tried to capture it, which is why it didn't make much of an effort to run away. So I will give the women credit for catching that one. However, this leads us to our third crisis, outside of their camp now being infested with ticks. For some reason, the women decide to preserve the pig leftovers in one of their water canisters and bury it underground. This didn't work, and all the women got sick the next day from eating rotten meat, except for Jamie, the vegetarian. It's at this point they make their most disastrous screw-up that would have killed everyone if the emergency medical team didn't help them. The women took the water canister, pig, and instead of trying to sanitize it, they threw it away.
With the preserved pork no longer edible, the women removed the pig's remains and jerrycan of putrid meat from the camp. Unconvinced they could salvage a rancid jerrycan and use it to purify the water again, the women throw it away. Now with only one jerrycan to produce all their water, the women are unknowingly heading towards a dehydration crisis.
If they had started a fire and boiled the water and used some leaves, never mind.
What were they thinking? This messed up their entire filtration system and cut the amount of water they could produce in half. The women used 1 canister to filter the water and 1 canister to boil it. By the way, speaking of the men, they had a far more sophisticated water filtration system than the women did that resulted in cleaner water, and the men never seemed to have a problem with dehydration.
I don't want to drink the water. It tastes of poo. And drink it. Then you go. and then you vomit.
Have you learned to hate drinking warm water?
Actually, it's good. It's really good. And
The sauce is
you don't have to kind of just knock it back. It's decent water. The water was not an issue.
Yeah.
And actually, dehydration was your own fault rather than lack of water. Yeah.
So, the women threw away their water canister, which halved their water supply, and now they're all dehydrated. Really? How hard is it to wash the container out in the ocean, let it air out in the sun, and boil water in it to kill the rest of the bacteria? You've been boiling water to kill bacteria the entire time you've been on the island. A little while later, all of the women almost died and had to be saved by the medical team. This medical visit came with the extremely obvious advice, which was telling the women to sanitize the dirty canister. You can hear the medical team's eyes rolling when they say this.
Your bodies are just starting to fail at this point. Now,
They're giving them a way out. They're telling them what to do. Yeah, you can sanitize that. Get a team of women. Like, what are they sitting around waiting for? No one should be sitting around.
there's no easy way to say this. I'm teetering right on the brink of pulling you all off the island for medical reasons. Over. The solution is use the other jerry can. I can't say it any other way.
So the women don't die of dehydration, and later in the episode, one of the women gets a random ship that passes by to give her a free fish.
You have fish?
Get a fish?
One fish?
He's going to throw it!
Oh, you're very, very kind. Whoa!
They needed a man to bring them a fish.
Now,
Lord have mercy.
That is a barracuda.
Female privilege.
Got a fish!
Even on an island.
Oh my god, it's massive!
Right, even on an island, female privilege is crazy. Female privilege
Okay,
is
that's
crazy.
totally not cheating. Now, another thing you will notice if you watch this season, by the way, it's season 2, and it's free if you have Amazon Prime, but if you watch it, you will see that one of the big problems the women have is laziness. I think someone forgot to tell them that this is survival. You are supposed to work from the time the sun comes up until the sun goes down and you can't see anymore. If you watch the men, they barely had any downtime or vast periods of slacking off until the last day. But with the women, Bear's first perception of them was that they were too busy chatting instead of moving forward.
You know, it's 4 o'clock. It's going to get dark here in a couple of hours. And already, you know, there've been 15 minutes chat on the beach. They need to work hard, get moving.
That wasn't just a problem they had on the first day. Here's more slacking off from the women.
2 p.m. Julie is still fishing, whilst the rest of the women are more interested in sunbathing and relaxing on the beach.
This is why we came here. This bay is absolute.
You came to relax and enjoy the beach. You didn't come here to survive and prove yourself that you're better than men, or what? Like that. Like, this is why I always say it in even combat sports and stuff. Men are just so into these things. Men are love competition. We thrive off of it. Women just want everything equal.
Dream, isn't it?
Dream.
Beth and Lauren wake to discover none of the other women have done any work.
We stayed up. We cooked breakfast for everybody. We cooked supper for everybody. And then we needed a kind of a little bit of a break today. And because we've had a break, everybody else has had a fucking break, and nothing's happened.
They worried about being pampered. Oh, Death gonna pamper you. They worried about being pampered.
Keep in mind that the previous clip comes from the same episode where they were all dying of dehydration, and it continues up until the final week. Here is Belinda, the doctor, splashing around in the water with Jamie instead of working when everyone is starving and dehydrated.
While the rest of the group toil away on the bed shelter, Jamie and Belinda decide to take the afternoon off.
After watching the show, my thought was that they wouldn't have had half of the problems they did if they just worked harder. That, and my final point, which was that there was zero leadership on the women's island whatsoever.
From day one, the women have governed themselves in a leaderless community, trying to make group decisions.
What, was there not enough wood? Have you ran out of wood now?
We ran out of wood last night and everyone went
You're
to feed.
joking.
There's no leader. Not one person rules the roost. We work collectively. So if, say, I want to go foraging, I don't have to be told to go foraging. I'm going to go foraging.
All the decisions we've made thus far have been made collaboratively. We've not needed to conform to a system where there's a leader.
So how's that working for you? My understanding is that you have all almost died twice. As I said, being independent and doing whatever you want is a luxury afforded to you by living in a first world country. You need leadership and you need someone to set goals for the group. Even if those goals aren't that great, it's better that you're working towards something rather than working towards nothing. And of course, lesser as better ones are found. However, the women were rather good at doing nothing, partially because they had no direction, and they should have decided on a leader right away. Both the men and the women failed to do that within the first few days. As for the men, although it wasn't really talked about, I believe they eventually established Will, the guy who ruptured a tendon and had to be evacuated, as their leader. Leaders decide on goals, and you need to have a goal to run a functioning group. You need to have goals to run a functioning life. You can't just follow your bliss and only forage when you want to forage. Survival and success are about getting yourself to do a bunch of things you don't want to do, not about doing whatever you want when it's convenient for you to do so. The second thing leaders do, especially if they are smart, is divide labor so that people are set in the roles they are best at. You have 14 people, but you don't need 14 fishers. Someone has to fish, someone has to collect water, someone has to keep the fire alive, and someone has to build shelter. It's up to the leader to decide who is best to handle those jobs.
True.
Last, leaders are there to handle conflict and ensure people get along. Conflict will kill a group, which surprisingly was pretty well displayed in the first episode of the Men's Island, as it caused one of their very useful builders to leave. Remember, I did say the men had their struggles too, though conflict was a pretty big problem on the Women's Island as well. Eventually, the women come to their senses and make Lauren the leader. To me, Lauren was the clear choice because she says things like this.
I will not let people see that I'm feeling just as weak as them, because I actually feel like some people need strength in other people to keep them going, and I'm determined to be that person.
See, it had to fall back on her personality and her having to damn near suck it up. And I'm pretty sure during times of of them being on that island, she took the slack. I'm pretty sure she took the slack for a lot of the she basically took the slack.
I think this is one of the few good decisions that the women made. A leader is the person who goes first. That's why it's called they lead. Lauren was the first to kill an animal so they could all eat when no one else wanted to. Actually, outside of a few fish at the very end, I don't remember any of the women except for Lauren killing anything for food. Lauren was also the only one on the team who had any meaningful survival experience. In a podcast recorded over a year after the show was filmed, Lauren states that she joined a competition to row across the Atlantic Ocean where she was stuck in a boat with one friend for over 3 months. About a month of that was just them trying to survive while they were waiting for help because their boat broke. She didn't finish the race, but she went back after the island and did the race again and got second place. It takes a heavy amount of grit to do that. Anyway, things immediately got better once the women established a leader, and they actually started getting stuff done in the last week. Also, for some reason, they chose this person, Beth, as a leader too, but as far as what we can see on the show, Lauren pretty much did all the work leading. So now we are at the end of the show. The men made it on the island for 6 weeks, and the women sort of made it on the island for 6 weeks. I did, however, find it funny that both groups went right to gender stereotypes. The men were primarily focused on hunting for food, while the women were primarily focused on gathering. At the end of the 6 weeks, each team showed off their camps to Bear Grylls. The men's camp was very utilitarian, while the women's camp was very decorated and made over. One more thing, the women slept communally, while the men slept individually. So this show turned out to be a real win for feminism on breaking gender stereotypes. By the way, there were more examples on them conforming to stereotypes than the ones I gave. Another win for feminism is that Ruth England called season 1 of the show sexist because only men were allowed on that season. She said it portrayed the notion that women needed to be helped to survive. Well, seeing that the women almost died twice throughout the 6 weeks and almost had their team member Fran die in the first week, I don't see how Ruth England's notion that average women can survive without men is proven.
So many people watched that first series and said, you know, women would have done much better. They would have multitasked. They wouldn't have had the ego.
Still, the show went to great lengths at the end to make the women seem better than they were.
If I hadn't turned up today, and I turned up in 6 months, I bet these guys would be in pretty good shape. And I knew it. I knew the stereotype was wrong, you know? But I knew they could nail this.
Wow, the pandering is strong here. There is no way they would have made it
Right.
6 months. How about this? What if we just accepted that men and women have certain limitations and moved on with our lives?
Exactly.
Now, for this last part, I want to talk a little bit about the men. They didn't have much drama, but there was one really interesting episode the men had that I think brings up something very valuable. To say this euphemistically, the men's team had some very strong personalities. As I said before, one member, Paul, left the island because he couldn't get along with another team member who also ended up leaving the island. Vic, who manages a cleaning company, also had a strong personality, which made him very judgmental of the people he felt were slacking off. They actually created 3 episodes out of this based on Vic, probably because it was the only drama they had on the men's island.
Makes sense.
In one of the episodes, Vic has a dispute with one of the cameramen, Sam. Unlike Naked and Afraid, the cameramen have to participate in the game too.
Oh.
Also, side note, there
Right.
were 2 Sams, and this is a different Sam from the one I mentioned earlier who got lost. That being said, Sam's value to the group is very abstract because Sam is creative. The unfortunate truth is that generally the majority of creative people don't produce anything useful. However, if you don't have any creative people, your society will falter to the ones that do. In this regard, there are 2 things that have to happen in a functioning group or a functioning person. 1, you have to repeat patterns and strategies that work, and 2, you have to discover new patterns and strategies that are more effective and less time-consuming than the old ones. So if the men's team wants to be effective, they need to do the daily chores, but they also need to be venturing out into the island to discover new territory. They need to be trying new tricks, they need to be inventing new technologies, and they need to learn how to scale their economy.
Men.
This is where Sam, the useless daydreaming cameraman, comes in. Sam reportedly doesn't work hard unless he is really interested in the idea. That idea is a fishing net.
But the cameraman is not supposed to be helping, but technically he is there, you know, and technically they kind of got to eat and do things too, you know? So, I mean, they, you know, and they're kind of like a lifeline. So they're a part of the crew. So
The net was something they found amongst all the trash that washed up on shore. They found a lot of items that way. People saw the fishing net as a waste of time because it failed previously, but against everyone's wishes, Sam goes to work on the net in an attempt to catch whales.
Now released from wood duty, Sam sets off to check his nets.
I'm feeling positive.
Despite the group's hostility, Sam's convinced his nets will work.
I refuse pessimism to seep in. Absolutely refuse it.
Optimism it is then.
Optimism it is.
Nothing.
Very predictable. It's a waste of energy, time, fuel, everything. Stop fanning around and start doing something worthwhile.
Vic gets mad about Sam's failure and treats him even worse than before. This is a big deal because Vic is one of the most valuable members on the team, especially when it comes to collecting food. However, Sam refuses to fall in line and continues to work on the fishing net despite the failure, and that makes Vic even more mad.
Vic?
Yo! Do you trust me? I would never trust a stranger.
Okay, am I a stranger?
Yeah, at first you were.
Okay.
It's taken me longer to get used to you than it has any other guys Because they sound a little bit like me. So unfortunately, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Direct.
Vic is mad because he doesn't like politicians, and he says that Sam sounds like a politician rather than someone who is working class like he is. But there is one thing that's for certain, which is that creativity requires tons of trial and error and tons of failure. Failure is a part of the process of learning new things. The problem is that in survival, failure has harsh consequences. However, eventually everyone gets desperate because there's no food, and they run to help Sam with the nets. If you catch something, fishing nets require more than one person to pull them out of the ocean. And well, this time, Sam succeeds.
That's because even when fishing nets have like a fish or a bunch of fish in it, it has a lot of weight. You know, so you got to have somebody that can help you pull that weight in. But let's go.
Yes! Nowhere. There's a lot of whooping coming.
To tell the truth, I'm more of the Vic kind of character. I'm not creative at all, so I would have been pissed too.
Those nets, people.
All I wanted was just a fish. One fish. How many fishes have we got?
20!
Vic is the most successful fisher in the group and has saved the day many times when people were hungry. At best, I believe Vic caught 6 fish in one day. In this case, Sam caught 21 fish in one day while expending way less energy and time than Vic would have used catching that many fish. Here is Vic being a good sport about it, admitting he was wrong, and letting Sam know that he has earned his respect.
Sam's determination's been amazing with them nets.
I'm really happy that you can see that.
Yes, I couldn't. I won't deny it, I couldn't see it at all. I just thought, well, you're a big city fanny. But the big city fanny's done good. Sam, farmer, my hat comes off to you, sir. Well done you for having the balls and the determination to fix them every time. Because that certainly weren't my cup of tea. At all.
So Vic learns the value of creativity, and this is why, although often annoying and seemingly useless, creative people are needed. If you can afford creativity through excess resources or time, it can be one of the most valuable.
Hell yeah, creative people are needed. Nigga, if you can modify a weapon, you see what happens.
Components of your group or your society. I think it also shows why, no matter who you are, you need some creativity in your life. You don't have to be a full-on inventor, but if you want a lot of success, you can't say. You have to spend time learning new skills and discovering new ways to market those skills.
I 100% agree with Sleep on this. It is hard to ever grow if you're doing the same thing all the time. You constantly have to innovate. You constantly have to do new things. You constantly have to stumble forward and stay confused, like I always say. You know, if you're going forward, you're not going to always be upright. Sometimes you're going to stumble. Sometimes you're going to fucking fall. It's okay. But keep moving forward. Keep moving into that direction. That's the most important thing, is that grit.
You also have to work hard, be willing to take risks, and accept that a ton of failure is a part of the process. If you don't do those things, don't complain about how everyone else is successful while you aren't. If your strategies don't work, you need to find new strategies. There's a second lesson in this episode that I think is valuable because a lot of people are looking for acceptance. If you watch the episode, you can see how Sam is on thin ice with most of the group, but then a few moments later, they are cheering his name. He got everyone to like him, and he did that by being useful. This is something that a lot of people are missing. If you want to have friends, if you want to have people like you, if you want to have people respect you, the primary way you earn that is by being productive and providing value to other people. If you don't provide value to anyone, people aren't going to like you.
We're not women.
Well, maybe that's inaccurate. The only people who will like you are people who also don't provide any particular amount of value, so you'll have friends who are worthless if you have friends at all. If you want to change that, something. You need to be useful. And with that sentiment, I think this video has gone on long enough. So if you liked it, hit the like button.
Shout out to Think Before You Sleep. It's a little bit older video, but you know, it's a good one. I thought to bring this in because we're going over a lot of things where women are just, oh, we don't need men. Really, ladies? Really? Please subscribe down below. I really appreciate that, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Hey, man. So what do y'all think about that? I got the episode, the actual episode queued up, but we can't watch it on YouTube because guess what? You'll get flagged. Or I'll get flagged. So I still have that loaded up for Rumble, you know. And I still got the tabs and stuff like that, you know, ready for Rumble, but all right. So let me see what's going on in these YouTube streets. It's a lot of stuff that we can get into. Hold on, let me see what this one's about. Let's see what this woman has to say about it real quick, because also want to show you that lady, that Asian lady, but she's more Americanized, right? She basically I wouldn't say she's a trad con, but she basically switched up, and she's like supposed to be the new pick me girl that look good, that the space is promoting, but she can't really keep up the facade too long, even on her own podcast. But we're gonna get into her a little bit later.
Women survival island, but every complaint from the women equals one compliment that I have to give a random guy on Omegle. Watch till the end of this video to find out how many guys I had to talk to.
We have nothing to drink. We don't know where we are.
What? 2 minutes into the video and we have 2 complaints.
Really? I don't think we should.
I don't think we should at all, but right now,
we're winning.
Julie, you just order me about all the time. Oh, man. I don't hear any complaints from the guys.
She goes on about those potatoes anymore. I'm gonna stab her.
This is the male.
You're gonna stab her?
I feel dreadful.
Yeah,
Honestly,
dreadful
I
already.
feel absolutely dreadful. I never thought I would be so desperate for food and water.
And I never thought about 10 seconds into the video we would have 5 complaints already.
The water was not an issue.
Yeah.
And actually dehydration was your own fault rather than lack of water.
The expedition party are dehydrated, hopelessly lost, and wandering directions.
Oh, man.
Walking is painful now.
All night.
There's another one.
Clothes and no fire, because we have to make mistakes.
Oh, my. No dry clothes. We have to make a fire. A snake. Shut up.
We just caught a prehistoric animal.
Why are these guys having the time of their life?
With my family, and I just need to be at home.
It's like the guys have been waiting for this.
Bar have been made collaboratively. We've not needed to conform to a system where there's a leader.
You serious?
Call the medics! She's gone! Fran's fainted!
We're winning.
I don't want to drink the water.
Oh my.
It's decent water.
Oh
The
my.
water was not an issue.
It's 2:30 now. No sign of a fire.
Oh no.
Well done, team Dalton.
Guys, these men are having way too much fun. We're a few minutes in, and there are 12 complaints from the women. Meanwhile, the guys are just cheering. They're having the time of their lives.
I think it's safe to say y'all know who the problem with who and what the problem is.
If I hadn't turned up today, and I turned up in 6 months, I bet these guys would be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, so women take on Bear Grylls over sexist male-only desert island show. This was written after season 1, when it was men only, and a lot of feminists came out and tried saying it's sexist because they didn't include women, and that they thought women would be able to do just as good, if not better, than the men. So in season 2, they made it men versus women.
No!
Let's just say it didn't exactly go to plan for the women.
There's probably a reason why it was men's only.
Just look at this. Look at the currents and how rough the water is here. This is where the men got dropped off.
The women are probably going to be in a fixated pool with floaties. And they're still going to complain.
How deep is that?
You know, it is going to be out of your depth. There are rocks in there.
Stop! Stop! She's drowning in the pool!
Nice to meet you. I'm Harvela. Nice to meet you.
How the women are already getting special treatment. Look at the water they got dropped off in. Now let's compare that to the men's.
Woo! That was a damnedest
Jeez!
Fuck's sake, this is survival, not Good Morning Britain. This is amazing. I found the sea. Come on!
Booyah!
Beach!
Pina coladas.
Pina coladas. The men have an organized government at this point. Just everything in system. Houses. New technologies.
She said the men have an organized government.
What's your name? Becky. Hello.
Well, that was
Okay,
super
she's a
speech.
doctor.
You know, it's 4 o'clock. It's going to get dark here in a couple of hours. And already, you know, there've been 15 minutes chat on the beach. They need to work hard, get moving.
No!
There's nothing I can do. These are things they're going to find out.
No!
Are we going right or straight?
Guys, shall we get together and have a chat? Because
No, I didn't know places like this existed.
What, you didn't know a jungle existed?
Like running out fast, the women are no closer to finding a beach to set up camp. The women have decided to abandon their search for a beach and set up camp in the jungle.
Look at my fucking hand. I'm a hairdresser. And, like, I can't afford this. I'm trying to keep these
Stop it!
long.
Stop it, Jade. Just
Stop!
Just try and stop.
Yes!
It's a word.
Stop!
Yeah, so this is basically episode 1.
We don't know where we are.
Kind of
Oh
shows
man.
the differences between men and women. The men immediately decided, right, they need to work as a team, get to the beach, get out of the jungle. That's what they did. They did it on episode 1. The women kind of didn't understand the seriousness of what they was in. They wasted time talking.
And somehow these guys were able to do everything without saying words to each other. They just went in formation and did it.
Split up, which is a terrible idea in any survival situation, but that's what they decided to do. Half of the women stayed in the jungle.
Now, mind y'all, everybody, they're domesticated. The men are domesticated. They've lived in the real world. They have jobs. They went to work. They're used to the customs just like anybody else. And they just went quiet, got it done. You didn't have to hear how, oh, I'm a mechanic, I'm a hairdresser. My degree is going to save me out here. Can you sleep with somebody to get to the top out here? Nope. Maybe for a little bit of protection, but that's it.
While the other half went to find a beach, which I think they've a problem.
Not just all of that, but there was 15 complaints in this small clip that we watched. It is time for the complaint reveal. These women complained about missing their families, being uncomfortable, and the pool, which was nothing in comparison to the guys' pool. So therefore, in order to make up for all of the complaints on behalf of the women in the world, I need to give 15 compliments to random people on Omegle. I have never stepped foot on Omegle and I am terrified. Hi.
Wait a second.
What the hell does this have to do with anything? Oh, God. Anyway, well, that was short-lived. All right. Well, you see the difference between her and the other guy going over the same thing. I'm mad she said the guys had a government, which is true. The dudes had a government at this point. All right, I wanted to go over this on the last show. Shout outs to Danica Marie. She ain't never hit me up, UFO. But let's see.
Women today are struggling. And when those women just so happen to be single mothers, it makes the struggle for them 1,000 times worse. And what's adding insult to injury is the fact that we can clearly see a lot of those same men that we swore up and down that we did not need, or that we swore up and down that we would save for later, are nowhere to be found, and they are absolutely rejecting you. Y'all like the video, share the video, and subscribe. We have got to break this down because I warned a lot of the women out there that this day would come. And what is that day, you may ask? Well, it's the day to where men were protecting themselves from liabilities, from women who came attached with a whole bunch of baggage, drama, trauma, and
that's the crazy thing. The original pick me was the married woman, or a woman in some type of serious relationship. You got a lot of single pick-me's out here. You know, it was something for some women and a lot of women to be jealous of for some reason. You know, it's like, oh, well, you got a man doing for you. You know, think about the dating pool of today as a quote unquote, I guess you could say, metaphorical island. Same concept, different environment.
looking for charity. All right. And it's gotten so bad, you all, that women are going as far as lying about having children just so they can have access to these men, because they know and understand that these men are
Absolutely. She-Ra 7 told them to pretend like they don't have any kids. She-Ra 7 told them to pretend like they don't have any kids, and then guilt trip the shout outs to Am1 Play 5. Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show, as always. Yeah, She-Ra 7 told them to pretend like they don't have any kids, so that when the guy finds out that they have kids, or eventually they'll have to tell the guy, they guilt trip the guy by saying, I'm sorry I lied to you, but I thought you wouldn't have liked me, or taken me serious or dated me if I had the kids, or showed you that I had kids. That's diabolical. But let's go.
Standing on business. Like, look, ma'am, your children could be a blessing to you. All right. Okay, your children could be beautiful gifts from God to you. However, I'm just not positioned in my life, or maybe I am and I just don't want to be in that position in my life to where I am having to take care of not only a woman, but extra people that I did not create. Sorry. Too bad, so sad for you. I have not worked this hard to get to this level in this position to just have somebody come in and wreck shop. And women are seeing that the men are standing on business, and they're like, okay, well, let me hide this about myself then, and let me tuck this away and save it for later. That way, I can get him to fall in love with me and take me in. And then by that time that I actually do tell him the truth, it'll be too late, right? Wrong. These men will still leave you. These men will still dump you, and a lot of you all are finding that out the hard way. But y'all like the video, share the video, and subscribe. I want to get into this clip with you all because it blew my mind. Now, I will say that this could be a skit, all right? However, we all know when it comes to the skits, it's a lot of information that is still legit. So we're going to review this because nevertheless, this is happening in real time today, and we got to break it down because it was a lot of bars, gems, and jewels that was dropped, okay? But let's get into this. Again, y'all hit the like button for me, and let's break this down.
Because you didn't tell me you had 4 kids.
Okay, and I was supposed to tell you that? I was supposed to tell you that right now when I just met you 2 days ago?
Yeah, you were supposed to tell me that. How you gonna lie?
I never lied. I just haven't told you yet. I have 4 kids. Okay, so what's the problem?
You got 4 kids. That's 4 other mouths to feed. What's yours?
Yeah, so what? So are you not capable of taking care of them?
Yeah, I'm capable of taking care of them, but I don't want to. It's my choice.
So why did you feel like you needed to bring me to a date? You said that you would like the type of person that I am. So if that's the case, why is it that you don't want to go date me furthermore now?
I do like you. Like you cool, you fine. But you got 4 kids.
Okay, and?
Was you ever married? Was you ever married?
No, I was not. I got 3 baby daddies.
Okay, well, damn, you got 3 baby daddies. See, I know. No. Baby girl, I ain't got no problem. Listen, I like you. You cool. Man, listen, one baby daddy.
This is not even cool at this point. One baby daddy what? I don't have one baby, I have 3.
Okay, 1 kid. Okay, maybe you made a mistake. 2. All right, you pushing me. 3? No, hell no. That's you. That's just what you do. 4, hell no. You that type of person. That's just who you are. Man, listen. For me, with all the accomplishments and things that I've done, for me to get with a single mother, man, that's 7. That's 7.
It's not 7. And what's wrong with me being a single mother though? Because I'm very strong at the end of the day.
Nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with you.
My kids. I'm not asking you to take care of my kids.
You're not asking me to take care of your kids, but it's gonna go like that.
Ooh. Again, get the likes up for me. This is real talking, a little big sis. And I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, that's a skit. The skits are still legit, and we got to break it down, all right? Because a lot of men are feeling this way, believe it or not. Now, the scenario that's going on in this clip is this guy, I'm assuming, was getting to know this woman, and they were vibing real well. And then all of a sudden, once she felt like, hey, I think we're kicking it out pretty smoothly, then she sprung it on him that, hey, actually, just to let you know, I got 4 kids, 3 baby daddies. Is that cool with you? And he was like, no, actually, it's not. Like, that's a huge responsibility. That's additional mouths to feed, including yours. And we already know when it comes to a lot of women, they will try to shame you and use that as a tactic of manipulation and control to get you to bend to their will. So she instantly says, oh, well, do you not have enough money to take care of us? Like, do you not have the resources? Like, you should have enough to do this and the third. Like, it shouldn't be.
She said that while at the same time telling him that he don't have to take care of the kid, knowing damn well that's a lie.
A big deal. And let's be honest, you all, a lot of the men out there, they could actually afford to take care of you and additional people. They could. But when he said in this clip, he said, I don't want to, and that's my choice. That's actual fact. A lot of men have in their minds like, yeah, just because I have it does not mean that I should have to go out of my way to extend that. No, I worked hard to build to where I am today. So I need a woman that is going to be complementary and beneficial to what I have already going on. I'm trying to evolve. I'm trying to elevate and grow, not just be, with a woman that's a charity case. And women just don't understand that. They'll try to say things like,
yes, they do. Yes, they do. They're just playing around with y'all. They understand it real well. Let's go.
Oh, well, you must be broken. You must be dusty. And, you must not be a real man because a real man could and a real man would. And that's just not working today. It's like, okay, whatever. At the end of the day, I'm done though. You are dismissed, and that is what's happening. And I know that a lot of women out there are being taught that you should withhold that information, lie to these men, omit facts, and then reel him in real good, and then you spring it on him and tell him the truth down the line. But we can clearly see that that is not panning out for you all too well. Okay, men today are a brand new species. They do not give a damn about how fine you are, about how good the peach is, about what you got going on as far as the aesthetic of it all. No, 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 ma'am. If you are not somebody that is going to add actual value to my life, you can go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you fell for the okie doke. I'm sorry that you were taught that, hey, I'm just a blind, deaf, and dumb fool that's going to be easily finessed out of his pocket or easily finessed into falling in love and then having you take advantage. But sorry, that backfired. That was the wrong and inaccurate information. You got the wrong dummy. You know, and also women will say things like, oh, well, I'm not looking.
I don't think Danica and Six the Goddess aren't cool. They used to do this D6 podcast. I don't think they're cool as they used to be anymore. And this probably might be it too, because you know a lot of sisters that you know that have that probably got kids and that think different. They probably don't like this. They probably don't appreciate this type of content. You know. In other words, they might have fall out over certain opinions and stuff, which is crazy because even in the pick me spaces or what people would call the pick me spaces, everybody can eat. But let's go.
For a father for my children, you know, they have their own daddy, and I'm not looking for a man that's going to, you know, take care of my kids like I can take care of my kids. But let me be honest, you all, and let's be realistic. And y'all like the video, share the video, and subscribe. These men understand that that sounds good, but the reality of the matter is, if those children are in your possession, he is, as a man, going to feel responsible and obligated to look after them as well. And if he didn't, he's a bum. All right. But any man that is an actual man, a masculine man, he is not going to neglect children whatsoever. If children are present, he's going to be present for them and with them. If children are around him, he's going to do his damnness to make sure that they are being provided for and protected. And if those children just so happen to be, you know, attached to the woman that he's with, he's really going to go the extra mile. So, I mean, it sounds good in theory, but the reality is they already know the deal and the drill. And the deal and the drill is your kids will become a bill. Bars. All right, so y'all can save all of that. Oh, you know, they got their own daddy, this and the third. Cool, they could have their own daddies. But at the end of the day, if they are going to be in my home, you know, around me, I'm going to have to step up and play stepdaddy. I'm going to have to step up in those instances and in those times to where when their daddy is not around, I have to fill those shoes. And men don't want to do that. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of adjustment. It's a lot of adapting, and they don't have to do that. They just don't. Okay. Children come with their own extra baggage in and of themselves, right? You have schooling, you have living accommodations, you have transportation accommodations. Like, that's a big deal. And a lot of men just don't want to spring into action all of a sudden. What did he say? He said, look, I worked too hard to get where I am today. For me to deal with a woman like you, that would be me settling. And rightfully so, it is a settle. If a man would have to strip away at his resources in order to accommodate a woman and offspring that is not his, that is a settle. You worked all this time and you've built up your wealth all this time just to have somebody come through and chip away at it and pretty much deplete it? No. Why would you do that when you can find you a different woman who is on the same wavelength as you, right? Who would be your equal, that would be your reflection, that would balance you out, that could absolutely.
I will say this though. It is hard to hide 4 kids. That's why I know it's a skit. That's how I know it's a skit. How the hell you hide 4 kids?
Absolutely help you to evolve and elevate to the next level like that. And y'all can work towards starting your own family from scratch. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of men who would work towards that versus just jumping in first and having an already made family that he has to hurry up and scurry to take care of. That's a lot. And that is stressful. And so when men want to reject y'all for that reason, that's their right. Okay. And it does not mean that they are broke or dusty or not real men. Maybe he's just not somebody that is ready and willing to do that. Maybe he is somebody that is looking for a situation that is a little bit more appealing to him, that complements him well, that is beneficial for him. You know, and y'all should respect that and bow out gracefully. But again, ladies, I warned y'all about this. This is why I was always telling y'all, be very, very mindful about the lifestyle that y'all lead. You know, if you're out here being reckless and ran through, that is what could come waiting for you.
Well, this is another thing. If you're playing this game where it's like, okay, I'm gonna try to hook him, basically get him invested in me, get him to quote unquote, you know what I'm saying? What's going on, Shiesty? Good to see you, bro. Get him to you know, get invested in me, get him to know me or whatever, and basically get him invested. That's just another word, you know, another reason to get him invested. And then try to guilt trip him into take care of the kids, or spring that on him or whatever. Well, once he realized what it's like being with you, and then you just trying to topple on 4 more kids, oh hell no. He definitely knows it's not worth it.
You down the line, what can come waiting for you down the line is rejection from men that you out.
You don't even have to speculate. He definitely knows the cow ain't worth the milk ain't worth it, especially when the cow is free.
Absolutely need these providing men, these protecting men, these wise, intelligent men. They're not going to see the real perk and benefit or the value in getting with you when you have a lot that is just attached to you in a negative way. And I am in no way, shape, or form saying that your babies are not blessings and your babies are not beautiful. But just to be very, very honest and clear, that is the perception when it comes to men who have a lot of things to lose. Like, your babies, as beautiful as they are something that is an expense. They are something that is going to require him to overextend himself. And he's going to have to make a lot of adjustments, a lot of sacrifices, and a lot of compromises in order to make that work. And men don't want that. Put it to you plainly, they don't want that. That is not something that's appetizing or appealing for them. So be careful, ladies. Stop going out here spreading it far and wide, creating all these babies that are essentially going.
Not far and wide though.
Going to be put on the next man, and that next man may not want to deal with it. So just something to consider while y'all are out here feeling like it's okay to be a hot girl, city girl, and liberated sexually. It could come with dire effects. All right. But I told y'all this day would come. And what's so sad is that now that y'all are seeing that these men are not playing about protecting themselves and not allowing liabilities to come into their lives and destroy it, even if.
And what was making it even sad though is that it's like, okay, back in the day, these women, they get like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lifelines. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, it sounds heartless to say, hey, you know, the way women are acting, you know, these dudes are sitting up here all day repeating our talking points, SBEing, right? Telling women, hey, nobody's gonna come for you, nobody's gonna save you. That's a lie. That's not true. Winter's not coming. And if men knew anything about women, you want to know what you could say that would have made a lot more sense? It don't even matter if people are going to come and save you, because people are going to come and save you, but you're going to do something that's way worse. And you want to know what that is? Exhaust your options. You have no choice but to exhaust your options. That's how bad you're going to run through every single option. The women of yesteryear, back in the day, they had the luxury to say, hey, well, you know what? I'm going to go get me a little lesbian woman. But what about the woman that's right back to men that's already tried that? And it's like, yeah, I know what it is on the other side of the fence. And I already fucked that up. I've already exhausted those options. They not looking for me. Or I don't want them. So that's even worse. You don't even got women that's going to put up with it. And then not even really, I'm gonna tell you the truth. This is why this shit is so backwards. It's the lesbians that should be hounding y'all about body counts, not the man. It's them that got to put their mouth on it. Think about it. They got to lick the disaster zone. It's the lesbians that should be hounding about body count, not no damn man. I mean, well, anybody can. Pun intended. But they're the ones that got to put their mouth on it. Real talk. I've seen bitches sniff food and act like somebody put something in their food. And it's like, baby girl, you done put your mouth on way worse. If your girl only knew, you done put your mouth on way worse. But let's go.
If it's on accident, you have women out here, femininity coaches and gurus, actively telling y'all, hey, hide those kids, girl. Lie about
Up here dumping sugar and sniffing my spaghetti. Bitch, you done put your mouth on way worse.
those kids. Don't y'all know that these men are not playing? They're not gonna let y'all sit at their table if they know that you are a multi-baby mama.
Like, hey, yo, that is very true. They be getting their ass dealt with them lesbians.
Oh no, baby. Let's run the clip and show y'all what's going on.
Doesn't matter if you have kids. Don't say it to a man. Don't bring them up at all. Don't do it. Oh, I'm worried about people, predators.
There she go. Remember I told you She-Ra 7 was doing it? Here you go. This is a second rendition of it.
Tell people I have kids because there's so many predators out there. I have to be careful and protect myself and my children. I trust you now, so I told you now. That's all you gotta say, and it'll work.
Yeah, you gotta, instead of, you remember they used to sing that Mary J song? She said it's your child and it really messed me up. How can you deny your own flesh and blood? Like, dang. You denying your own flesh and blood on a date so you can run game. Shame on a nigga trying to run game on a nigga. Imagine denying your child to go on a date with somebody you're not interested in, but you want to play him. And then covering it up by saying, I had to protect my child. Get the fuck out of here.
Believe. If you wouldn't go to a job interview.
Why would you go on a date with somebody that you feel you got to protect your child from?
Say all these things and spewing out all your business, don't tell me. There's no real reason to tell a man you have children unless you plan on a long-term relationship with him in the future and he's already in love with you. He won't care. But women that all just want to tell people every little single detail about their lives are just setting themselves up to be used. So leave out as many details as possible. Do not tell people everything about yourself. Is the man.
So clearly y'all see who the problem in the dating game is. Clearly y'all seen who killed dating. Let's go.
You are on a date with going to ask you for your hand in marriage. It doesn't matter if you have kids. Is he trying to meet them? Are you going to make it to date 3 and make it to date 4? Is he going to actually get to know you before he judges you? Is he going to fall in love with you before he judges you?
Now, y'all heard what her goofy ass said. She said, oh, be deceptive. Okay, don't tell these men the truth. I know that you are trying to get into a long-term committed relationship with a great man, but start off on the wrong foot. Don't give him any accurate details or information about yourself so that he can really genuinely get to know you and what he's getting himself into. No, leave all of that out. We want to start the relationship off on the wrong foot of you being dishonest. Yeah, don't have it to where you're being forthcoming and you're out here just trying to be a righteous woman with morals and values. No, lie. Get that man to fall deeply in love with you, and then you tell him, well, just so you know, babe, everything that you know about me is a lie.
And then what happens when you actually do all of this stuff and get him? This is the point that this is the part that they don't talk about. What happens when you do all of this stuff and let's just say he goes for it? Now you work yourself, ladies, into a corner because you really can't love him because he's a sucker. He's a sucker to you now. And then let me tell you what makes it worse. You not that bright. Your elevator don't really go to the top floor. So he not that first person that you're trying to pull this shit off on. Hold on, y'all. All right, hold on. You guys should be able to hear me. I have to switch my audio. But like I said, you're not that smart. You don't know how to run routines like that. You really don't know what you're doing. So he's not the first person that you tried to pull this off on. So, you know, I'm player enough to know that there's another guy that you tried to run this on that you were more attracted to. And he said what he should have said, which was no. And you really thought about it, like, damn, why you say no? Or dang, that kind of didn't work. But I really can't blame him for saying no. I mean, to a certain degree, you know, if you run a game and a dude say no, you know, that kind of doesn't make you any more unattracted to him or him any more unattractive to you. It's just that now you going out there and it's like now you need somebody to fall for your trick. You need somebody to fall for that little routine that you've been failing with all month. And then what it does is it puts you into a catch-22, because if somebody does fall for that little routine, if somebody does fall for that little trick, guess what? They're suckers. And you yourself can't really love them and fall for them long term at this point. Because it's like, dang, you actually fell for this? So even at the point when you start to like him and he accepts you and your kids, now it's the back end of the BS. Let's go.
So you're probably not even really in love with me. You're in love with my facade and my fairy tale. But don't worry, okay? Don't worry, because now I'm going to be honest. Now I'm going to tell you. And by that time, it could very well be too late. All right? So that whole spiel that she gave was just completely trash to me. And if you are a woman that is looking for a genuine, solid connection, you need not to take that advice. Be as honest as you possibly can. Now, as far as
man, you know they ain't about to listen to you. You know, they gotta, you know, that's the mentality of the women of today. They gotta scam. They're more preoccupied with being little scammers than gold dig. And that's another thing. That's why I'm glad, like, She-Ra 7 is having a hard time talking to today's woman, because today's women don't know how to be no. Today's women couldn't even survive back in 2007, 2008, 2015, 2010. They couldn't survive. Because you had to have a little bit of tact. You have to have a little bit of tactfulness to you. You have to, you know, you got to at least somewhat know what you're doing. These bras nowadays need to watch YouTube to learn how to boil rice without harming themselves. The women of yesterday, today's woman could not survive or run with the women of yesteryear. And it's almost sad, because the Melissa Fords and all the other women that were around during that time, you would think at this point, you know what I'm talking about, Chris G, you would think at this point those women would be practicing some type of emeritus. Tori, where you at, love? These some big words. You would think those women will be practicing some type of emeritus. Like they're like, you know what? I still look good. I can still do my thing. I'm in the game, but I'm not competing. They're just practicing emeritus. You know how like Jay-Z, you don't gotta get into no rap battle. You don't gotta like battle with people and stuff like that. Even the new generation, the millennials, they're like, man, I'm just gonna see what's the hype about Jay-Z. And it's like, nigga, if you ain't gonna do your history or your homework, don't worry about it. We just gonna sit up here and listen to you say stupid shit. If you know, you know. Man, don't nobody like Jay-Z definitely ain't about to step off of where he at and come try to convince you he's the GOAT. He just out of the conversation. So niggas just be like, okay, well, who do we listen to? We listen to Drake or Kendrick or J. Cole or Big Sean or whoever. And they just throw them in there. Jay-Z don't got to be a part of those conversations. Nigga, Jay-Z been out those conversations way before the pandemic. It's just automatically implied, if you know. This nigga got some dope ass albums that haven't even got recognition yet. Like niggas haven't even really did a complete scan of American Gangster yet. And then some of these dudes, it's like, oh man, Jay ain't the GOAT, or he ain't one of the best. You ask them, who's your favorite rapper? Lil Uzi Vert. It's like, oh my god. Okay. Like nigga, y'all niggas are asking hip hop questions to niggas that listen to NBA YoungBoy religiously, and mad that you can't get a straight up answer. I'm a DJ. I got rappers that y'all don't even know about. Some of the best rappers y'all never heard about. So like I said, the women of yesteryear, like, you know, She-Ra 7 is out of her element. She's giving video vixen game. She's giving gold digger game to women that want 100%. See, gold diggers can happen to get 100%. But gold diggers, they play a little bit different. Gold diggers, to a certain degree, yeah, they horrible women, but they still got a little bit of a conscience. Gold diggers would be like 90-10. 70-30, 20-80. It ain't necessarily fair exchange, no robbery with them, but it's like they like, listen, at least I showed up with a shovel pretending like I was gonna work. These scammer-minded women nowadays, they don't show up with nothing and they want it all. And you get nothing. That's how they operate. And these women, they're impatient. They don't know how to play the long game. Real women they're the ones that get married. They're the ones that get off the market. They're not homie hopping, calling that bullshit hypergamy. That's not hypergamy. That's homie hopping. They're not homie hopping. They know they can get damn near everything out of one good simp. Meanwhile, you got women out here homie hopping from simp to simp to simp, or whoever she don't respect, to the next person that she don't respect, and she get to harbor her hatred for men. She can be misandria all day. And it seems justified, but deep down inside she knows is her choice. So she could jump from simp to simp. But the smart woman knows that she can get all of that out of one dude. And the crazy part is that the simps of today ain't like the simps of yesteryear. It's not like you got to really be hitched up with some ugly dude. You know, you got, you know, I mean, sadly enough, you got handsome simps out here. Pause. You know, you got a lot of niggas running around out here that don't know their worth. And got a lot of potential. The fact that you could be an ugly nigga out here, what's going on, Lord? The fact that you could be an ugly nigga out here and a woman will still choose you because you look good to her, and you a guy out here that's protecting and providing, you go to the gym or you fairly in shape or whatever, and you don't know your worth, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. All you got to do is be halfway handsome, and they can kind of see it. If you halfway handsome, they'll pay your ransom. Because these women, they're blind. They have to get rid of the appraisal system. This is why y'all shouldn't be really listening to niggas talking to you about the scale of 1 to 10. I've been seeing so much podcasts with people talking about the scale of 1 to 10. It's like, bro, don't even bother getting into those conversations. Niggas don't know what they talking about. Yeah, man, y'all feed the fuel, man. Let me cook. You know what I'm saying? Throw something on the grill. You dig what I'm saying? Bless the Cash App. Support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Y'all hit the like button. Bless the PayPal. Y'all can support the show. Cop the book. Shout outs to Morbid Trinity again. Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Some information on the first date and stuff like that. Okay, that's cool. Maybe feel this person out before you start talking too much. But if this is that you see a future with, or that you really feel like you are vibing with, and you have a real connection, be honest very early on. That way it can continue to progress forward into something. Because the last thing that you want is to fall in love yourself, and then this man dump you and reject you because the whole time you've been lying to him. All right, that is not going to end well for you. Being out here lying to these men, trying to string them along, and then springing the truth on them later, that is a horrible recipe for a disaster. Okay, you want to make sure that whatever man that you are involving yourself in or with is completely okay with who you are, what comes along with you, so that he can be the proper mate, not only for you, but for your children. Because believe it or not, you all, when you are involved with a man and you have children, he is going to be directly tied to your children as well. So you want to make sure that you're laying it all out there. That way he knows what is in store.
And then you got a lot of women that have kids wondering why they can't get a man. Is because you got other women playing games like this. They, you know, when women play games like this with men, they're basically shitting on other women. I hope y'all realize that. But let's go.
Store for him. All right, but that was trash information, and this is why a lot of our relationships are not lasting, because y'all are being taught to be lying-ass females. Y'all are being taught to be untrustworthy. Y'all are taught to be for the streets. Oh, okay, you lied to me this whole time? Bet. Now that man can completely cut you off, not deal with you, or just use you as somebody to hit and quit. Okay, do a split and then split. That's what they are setting y'all up for. And what makes this even more tragic and trash is the fact that a lot of women are up in arms and upset when men do this to them, right? How many times have we heard stories about a man hiding his kids, and all of a sudden down the line when y'all got married, you know, you've noticed his check is being garnished, all because he kept his kids on the hush. Like, baby, just how you know, I do got about 5 kids by 5 different women, but don't worry, because you in love with me now, right? Okay, so it should not matter that our income taxes are being garnished and my check is being depleted because, I mean, yeah, I got kids and I know I didn't tell you about those kids, but that was because it was none of your business. But now that I trust you and now that we're really involved, yeah, now I think it's okay for me to tell you about my garnishments. Yeah, my back child support.
But see, it's a little bit different with men. Y'all gotta understand this, ladies. It's a little bit different with men because what happens is, guess what? A man can get you hooked. And best believe a man can get hooked to you too. But the thing is that, like, I ain't gonna lie, if you want to see a nigga change up real quick, give him some coochie. If you want to see a nigga change up real quick, give him some coochie. You're going to find out if he's still annoying. You're going to find out if he still likes you. If you want to see a man change up super quick, give him some coochie. And then I'm telling you, once you throw those kids out there, he going to look at it like, I don't know if it's worth it, but let's go.
Yeah, I know. But again, you gonna still be by my side, right? Because you love me. You a real woman, right? Please. Y'all gonna be like, what? They're gonna be mad as hell. So don't think that this is cool to do if you are a woman and you're just trying to finesse your way in to find a husband.
I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't have to ask you if you have kids. Like, if you have kids, you, not me. If you have kids, you're obligated to tell me that you have kids. Like, why am I at the end of the day being like, oh yeah, do you have kids? And you're like, oh yeah, I do. Huh? Like, you went the whole entire date. You went matching on Hinge, texting, switching to text, following me on Instagram, the whole date, the whole car ride, then the whole date without mentioning your kids. And at the end of the day, you want to be like, oh yeah, I have kids. I have 2 kids. Like, tell me that's not crazy. You're the one that has the kids. So you should tell me you have kids. I shouldn't have to ask you if you have kids.
Concept that will never make sense to me is dating as a single parent and not immediately making it known that you have a child. I will never get that. Because why would you have them get to know you, build a bond with you, and then you drop the bomb on them that you have a child or children? Because people be doing that. They be having multiple kids on the low and don't be telling nobody. Because being a parent is a humongous shift in what it could look like with dating somebody. You could be wasting someone's time. Not everybody's interested in dating someone with a child.
And this is the thing. It's not even that. It's basically guilt tripping. That's what it is. It's basically guilt tripping. It went from you're basically springing this child and situation onto someone and then immediately trying to force them to make a decision because they feel like a piece of shit if they tell you no. And y'all been through all of this. It's basically you get a commitment and then you guilt trip them. This is all mental gymnastics. This is all psychology. But let's go.
Everyone's trying to be a happier stepmama. So getting to know someone and bonding with someone and then telling them after the fact that you have a kid, you're literally dating them basically under false pretenses. Like, you're by omission. I don't understand that. And then plus, why would you want to keep your kids a secret? When it comes to dating, having a child, especially when you're dating someone that doesn't have kids, can understandably be a deal breaker. So keeping that from someone is just wrong. If you're dating with intention, if you're dating to marry, if you want a long-term relationship, then dating someone and not telling them that you have a kid kind of shows that you're not trying to find a step parent or someone that's actually trying to be in your child's life long-term. Which, if that's what you want to do, that's your business. But for me, when I was single, it was like, listen, I got a kid. You like it? Yeah, nah, all right, bye. That simple. I wasn't finna give nobody the time of day, especially because I knew it wasn't gonna go nowhere. I wasn't gonna waste their time or mine.
There you have it. Okay, and I love that these women were the ones who said this, because let a lot of these sprinkle disciples tell it. Oh, no, you never do this. Always be manipulative. Always lie. Don't tell too much information. No, string these men along. Use these men. You know, and it's trash. And that is why a lot of the relationships are not lasting. And once again, why is it something that you feel like it's okay for you to do as a woman, but when it comes to a man, he can't do it? So no, but I'm gonna tell y'all what this is. And y'all like the video, share the video, and subscribe. The reason why this is happening in abundance today is because, like I said earlier, we can all see that the men of today are protecting themselves. I do not want liabilities at my table. If you are not somebody that is coming to my table to add on in a positive way, and you're just here to subtract, you're just here to have handouts and help, you can go. And a lot of these chicks out here that are struggling, that just so happen to have children on top of that, they know the deal for them. They know, yeah, these men are not going to let me in organically. And what do I mean organically? What I mean is these men are going to scope these women out, because they're already doing it with women who don't have kids. Okay, if you don't have kids and you're a trash female, these men are even leaving you to the dust. So when you have kids, it's like, oh, hell no, like that's a lot. And yeah, you could be a fine woman and you could be a good woman, but that's a lot to deal with, and no thank you. But let me go back to my point. My point is this: they know that if all things were just out in the open and in the clear, these men would not organically want to spark some kind of connection with these women, because they can already see that it's coming with a lot of attachment and a lot of baggage with it. It's a lot to sort through and deal with. So yeah, I'm going to have to finesse my way through this. I'm going to have to lie my way through this, or at the very least, keep quiet for a moment of time and then tell him the truth later. But a man just off the strength letting a woman come in, and he can clearly see the things that she comes with that are not in alignment with what he has going on. Yeah, no thank you. And we can't see that, and this is why a lot of women today are panicking. But again, ladies, I told y'all so. But y'all thought that y'all could be reckless, ran through females and baby mamas, and any old man is gonna come through and say, you know what, it's okay, I'll be the pappy.
I mean, but this is the thing. They don't think that far. They don't think that far. Because if any reckless man can come through or whatever, if a guy does accept them, the thing is, it's like, are they attracted to him? Are they attracted to him? Like are they gonna act right? Don't even matter. It don't even matter if they, that's the thing, it don't even matter if they get one. Let's get it.
Out of Peppy!
And they're not. Okay, they're not even trying to sit down with y'all and waste their time on y'all, right? Let alone get to know you or take you out on a date or be your boyfriend. Like, that is a wrap. And y'all can see that if this is why y'all are trying to come up with a new playbook of lying and omitting facts. That way men can give you a chance. But men are not doing that today. Okay? But I want to ask y'all something before I wrap this up. And please be honest, all right? Because I'm really trying to see what's going on. Put a 3 in the chat if you are a man that would be okay with a woman not telling you that she has children until the last minute, right? Let's say that you're the type of man that's like, you know what? Her having children or not, it's not that big of a deal to me. So it wouldn't matter here or there if she waited to tell me or if she told me right off the jump, you know? Put a 3 if it does not matter to you. You know, you're a family man anyway. You're ready and willing to be a stepdaddy. It's cool, okay? It ain't nothing to a boss. And then put a...
I mean, some guys are gonna see women on Facebook or whatever social media they got, and those women are already gonna have kids, and he already knows it, and he's gonna select her still, even with her kids. And yes, kids with an S at the end. The thing is that, does she want him? Is she attracted to him? Does she feel he's the type of guy that she should bring around her kids? Again, with the S at the end of it. That's the thing. Because best believe a lot of the women that have guys chasing after them that have kids, they don't want them, or they're like, I can't see. Mind you, a lot of times too, those women they consider what their kid might think of you also. Now, would your kid like them and shit? I know women that don't date certain dudes if they pet don't like them. Like, some girls that have cats and dogs and shit like that, they won't date a certain dude if they pet don't like them. Ran into a lot of interesting stuff out here in the dating game, and you're gonna run into a lot of interesting stuff in these damn YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Danica Marie. You dig? All right, let's get into y'all other favorite somewhat pick me. All of y'all seem to know Reva. When I mentioned her a couple shows ago, I was like, "Oh, y'all watch Reva? Okay."
Men that cheat on their women all the time, aka serial cheaters, are 1,000 billion% gay.
Riva TV.
What?
What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. So I was actually sent this video from TikTok to my Instagram. I have not watched the entirety of the situation. I had only seen the...
There's always some dumb bimbo saying something dumb.
Follow-up video, I guess. But I did not see the initial, so I'm going to go ahead and press play, pause, play, then give you guys my thoughts, my feelings, my opinions on this entire situation.
Men that cheat on their women all the time, aka serial cheaters, are 1,000 billion% gay. And being gay is more than okay. But what's not okay is dragging women along through your journey of trying to figure out your sexuality. Right? That's not okay. That's not okay. It's clear as day that you don't like women like that.
You said she be chilling on top of the car.
You might like how they
car,
look. I'm
okay.
a heterosexual woman.
I'm gonna let her continue. The full.
She not heterosexual. Like I said, most women, I'm not gonna lie, ladies, y'all ruined a lot of shit. Most women, I assume they're gay until something's being said. So
foolishness, okay? But sometimes I really wonder, like, what causes these kinds of thought patterns. Like, I've heard the saying before, like, a man who,
women think men think like them. This is not rocket science. When women don't get what they want, they go gay, and they assume that men do the same thing. This is not rocket science. All right, let's go.
Arms a woman.
They assume that men do what they do.
Puts his hands on a woman. I've heard that same statement that she's saying about men that are like that. That's a different era, because I think he's literally actively showing how much he can't stand you, don't like you, and maybe taking his frustrations out on you because of whatever he has going on. That would even...
Okay, I didn't know that, Chris G.
Even that is a stretch.
I had no idea. All right.
But it would be more understandable, right? But being that a man is constantly, a serial cheater or cheating on women, I would kind of get the impression that he is just maybe not monogamous. That's the impression I would get. I would get, maybe you're not monogamous and you are trying to force yourself to be something that you...
Or maybe the broad is just boring. Have y'all ever thought about that? And maybe she's not the main girl. That's the thing. When you see, y'all be taking so much of our content, y'all got to pay attention. Sometimes it's like, oh, a guy is cheating on me. Baby girl, for you to get that same guy that's cheating on you, he's cheating on someone else too. Does that ever cross your mind? It probably doesn't. But then again, it probably does, because a lot of women are cheating also. That's why they assume you're cheating too, even if you're not. But I'm telling you, how did he get the girl that claimed that he's cheating on her? He's probably cheating on somebody else. Why y'all think y'all be the only one if he's a cheater? Sometimes niggas be going on a goddamn generational run. Sometimes it's like, shit, I got a couple of girls going and shit like that. I got female pheromones on me and shit like that. I'm attracting a bunch of bitches. Let me at least hit as much as I can in this little go around. Y'all be thinking niggas, some of these niggas, y'all be thinking most of them cheat because they got options. Most of them cheat because they don't have options. And yes, niggas will throw it away for a one night stand. Let's go.
Who are clearly not. Like, to me, that's more of the stance that I would take on that situation. But as far as, you know, she's going down so deep as like, you know, you're searching for yourself and you shouldn't be harming women in the sense of, while he's literally like dealing with or playing with or talking to.
Because that's what women do. Women be dealing with men and women at the same damn time.
All kinds of different women. I don't know. I don't get that. But maybe she has more details.
I'm amazed by women's beauty every single day, but do I want to...
You see? You see?
Be with them? No, I don't. And that's the same thing for men. They like how women look. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Women are beautiful. Women are beautiful. But you don't like them for real. And that's why you keep laying down with women over and over again, because you're still trying to convince yourself day in and day out, maybe this one will do it. Maybe this one will be the one that I can convince myself that I actually want to be with. And then it doesn't work out because the true...
Women have no fucking idea. Women couldn't even date women, honestly, if they were a guy. And I done gave y'all so much cold game over the years. Y'all don't hear me though. I could just throw game. I could shoot from the hip and give y'all some game. Women could be a career lesbian and still haven't dated women the same way men do. You could be a career lesbian and still haven't dated a woman a day in your damn life. Most women, I'm gonna tell you the truth, wouldn't even date themselves. That's the funny part. Most women wouldn't even put up with themselves. But let's go.
Desire lies in a place for you.
Now, I've had the privilege of having, you know, conversations or talks around or surrounding men in spaces that, like, a lot of women may not have been privy to. And, you know, one thing that I know for sure is that when men are visual creatures, correct, right? Men see a woman, they're like, oh, she's beautiful, she's stunning, and it doesn't end at just looking at it, right? It ends at the opportunity to experience it. If you guys are catching my drift of what I'm saying. And I think that women who have this ideology that if somebody cheats on them, that they must be into, you know, men, because there's no way you could be cheating on me or my homegirls when we're the pick of the litter, don't have the understanding that, yeah, you might look good, but there might be somebody else out there who looks better. And even if they don't look necessarily better.
Listen, these broads are dumb as hell, and they're entitled. And guys are dumb as hell and don't know what the hell they doing. First of all, shame on a woman for thinking that. First of all, a lot of women think that when you see her, you're the baddest. She's the baddest thing you've ever seen, and you've never had better women than her, and blah blah blah. They don't factor in any of that. They're just like, I know you see me. And it's like, so? And what does that mean? Men be thinking women, and women do too. This is another part of that. Be thinking people's lives are supposed to stop just because they just spawned in their life. They just appeared. Hey, I just appeared. You should drop everything you're doing and just give me all the attention. And then the thing is this. You fellas don't have enough confidence neither, because the thing is, it's like, bro, you know that woman has dated far more uglier niggas than you. Go shoot your shot. Y'all be thinking y'all don't have a chance. In reality, y'all have all the chances. You said they done it before. Said they don't know how men do it. Right. Bro, you think niggas get on here and lie on the fucking internet. Women be on here just lying they ass off. It wouldn't be right if a woman didn't get on here and lie. Let's go.
Better. That's an experience that a man did not have. Men are in it for the experience. They're not in it to just look at you and admire you from afar. That's not necessarily how it works. Everybody has, the same thing, but they're not all created equal. Okay? I'm just keeping it real. I'm trying to be as clean about it as I can. And so I believe that, this type of mindset is only for women who don't understand exactly how a man's mind actually thinks.
No, they do. They just don't have any other word to call men. So they're just gonna call him gay when in reality is women are the gay ones. Women are the ones that's jumping sex anytime something happens. Women are the ones, for the most part, dating both sexes at the same time and not having success on both sides. Women are the ones sitting back daydreaming about other women. Quadruple dipping and exploring their options. Sleeping with their homegirls. Let's go.
Because if you did, you would know that a man who is like this is more prone to actually really like women. So much so he can't contain himself. And, in a space that, it is not welcomed for men to, 100% express that they don't want to be monogamous, although they still want to deal with you and they want to deal with her and they want to deal with that one over there. They're forced into this space of having to pretend to be monogamous while actively practicing polygamy or polygyny, I believe.
Okay. Okay, bye.
And women aren't as monogamous as they're trying to portray themselves to be. So I need y'all to pick up on that also. Women are definitely not as monogamous as they portray themselves to be. And let me tell y'all something. They're not, because y'all be thinking women are dating for marriage and shit like that. Most women that are out here dating, they're not looking for marriage also. It just has to happen. They just got to wake up one day and realize they love you because they've been with you for so long. For the most part, or whoever they with for so long. They have to look up one day and be like, damn, time flew by. So there's like this lie, like, oh, well, you're wasting a woman's time if you're not out here looking for marriage. No, that's not true, because not all of them are dating for marriage.
So men are upset with me. What's new? Because I said men that are serial cheaters, not men that have had a weak moment because they are weak and they don't have sexual discipline.
I want to comment on this before I let her continue. Is it? She's saying, not men that are weak and have, a weakness and don't have discipline and stuff like that. I think that would be putting all of these things into one category as to why men step out of relationships. And I don't think that is, it's not a one size fits all. It's not a.
And I'm gonna tell you the truth. The reason why they be saying a lot of this goofy shit on the internet is because they little goofball dude that they're chasing cheated on them. Because every time you hear a woman run back to the internet and trying to tell you what some man did, it's not no high value man. It's not no man worth a damn. It's always some goofball neckbeard nigga. It's always some goofball mama's boy or neckbeard nigga that they've been chasing, trying to change. They don't really be like, they don't say, yo man, the guy with the Ferrari left me. But yet all of them know some random rich dude that can't wait to spend all his money on them when they meet you and try to force you to do something. All of a sudden, they know plenty unicorn niggas that can't wait to date them. Let's go.
Moment of weakness. It's not that he can't control himself. Like, there's so many different facets as to why men step out of relationships that women never get to really hear or digest because of their inability to listen to when men are speaking about their experiences in relationships. Like, they don't want to hear it. If a woman steps out, they will tell you, oh, it's because he wasn't doing his job. Like, somehow it would have to be the man's fault. But if a man steps out, it has to be, oh, because he's so weak. It could never be, based off of what he had been experiencing. But I'm going to let her continue.
And a man that seeks cheating, a man that is dedicated to consistently disrespecting.
I've never heard a woman say, you know what, I might be a little boring and my coochie's trash and I talk too much. So by default, I'm probably annoying. I probably annoyed the fuck out of one of my men. I've never heard a woman say this. Let's go.
The woman he is in a committed relationship with. I said those men are gay. Okay? Then you guys want to say you're homophobic.
Yes.
No.
Thank you. They need to. That's what y'all need to hear. And I said this years ago. I said I can't wait till they start just calling women homophobic, just straight up. And the irony of it, the women that be saying this stuff, they be gay as hell. And I'm glad that they're calling this woman homophobic because guess what? They do the same thing that she's trying to do to men. You're a target when you declare yourself straight. So let's go. You're right about that too, Noob. I agree.
Do not put that on me, okay? I said gay. Okay.
No, she know what she meant.
More than okay. We love the gays. Okay? What's not okay? Boo. Is playing with a woman's emotions and health. Doesn't matter if you are cheating with a woman or a man. When you are stepping out on somebody, going behind their back, exchanging bodily fluids with somebody else, multiple people, you are playing with that person's health, okay? So you cannot convince me that you like women when you are with a woman who loves you and is pouring everything into you, and you are consistently playing with her emotions and health. And not only that, if you go to the comment section of that video, you will see that many women have said that they have dealt with a serial cheater, and later down the line that their boyfriend at that time or husband at that time ended up switching sides.
Yeah, a lot of women lie. Okay, a lot of women lie. They make up things. They create scenarios that didn't necessarily truly go that way, but it sounds good, and so they all jump to the same tune. So I can't take any of those women's word for it. I gotta be honest with you. I can't. I'm not saying that there might not have been like some off occasions where that was the truth, but I 100% can't take.
You said, I only know one chick that'll keep it square biz, known her since 94. So what are you saying, Nuke? You're saying, you know, one chick that you would be monogamous for? Because there's a couple chicks floating around that a lot of guys will be monogamous for. Nothing wrong with that. What's going on, Link? Good to see you, broski.
Single woman's word.
Welcome
for
to the
it.
show,
Again,
brother.
there is this narrative out there, like obviously if somebody has a plethora of experiences, eventually they get bored, and so they go to other. But I can't say that would be the example for the majority of these situations. I cannot say that. 100% I can't say that. Now, also, when it comes to somebody, you know, stepping out and being intimate and not protecting themselves and putting somebody else at risk, I 100% agree with that, right? I agree that is something that somebody should not do, because stuff out here is real, okay, and dangerous, and can stay with somebody for the rest of their days, or it could shorten their days. And so I 100% agree with that. I would never, you know, disagree with that, 100-fold. However, I don't believe that when these men are stepping out and doing these things, that is on the forefront of their mind. Doesn't make it right, wrong, or indifferent, but
A lot of the women that are attracted to the guys that they claim is cheating on them, the guy is cheating with them. Like, and they're so egotistic that they just that doesn't cross their mind. They don't know if he's cheating with them. And that's the same thing too. When I was dating, I'm like, you know, I'm like, I don't like no cheating woman, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the women that I was dating or had been with or went to dinner with or whatever, they had men that they were talking to or that they are with, and they're out with me, or they're talking to somebody or leading somebody on. You got, you know, if you outside, you got to catch on real quick. It shouldn't take you to be on YouTube for years to catch on.
I genuinely do not believe that is anywhere even in their mindset, because if it was, they would also be wanting to protect themselves from that, because, you know, of course they love themselves. That's not the thought process. They're not even thinking about you. They can absolutely love you and still do those things because they're not thinking about you. If you're not at the forefront of their mind, you're not, you know, somewhere in there, you know, especially when it's these kind of like superficial dates.
You're not even the main chick. A lot of times you're attracted to that guy because guess what? He has a different demeanor because he has a woman at home. And this is what y'all are not getting. Just how some women are more attractive to dudes when they have a boyfriend.
Dating relationships when they're younger and they're just committed and you're their girl, and it's not even like their marriage, you know, lifelong partner that they've been with for like 10, 15, like it's so many different ball games.
Well, see, these girls don't even be talking about current niggas. They be talking about like niggas that broke up with them like a year or two ago and shit.
So I completely disagree. I see why she got the backlash, right? Because
They're just chasing somebody that's trying to they're just chasing somebody that they're trying to get to act right, and he's not giving them the time of day, so they just go to the internet and say, "Oh, well, he's a cheater." It's like, girl, he don't even know you. He's just not going to stop messing with the other girls to deal with you. Because in the honeymoon, not even in the honeymoon phase, in the beginning, the meeting phase, you're realizing that you don't have as much hold on him that you think you do. This is why a lot of women need simps. This is why a lot of women need a whole bunch of other dudes that's attracted to them, even though they're not giving those dudes no coochie. They need validation from the other dudes because the dudes that they're trying to chase, they don't have that same charm with them. And the crazy part is that, like, see, as a guy, you know, we can say, okay, that's rejection. You know, maybe I might have to work that up with this particular woman, or maybe one day she'll wake up and come to her senses or whatever. But whatever. And a lot of guys, you know what they do? They take that as a not necessarily as a compliment, but they take that as a challenge. Okay, sooner or later she'll wake up to the reality and know that, yeah, you know, she kind of skipping over a real one. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of guys ain't looking at it like that. But let me tell you where the downfall of women comes into play. Because a lot of guys do this too, but let me tell you where the downfall of women comes into play when it comes to stuff like this. They take it as an insult to their not necessarily their integrity, but they take it as an insult to their womanhood. Oh, how dare he not be attracted to me like I'm attracted to him. Let a woman find out you're not attracted to her as she's attracted to you when she's attracted to you on command. They take that as an insult. They get upset about that. What's going on, War Master? War Master said, wait, did Kuda turn into a white woman? Nah. Technically, I would be Reva. Shout outs to War Master in the building. What's going on, man? The biggest player of the century. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Good to see you, man. Let's get back into it.
You're attacking, you know, people who have experienced certain things. You're literally trying to say that they are having troubles, that all these people are having trouble with who they really want to be with, which is just not true, right? That's just,
man, that shit is killing me, man. I really want to be, listen, I really want to be playing Metal Gear Solid right now. I'm so mad. I am so mad. I'm mad beyond belief, bro. I'm mad beyond belief. Guess what, too, man? I failed my test. Well, I didn't fail, but technically I did. I got a 72.3. No, I got a 72.23 percentage on my pro advisor. So I gotta study some more. I don't know what's going on. To tell you the truth, I'm just not having a good month. But it's Player Talk Radio, man. Make sure you guys do me a huge favor. It's August. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com and take advantage of the sale that's going on over at hempforfitness.com. Buy one, get one free. Or equal or lesser value. Can't beat that with the wiffle bat. Player Talk Radio. Let's Okay, we back. Lord have mercy. It seems like nothing's going right, y'all. Lord have mercy. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
With who they really want to be with, which is just not true, right? That's just not a one size 100% you can stand there and state that is fact situation, because it's just not. It's an opinion that you formulate.
I wanted to find that article, bro. I've been looking for that article to send you. I'm like, man, there's like a whole new hardware. There's like a whole new hardware thing that they're putting in the new Xboxes. And I think they were talking about what you told me, that Xbox would be able to play Steam games. And I kind of wanted to go over that stuff because and he just dropped something too. I gotta go check. Remember I was showing y'all that video with Asmongold, and they were talking about how Trump saved a lot of gamers. I think them putting Steam on Xbox saved a lot of well this is the thing. I think that order or that thing Trump just signed that all the gamers were happy about, it helped a bunch of Steam players. So I think that saved Steam coming over to Xbox, if that makes sense. I don't know how to explain that, but it saved a lot of PC gamers for the most part, you know. But console wars have always been crazy, but it's like what you said. Make sure you buy the actual hardware CD, because they can always pull stuff down from a store or always pull something down from a streaming service, which is true.
Maybe from you and your homegirls. And maybe whatever truth you feel like you found out is also could be something that's formulated. I'm just saying. Okay? It's not a one size fits all. I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this entire situation.
Yeah, you remember what I'm saying, right, Link? Link, did you get to see the previews that I put up for Metal Gear Solid Delta? I'm so mad. Man, I want to play an airplane game. I want to play a car game. I want to play Metal Gear Solid. Man. Soon, y'all. I'm telling y'all, soon, man. I'm telling you, man.
Situation. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. And I will see you.
Well, shout outs to Reva TV. I know you guys like Reva TV. There's a I don't know if y'all been in these YouTube streets. There's a pick me war going on. You got and she was just on I'm gonna play some of those episodes on it's Wednesday for me now, but I'm gonna play some of those episodes on today's show later on today for you guys. What's her name? Roma Army. She ended up taking off. I didn't know she ended up getting a bunch of subscribers, but then again, I saw it coming. But she I didn't know she was in. She got into it with Tay Baby. You know, she's into it with Tay Baby. You know, which I like Tay Baby. I mean, she kind of grew on me a little bit too. But I didn't know that her and Tay Baby been going at it for like almost a year and shit like that. You know, and you know, both of them got the nerve to talk about how one of the others like stealing each other's content and shit like that, right? And Tay Tay or Tay Baby. I don't know what the hell she calls herself. Was it Tay Tay Baby or whatever her name is? She you know, I hope she's okay. She literally came down with cancer. So she said she had cancer, and the girl in the Roma Army girl was making fun of her and was like, "Oh, this, that, and the third." She's lying and telling her followers that she got cancer, you know, to you know, garner up sympathy and stuff like that. I'm like, dang, that's cold blooded, you know. Warmaster said the new Xbox will be an Xbox / computer hybrid plus Steam. Yeah, man. That alone is worth it. That alone is worth it. Link said, F the hardware. If the game servers are down, the game can't be accessed. Warmaster, you know this, man. Yeah, but Warmaster, he collects CDs still, which is smart. I mean, even in the music industry, in the producer world, CDs are making a comeback. CDs and records. And you know what's funny? That's what I did with what you call it. I did the same thing with Cyberpunk. You know? I did the same thing with Cyberpunk. I had a Cyberpunk CD case. And then they pulled Cyberpunk off the shelf. Right, that's what I'm saying, Warmaster. Most pick-me's are feminists anyway, and most of the women that guys are going to date are feminists. So that's a given. Most of the women that these red pill guys are going to date are feminists. The thing about it is just that she'll kind of curve that feminist side if she likes you. But I'm going to tell you the truth. Most of the time, y'all are not going to find out until y'all get into a disagreement or a fight, or y'all are listening to some red pill stuff, or you do some man shit and she's just surprised. Like, oh my God, I can't believe that. What, you can't believe I'm not sucking up to women? Or I disagree with the point and it comes off as misogynistic. You know? And then a lot of times too, like there's this couple on here, I forgot the name, something Adonis or whatever. It's like this guy, and I think he has 2 girlfriends, but he has one main one, and I'm not sure if she's like Asian or Filipino or Hispanic or whatever. But she be like breaking down the videos with them and shit. And I had one of their videos queued up. But you got a lot of women that, you know, when they're with you, they might be red pill when they're with you, but when they're with another guy, they're probably straight up feminists. You know? So y'all got to look out for that also. You know, a lot of women that might like you, she might be more red pill-ish with you because she likes you. But in reality, she's still a trad con. And the reason why the real name for tradcon is, you know, a woman pretending to be traditional. You know. But let's check this video out. I haven't seen this. It's some good game. Pimp and Ken, Mac versus Pimp. This gonna be some interesting ism. But let's get it.
Them had on minks. They wore the best clothes. Their hair was all done, you know, because I didn't really just take the money. I gave up game. You see what I'm saying, Mark? So it's a difference in giving a bitch some game, you know, that, like, you know when a guy beat a woman up, he said pow, pow, pow. That means he ran out of game.
I didn't know you sling him like that.
Yeah, I'm it's the box.
No, I see
in prison
that.
though. In prison. So they run out of game. I'd rather run out of money before I run out of game. You take all my money, but just let me hold my game.
Get it back with the game.
All right, we got Grandmaster Virgil, and we have
Pimpin' Ken. Virgil's been here many times, or several times. Ken, where are you from?
I'm from Milwaukee, better known as Pewaukee.
And you've been in the game a long time.
Since Jaws was a goldfish. He a shark today.
The game is kind of like changed.
Yeah, I was gonna get into that link. That's coming up next. Mari did a whole show about how he lost his girl. We're gonna get into that. Player talk.
So much. How active are you guys nowadays?
Well, when the laws changed their laws, when the laws changed, I changed my game. When human trafficking became a law, that's when I changed my game.
Mm-hmm. Do you think pimping is actually that terrible an offense?
Well,
that it warrants a punishment like that?
I think the misconception with the pimping is that it's been around since ages of time. It's the world's oldest profession. However, they are criminalizing it and they're making it where it's comparable to murder, robbery, and other crimes. But it's also, and not to be, it's not a racial statement, I think it has a lot to do with the drug game. Young African-American men selling drugs, not selling drugs anymore. Everybody wanted to be a pimp. T.I. pimping all over the world. Ludacris pimping all over. T.I. pimp squad quick. 50 Cent PIMP. So when you get that type of commercialization of the game, then all these young people, they decide they want to be a pimp. So now that cuts the demographic or demography in crime. So that demography is no longer there. Those criminals is now becoming pimps. So now you have to figure out how do you keep a system, which is your criminal justice system, mass incarceration, in place. Now, if you say, Ken, well, verify what you're saying. What is statistics? Where's the number? We need a statistician. Okay, well, the stats are there. The stats says that 6% of eligibility of people who can go to jail in the African-American community is only 6%. It says that America is 5% of the world's incarceration, 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's incarceration. In the prison system, 51% of the people that's incarcerated are young African-American men. The other 50% are Latinos, whites, Asians, and so on and so forth. So if that be true, if those statistics hold true, then that means that 12.5% of the men that's in jail are African-American men. And all of the crimes doesn't fit the time. Crack, right? Cocaine, 25 to life for a little small piece of crack.
Crazy part is going into the 2020s and mid 2020s, a lot of those dudes that got locked up in the 80s for Crinac, they getting out right now. Let's go.
You could ride in the car with a female. You get caught in the hotel with her. You ain't got to never pimped on her. You ain't never got to break the bitch. You're facing 25 to life. I can get a girl from Virgil. I can get one of his hoes, knock him, serve him, blow his fuse, and give him the news. Hey man, I got the bitch. Cool, break the plate. You know what I mean? I got your bitch. Feds come in, they grab me, they lock me and Virgil up because we both dealing with a prostitute. Even if it's 10 years, it's retroactive. So that's what's happening with the game. The game have changed so tremendously in terms of the crime factor, but they never thought about human trafficking when Hugh Hefner was doing his thing. Dennis from the Bunny Ranch was doing his thing. It was cool.
Dennis Hoff.
They was selling pussy like 94th going, 95 going west and east, but it was cool. Now all of a sudden, you have to have some type of understanding of why would this change so tremendously? Well, the real reason, and you might agree with me to some extent, most of your tricks are white, right?
Mexican white, yep.
I'm talking about in like DC, the bigger cities.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because the guys in the bigger cities, Chicago.
Well, I mean, if they're not messing with small time, this is why the majority of them, they turn down black men. Because black men done fucked that up too. The high-paying ones are absolutely
They
white.
think they pimps, they think they hip. But in the primary tricking area in like Washington, D.C., and I used to pimp in Washington, D.C. back in the day. It's
17th and K, let's go.
16
14th and
bitches
K
on the
too.
blade. So I seen who the customers were. Daddy, you won't believe who in the room with me. Who? That guy I seen on TV, the senator. Daddy, you won't believe who in the room with me, the congressman. So now you got to put yourself in the place of the congressman and the senator. What is he thinking? How in the fuck is these black guys able to get these girls whom I love so much to take all my money and give my money to them? I hate those fucking pimps. Let's go come down on human trafficking. All that shit is a result. Tricks are your politicians. Tricks are, I mean, who?
But this is the thing though, in today's day and age, a woman can sell coochie all she wants. And you know, they're talking about the women and the guys not being at the strip clubs and stuff like that, because guess what? Women are dancing for $4. They're taking their clothes off for $4 and stuff like that. You know, a lot of these women nowadays, they're like, why be a stripper when I can just halfway hoe on OnlyFans? You know, why would I go to a nightclub and fight with other bitches for the same small pool of tricks when I can literally just, you know what I'm saying, go on OnlyFans? Why do I gotta pay tipping to go to this establishment when I can just go to OnlyFans? You know what I'm saying? Toya said, we dancing? Yeah, they be dancing in their room. She don't really gotta do nothing. She just go straight from the shower right on camera. I gotta show y'all this video of the women complaining and stuff like that about men not even showing up to strip clubs, much less mixers and stuff like that. Right. I'ma sit my $4 ass down before I make change. You know? Oh, I heard they did pull that Friday the 13th game out. That game was actually pretty good. Usually those movie games ain't that good. That Friday the 13th game is pretty good. And I think there was a Jason game also too.
Who can afford it? Your lawyers, you know, your doctors. These guys all go to Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Columbia.
Shout outs to Toya. I gave you a shout out earlier. What word did I call? I used the word emeritus. Emeritus.
University, so they all interconnected with one another. You know.
And you're saying they're angry that they can't get a girl to give them all their money.
You have to remember, a black man with a beautiful blonde hair, all-American white woman, she's selling pussy for him, she getting money for him, and this guy who's a nerd, who went to Harvard, who graduated high honors in his class.
See, this is the thing with a lot of the white guys and the senators and stuff like that. When they see a woman like this, it's like, dang. Sadly enough, all of a sudden they act like they care, but sadly enough, they're like, dang, this girl could be my daughter. This could be my niece. This could be my granddaughter. They think what they're not doing is wrong, but they want to lock up the PI. Let's get
class. That's one of the most smartest person on earth. Control all type of laws and legislation. But yet, the girl that he's so in love with, that he's tricking on, has this ghetto black dude with braids in his.
Or you get, you know, black people, we butcher stuff. It's emeritus. You can say emeritus. You know, emeritus.
Here, walk around, smoke weed all day, and she giving all her fucking money to him.
Makes people go crazy.
He loves her. He loves
a
Becky.
word or two.
So therefore, what are you gonna do? He's gonna take his own initiative to destroy that element.
Yeah.
And that's what you see. You see a lot of people that's in Washington, D.C. and other parts of the government that are tricks that literally can't believe that this girl that they love so much is able to get his money and give it to somebody who he don't think is worthy. I hope I wasn't too long.
No, that was great. Very good explanation. So, Pimp and Ken, you describe yourself as a pimp.
Ex-pimp, right?
Ex-pimp,
right.
Thank you. And Virgil, you describe yourself as a Mac.
I'm a Mac, yeah.
What is the difference between a Mac and a pimp?
A Mac is right under a pimp. A pimp is the furthest extreme. This is the shit that I had to explain to a bunch of lames a couple months ago, because they're not smart enough to pick up on some game. But let's go.
Well, you know, a straight pimp depends on a prostitute. A lot of people call them hoes. I call them prostitutes because you turn hoes into prostitutes. You can get hoes in a regular house.
Nah, now this is the misconception. A lot of PIs don't turn hoes into prostitutes. Some do. But a lot of those girls were already in the lifestyle before they met a lot of the PIs. Okay? So a lot of them, they meet the women already there. So it's not like every time you see a woman with a gentleman, it's like, oh, he turned her into that. No, a lot of those women were already in the game with or without that gentleman. Yeah, dudes are absolutely done with women's nonsense. They fucked up every single sector. Dating, the hoeing, the cooking, all kinds of shit. Played a really good excerpt. Not trying to turn you guys religious, but if you guys go back to the beginning of the show, I played a very, very, very good excerpt of the Garden of Eden and certain different things from Dr. Malachi York in the beginning. So today's show is just like all the shows are masterpieces. And it will be edited when I go off air. So if you want to catch the true, real show, head over to Rumble. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio.
With housewives and girlfriends and all that, because they're going to do any and everything to not get the money for it. So that's the difference between a hoe and a prostitute. But now, when it comes to the phrase he said about a Mac does more.
He's a straight up businessman, and he have elements of a hustler. He has elements of a lot of different things. Multifaceted businessman.
More than one thing to get his money. There's some things that's I never exposed to about the game, which I'm gonna share a little bit with you today for the first time. You know, a lot of people have an impression that I've been a dope dealer, which I never dealt any drugs, but I'm gonna break it down and tell you the levels of it. Whenever you become a dope dealer, well, you become a peddler first. You come from peddler and you graduate into a dealer. A dealer graduates into a supplier. So a supplier is the one that has the brains and put in position to get back out of the way and don't do anything. Now, I've been affiliated with drugs myself, but I never touched anything. So that doesn't make me a dealer. But to take care of all of my friends and make sure that they can eat, either a lot of pimps that come through that only live off of prostitutes, she might run off, she might get drunk, she might do a lot of things she listen to other hoes do on that track. Right. And she might do a whole lot of things because, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. You might ask the woman, matter of fact, let me rephrase it. You got to go into find out what a woman's not saying, not everything that she's saying.
So you got Ken think.
And that's where a lot of guys lose his hoes at. I'd have been 19 deep, 15 deep, 11, 12, 7. I never got moved for somebody coming serving me. I said it once before, and people don't understand what I mean by that because I didn't express it all the way. And that'd be the problem.
Because he got fingers. And what I mean by fingers is that each finger is a source of income. Bunch of business ventures.
whenever you're not understanding what a hoe doing behind your back, what she plotting on, trying to choose somebody else, and you're thinking on this level, and you're not going to the level with the stuff that you haven't figured out what's on her mind. That's how you lose your hoes. I done lost hoes, but I've never been knocked off.
Gotta be 10 steps ahead of them. And see, this is the type of game that Myron needs to learn. This is the type of stuff that he needs to be listening to. Like, dang, I'm trying to be a square dude sort of that has the pretty girlfriend. And I want to be monogamous when I want to. So basically, I got to learn basics of handling multiple women in stables and stuff like that. And where does that education comes from for the most part? Who you got to consult? You can't consult none of these red pill cats about that shit. Most of these red pill cats don't have the game on that. They looking for somebody else in the red pill to say it, to either steal it from them or copy them. I'm not gonna lie, some real shit. If you're in a fucked up marriage or in a fucked up relationship and you want to make it work, hey, as a man, you could go to a therapist or figure it out. Because men are mostly alone. We're left to our own devices to figure it out. So you got some dudes that will go to a therapist and the whole reason why the relationship is fucked up get blamed on him. Or you got some dudes that wisen up and go consult with a PI. You tell that, you go get a pimp, he'll you talk to him, and let's say you're not consulting with them to get no hoe from them, because guys will consult with a pimp for a myriad of reasons. Yo, my wife ain't doing this. Well, here she go. Here, I'll give you somebody that's not about to tell your business or have your business out here in the street. And you like, nah, I don't want that. I need to talk to you about something. I did something the other day around the crib, and like since then she haven't been really giving me the respect, or she kind of been side-eyeing me or talking to me crazy. What should I do in this situation? Then you get your remedy. See what he got to say. So in cases like this, Myron, hey, nobody told you to want multiple women, but since that's the case and that's what you want to do, and you feel like nothing ain't gonna change you, you gonna stand on that, hey man, you need to get a couple player partners. Surround yourself with a couple of player partners. That's the remedy for that. A therapist gonna tell you to be monogamous, and if that's what you don't, if that's not what you're trying to do, then don't waste your time. And you need to know. You need to gain your legs in this shit. Like I said, the girl that you try to make a side chick, she would have been the girl that you try to make a bottom chick. She would have been better off as your side chick.
And ran off. So when hoes run off, you got to keep your game together. You got to figure something else to do. I started out helping my friends because I had a lot more smarts than them, had a lot more connections than them. And so I would put the money up and I would get them action and get theirs. So I was never a dealer.
Just a supplier.
Yeah, just supply. That didn't last long because I had hoes all the way from when I was 17, 18, 19, and 20. And they always say a pimp cannot mix his game. But if you just want the real about it, it's a whole lot of them mix the game. It's a whole lot that I know personally, I never told on them. When they lose their hoes go to jail, they're about to lose their cars, their house. I saved so many players. That's unbelievable. But I never said anything. So I know the difference between what's what and who's who and what they do because I was here from the beginning. So getting back to what the difference between a Mac and a pimp, that's what makes me a Mac. I knew more than one thing to do. But it was all in the name of a woman doing it. You know what I'm saying?
A woman is doing the work all
the time? A
the
woman's doing everything. I'm standing back and I'm still checking traps just like I did. When they want to retire, I give them something else to do.
So give me some examples of what kind of things they can do.
Well, they can follow your instructions and do a whole lot of things. They can go aside, they're thieves. They know how to sell drugs. They know how to carry drugs. They know how to do all these things. But me, I'm on the road with my team, just doing what I do. So that separates the pimping from the macking. And that's the difference. You know, pimping, macking, that's all the title. It all depends how you're taking it. I never stopped sending hoes until I retired.
Can you explain to the audience why a woman would want to, for example, sell her ass on the street and then give a pimp or a mac all her money?
First of all, she gonna do it anyway. Second of all, she still needs some type of structure. And a governor. Some of those women know damn well if it was up to them, they were gonna blow their money on some other goofy shit. Whereas if they choose on the right guy, they'll get an apartment, a house, a nice little sturdy place. Truth be told, and it's sad, but a lot of those women have dealt with themselves for years in that situation. And they didn't see no type of progress until somebody else had to step in. Crazy as cat.
A woman is like this here. She have no sense of direction on her own self. She have to have another man for guidance. They know that they can go out and get the money. But once they get the money, they don't know what to do past that. So they might as well give it to somebody that know what to do for it. They got to trust them. They got to love them. They got to believe in them.
And you got to take care of them.
Yeah. And a woman that come to a player or a Mac or a player, you got to be down by law. You got to follow his instructions. Because they're going to blow the money anyway. If they had to send it to their mamas, they...
See, what did I just tell you? Come on, man. Come on, y'all.
Kids, the aunties, you know, they're going to blow the money. And they're going to stay broke. Out of all the money they be getting, they still going to be broke.
They'll burn through it every time.
Every time. You know, you got so many dudes that claim to be top flight players. I know a bunch of them that done sold drugs. For real. Oh, but I don't expose nothing like that unless they step on my toes. Then I'm gonna expose you.
Yeah.
Me, I took my game to another level. So I took my game to another level. You know, the more you do, the better you get. And I always was good at using my brain. Just like Ken do when he used his brain on a lot of things. I admire that. And when we had the interview down in Atlanta, I told him, I admire what you're doing. Because I've never been a hater. This game is saturated with haters now. We didn't come up like that. You know, we took care of each other, watched out for each other. So, say Ken get leaking, he ain't got no bras. First thing he might think, go and do something sideways, you got to pull him to the curb, bring him back. Say, man, you ain't got to do this, man, here you go. Go out and catch you another hoe. You know, this is what he do. But if you don't have nothing to do, you're going to do something, one way or another. Whether it's go get you some money or lay dead. My problem always comes from position. That's my thing. I play from position. That's why a woman do have sense of know they're in their comfort zone when you got a man that's going to make sure you're all right. Versus losing all your holes and you broke, you go to snorting dope, you go to shooting dope, you go to freebasing dope and all this here. You're going to lose the hoe anyway because she's going to start smoking too because her man is doing it. Therefore, everybody going to be broke. You know, I've lost, I could have retired back in 92, 91, but they knocked my boots off from helping my friends. So when I get busted for drugs from helping my friend, I cross the line that I don't ordinarily go, having love for my friends. But you don't get the same love back, you know. If I go through 5 years, they waiting on me to come back because I'm the king of the game. They're not doing nothing till I get back. What has y'all been doing?
Just true.
When they fall off, they can't even get back. But you're supposed to be all about this game because you only know one thing, how to be a damn fool. You have to have something else to do in order to keep your game together. Because once they lose respect, you cannot get it back. If I tell you a duck to pull a truck and take a chain, pull a train, Believe it, because that's all I know is the real and the truth. I don't care how sharp you think you talk, whatever it is, when I bring that truth to you, that false gonna fall off.
Yeah.
You know. So that's why I care when it comes to life about this game, you know. And I've been standing tall for 62 to 3 years straight, riding brand new. You know.
How old are you now?
I'm 80.
80.
You only worth what you can sell. You only worth what you can sell. Now, I'm the only one.
Man, dang, brother's still full of life, walking around at 80. That's what's up. I mean, y'all see Trump. That nigga ain't slowing down no time soon. I'm like, damn.
One that's been rocking steady all these years. And I just had a brawl today on the way over here. What took me so long?
Both of us been rocking steady.
Yeah. See, I'm a little older than Ken. See, I was a little older than him. See, and he's been a boss of the game. I know this for a definite fact. I admire his get down, and I tells him that. But
I love you too, bro.
Yeah, it's my loved one right here. This is like not just friend, brother, because he showed me real.
I'm 61 on my birthday.
61.
See, he showed me realness, you know, and that's all I'm looking for. Because I'm gonna give the realness back. Yeah, it ain't gonna be no one way with me.
Yes, sir.
And that's the way I carry it, you know. And any bros that come to me, if they do their duties, I got them. You ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you half-stepping, and I know that you half-stepping, you gonna know that you're half-stepping. Them bros ain't no damn fool. They gonna make you out of a trick if you're not. And you're not even gonna know it. They play long-range games like suckers do. So that's just how it is, you know.
A lot of the women in the game seem to come, based on all the interviews I've done, they come from broken childhoods.
Some of them.
Broken families.
Some of them come from seeing the other friends do it. I mean, you know, when you're young, you do what young people do.
And I want y'all to, you know, it's funny because a lot of people got a lot of animosity against the true gentlemen of the game. And I'm not telling you guys, and I'm not promoting pimping or nothing like that, but this is what I'm going to say. I want y'all to look around and see if people have that same disposition and that same energy towards OnlyFans. And that's what OnlyFans is doing. Oh, we'll get real quiet when you start talking about OnlyFans.
You be a damn fool, just like all us have been. We grow out of that and we become knowledgeable. That's the same what the women do. They'll be around their friends. They more friends with their friends than he is their own man. Woman got secrets right now with their friends that the man don't never know. And they got sense of know how to stay ahead of a man. You know. That's why, see, you got to look at what they're not saying. I hear what they're saying, but I look at what they're not saying.
Yes, sir.
Niggas lose their hole and they don't even know how they lost.
Are women dishonest?
Or they dishonest.
Yeah.
That's just women's nature. Ask Eve. First woman in the world. Yeah, that's their nature.
You just have to accept that.
Well, you don't accept none of it. It's your job to keep them in line, you know, because you got to lead by example. Yes. I don't care how you do it. Don't think you're smart enough to scare a woman and she's going to get scared not to do it again. She's going to keep trying.
Absolutely.
That's their nature. So you have to stand on these P's for real. And a lot of them to be out there representing P's.
Bullshit.
Man.
Yeah, the street pimps now are embarrassing.
It's the turnaround. It's really bad now.
Yeah.
Because nobody out there leading by example. I lead by example. You can look at my deeds of action and tell what my get down is. If you've been around it, you should know it.
Is there any advice from two experts in the game that you can share with squares to help them in their world?
Squares need to stay in the squares.
Right. Why would a square need the game?
A square ain't got no room to be in a...
And that's, bro. These dudes been saying, what's going on, Gems? These dudes been saying to you guys what I've been saying for years. Why would a square want the game? Stay in your place. You really have no use for it. It might hurt you more than it might hurt and desert you more than it'll help you. Shout outs to Gems in the building. Shout outs to everybody here. 6 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support the show. We're gonna get to Myron losing his hoe, I guess, in a few. Don't trip. I got you guys. Please hit the like button. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. I got you. It's player talk. Let's go.
Hustlers play. See, like I say,
Now you got an 80-year-old man telling you what I've been saying for years. But there's nothing wrong with giving squares a little bit of game. But for the most part, like I said, stay in your lane a little bit, man.
Mackin.
Because you really don't want to know what's on the other side of them tracks. To tell you the truth. Let's go.
Pippin, hustlers, all this under one umbrella. It all mean the same thing because nothing but a title.
But it's a different world than the square world.
Absolutely.
I think the squares have more fun. And the reason
nowadays they do.
Why I say that, look at Michael Jordan, look at Oprah Winfrey, look at Jay-Z, and look at the underworld. You know, your time is maybe 10 to 15 years. That's a good run. Then you in and out the penitentiary. Both of us have been to prison.
Yeah.
So, you know, now that I'm the founder of the hip hop fraternity, I deal with I don't know if I should name the organization, but I just give y'all it's an organization. It costs $35,000 to join, and it's all millionaires, and it's all billionaires. We had a meeting about a week ago. It was $1.3 trillion worth of people in the room. So these conversations is different. In the Bible, I read many years ago, we talk about David. So David, he wasn't the king David that we knew first. He overheard his brother and his father having a conversation, the perks of a king, you know, concubines, yada, 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 yada. And that's what made David slew Goliath. He took that rock, pow, he whipped it, pow, Goliath, gone. Because David had a different level of understanding. You know, now that I'm in these rooms and I understand banking, I understand financing, I understand how to leverage debt, I understand what a C corporation is and what subsidiaries and parents and all these different companies and shit. Now I see life from a different perspective. So I told him,
what's going on, Auntie? Salute to you, player. Good to see you, man.
I said, I think I'm converted. I think I'm a Mac now. I think you converted me because I do so many things, you know what I'm saying?
You had to when the game changed.
Yeah, I have 9 companies. You know, I mean, I got Hip Hop, HHF Magazine, HHF Clothing, I have HHF Awards, I have HHF Social Media, everything. Diversification and vertical integration, controlling all distributions of the game. You know, so yeah, we are all aspiring to be Macs. I think we all kind of went to Mac and didn't even know it because we went from the track to the Apple Mac. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? We started putting the bitches on the internet. Right. So we was already Macking. You see what I'm saying? But we didn't call it Macking, but we were Macking. And a lot of things, but you know, I just took on early when Pimps Up Hoes came to me and Brent Owens was saying, we want you to shoot a movie. You know, it was Bishop, you know, all them Seymour. And I said, okay. But I said, I got one caveat. I said, I want to shoot my movie too, Pimpology, which is for free now on YouTube. You go type my podcast, Pimp and King Podcast, I issue it for free. But at that time, I was making millions of dollars. So I got a distribution with Scriptmaster, with a Southern music distribution. So I became a Mac at that juncture and not even knowing I was a Mac because I was so caught up in the pimping. And I'm thinking like, yeah, man, I don't do nothing. It's all on the bitch. ING, mean I'm not going to send a bitch. That's what ING mean. I'm not going to send a bitch. So I'm thinking I'm ING. But all the time, I was a businessman. Even when I was pimping, I had clothing stores. When HBO came to Milwaukee, they came to a clothing store that I had downtown, which I was doing $30,000 a month in business. You know, so I was a Mac by default, not knowing that I was a Mac. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's so interesting to hear him and talk to him on the phone so much about being a Mac. And then I said, damn, you know what, man? I think I was that. I think I was back.
So you guys are both businessmen.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was a business age when I was in prison. I couldn't read or write. So it was a book called Iceberg Slim. I don't know if you ever read it. So I read that book, The Story of My Life, but I was reading, and in jail you pass the books. So It took me a month to pass the book, and all the jails like, motherfucker, pass the book, nigga. The fuck wrong with you, nigga? What you doing? Nigga, ain't no naked pictures there. You can't jack up off of. You know, they talking crazy, and I'm so embarrassed because I was had a little baby rep. You know, I went and got my GED, and then I became a model student. You know, I went to the University of Baraboo, Wisconsin, and I made a 4-point average. And I seen that I wasn't really as dumb as I thought I was dumb. It was psychological, right? Because of abandonment issues. You know, my mother had 9 kids, so I was like the 5th child. So when I was a baby at Goo. She was Googling me. Then when my brother Marvin came, she abandoned me. Like, oh, you through. And I found out all my brothers and sisters was bad. So I had abandonment issues, and that's why I would fuck up in school and act crazy. Like you said, women have trauma. I had trauma too. I was molested by a female at 3 years old. Imagine that, Mark. At 3 years old. My girlfriend at the time at 12 years old, I can't say her name because she gonna know I'm talking about her. I caught her in bed with another man. I'm traumatized, I'm desensitized. I go to prison, my mama, this is all 3 females in traumatic situations. My mama, believe it or not, left me for dead in prison. Didn't come see me not one time, but seen my brother every day when he was there. So that kind of shaped me for pimping. So it was a pimp partner in there named Pimp Poke, may he rest in peace. We was sellies, because he had shot this dude named Pimpin' Sam off his car because Sam was like being very unpimp. Like he had knocked Sam for a bitch, but Sam wasn't really accepting the servant. So Sam, you know, got on his car, jumped on the car, and Poke shot him up off the car. So he ended up in jail with me. I was doing petty crimes. I was in there for a petty crime. So, you know, of course, I'm curious. I had my first bitch when I was 16, you know, but I wasn't really pimping. I was mispimping. So I said, say, man, Pope, what is the secret to pimping? He said, you got to have all the sympathy removed out your heart. He said, you got to go to the doctor and have a triple bypass. So basically, he said, you can have no sympathy. He said, the problem with Sam get me for a bitch. I can't say her name neither, but everybody know what I'm talking about. He said, Sam get me for a bitch, and Sam fell in love with her because she would wipe the sweat off his face. Every time he got to piss, she'd grab his dick and hold his dick while he pissed. His stomach growled and she feed the food, because that's what a pimp do. A pimp give bitches instructions. Everything come out of pimp mouth is instructions. So he giving the bitch instructions. Hey, bitch, you know what I'm saying? Do this. Hey, bitch, you know, go take the garbage out. So that's what she was doing. But
shit, that should be eating niggas alive when they go from all that cooperation back to a woman that can't even have a damn conversation.
Sam had never really experienced that. So he mistaked that instructions for love. You see, and Sam said this, Poke told me there's no difference between an in-pocket bitch or out-of-pocket bitch. He said, you treat them all the same and you would never go wrong. That's why I became the Leverage Pimp and Ken, one international pimp, national pimp, won trophies in every city. Wherever they had players ball, Pimp and Ken won it. You know, that's why I'm so revered and so respected, because, you know, I played by that one rule. That one rule.
What is it about the pimp world? I've had so many pimps in those stools telling me about how great they are, how awesome they are.
Well, you know, pimping is what pimping does.
I think it's the culture, I think.
You know, pimping is what pimping does, right? But mine is documented. You know, you go to Pimps Up, Hoes Down, you can see the trophies. Me and Bishop and Grandmaster, our shit is documented. Mm-hmm. You know, so a lot of people going to say...
You guys are the kings of the game, too.
Well, I wouldn't say I was the king of the game, because I'm going to tell you something that you and your audience probably don't know. There's some pimps that's way greater than me, Bishop, and him together. You never hear about him. I ain't gonna say his name, because I ain't no snitch. It's a pimp that was in Miami. 33 bitches. Owned his own strip club. Every bitch in the strip club was his bitch. This motherfucker right now is rich as fuck. Like right now. Like seriously. Nobody never hear his name. Matter of fact, his name would really tell you who he is, but I can't say it. But this motherfucker was boss. And he did it on the fullest. I know a couple other pimps out of Minnesota. I can't say their name either, but everybody gonna know what I'm talking about. 2 of everything, 2 Ferraris, 2 Rolls Royces, 2 Maybachs, 2 everything. I didn't do it on that level. You know, I went platinum on the pussy. I sold over $1 million of pussy. You know? I mean, we're gonna get that part clear. But these guys are way more elite pimps. They play golf. They put money in the presidential campaigns. You know, they own real estate, whole subdivisions. They did the right thing. They turned their whole ends into dividends. You know, and nobody never know who they was and never met them. They don't want to be. They'll never get on soft white underbelly. They refuse.
Yeah.
You know, I always make a statement, big games play smooth out of sight. So if you can't pin a person down, you cannot understand what their movement is. So whenever you get to a certain level, you never know what a person get down in because you're not on that level. And I learned that you keep your game out front to keep protection off you in the back. See, most people in life have a knife in their back all the time and don't even realize it. And that's how the game treats you if you're not doing it correctly.
Absolutely.
And you can't never pin down. Just like I hear a lot of people say, he been a drug dealer. This ain't no person that said it ever bought no drugs from me. That's one of the most stupidest shit you can ever say. Go on some hearsay. We didn't come up like that. Now, I been a supplier, and that was decades ago. It didn't last long. I was on the Felix Mitchell level. Everything I ever done, I do it. I've done it big and I've done it slick. They used to call me the magic man, but they couldn't see nothing that I'm done.
Real game ain't transparent though, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not transparent. So you can't, that's why I said big game plays smooth out of sight. And
let me ask you a question. The young men that are maybe African-American, a lot of them are struggling to make it in the world. They're hustling this, they're selling drugs, they're doing whatever they're doing.
Right.
They certainly don't look like they're on the road to get to where you guys are right now.
Well, you got to have a mindset for this game.
What do you see wrong in this younger generation?
Can I say something? Mm-hmm. Okay, so everything we did at Elite. Now let me give you something. I ain't never said this on nobody's podcast, and I hope the young people don't take it the wrong way. But let me show you how when you ask him what the girls get out of it, they supposed to get motivation and inspiration. How do you get most motivation and inspiration? What I would do, somebody rob a jewelry store, I buy the jewelry. I take the jewelry, I go to my jeweler, I said, say man, put a tag on this jewelry, you know, because it don't have a tag, it's stolen. And it'd be like worth $20,000, put a $20,000 tag on it. I wouldn't sell the jewelry. I'd go get one of my hoes and say, come on, let's go to this jewelry store. We take her to the jewelry store, she put the ring on, I asked her, do she like it? I said, what kind of deal are you gonna do? He said, give me $5,000 down, Ken, and owe me $15,000. It's my ring already. He working the game with me. I do the same thing with my fur. My guy that I bought the furs from. I get some hot minks off the streets. I go get the mink. I tell him put $20,000 on it. I go to Rob and I say, you know, come look at me and I can't say his name, but everybody know Bernie. Yeah, Bernie would say, yeah, I like this. This is really nice car. I say, I like that. This motherfucker is cold. We put that concept in her head. She picks that coat every time. She got the coat, she got the diamond. Then I go and I'll lease an apartment. I'll lease the apartment for $1,000. I'll sublease it to her for $5,000. Now what I did, instead of beat her and forced her, what I did, I create responsibilities. I gave her motivation. Now she got something to work up to. So now she working to pay the ring off. She working to pay the mink coat off. She working to get the apartment. Then I go get a car. I go to the auction. I had an auction dealer's license because I bought so many cars. I get the car for like $12,000. I tell the car it's $30,000. And all this, believe it or not, it's American. It's legal. They do it the jeweler do it, the fur do it. I'm just doing it. You know what I'm saying? They buy wholesale, sell retail.
Shouts to Auntie. Shouts to, you got real salesmen in the house. Auntie will tell you it's called upselling.
Everybody's dishonest.
No, it's not even. It's legitimate business. America as a whole, and she for sale. So I'm just pimping on the whole. The American bitch, the American bitch. So this bitch here, she understand because they do it all the time.
And people are materialistic, so the price.
They buy
really,
low and sell high. So I'm buying low and I'm selling high, but I'm giving them motivation, inspiration. You see what I'm
She
saying?
feels taken care of.
So that's why they say.
Obligation.
That's why I say we don't put hands on hoes. We put plans on hoes.
Yeah.
Pimping is a no contact sports. No evidence, no fingerprints. That's how I look at the game. So that's what makes him and I elite. So now, you know,
put hands on somebody, you ran out of game. You not.
in my book, what's it? The Art of Human Chess. I give an example of how my host was getting $1,000 a night.
Oh, mind you, y'all, if y'all don't know who the guy in the mustard suit is, that's the same guy that Princella took all the game from. She read his book and modeled her whole book after his book. This is the same guy that Princella stole from.
Like in the strip club, people didn't believe me. I said, well, my host, she go in there, she take the trick, she take him back there, she take him to the ATM, she hit the ATM.
I read his book as a kid.
You can see her inquiry receipt, he got $50,000, $60,000 in the account. She legitimately works with the waitress, she legitimately works with security and the bar. So now what she does, she tell the trick, we're gonna play this little game. The game is called Drink Me Under the Table. So she drinking water, the trick drinking vodka. He's getting drunk.
Right.
So now he get drunk in every restaurant.
So they do in Asia.
You ever been to, what did you see at the bottom? Gratuity, right? Tips. So her job is to take where it say tip and get the trick drunk enough and write it in and say, honey, is it okay? Can I write me a tip? Yes. She said, okay, I'm gonna do $10. Instead of doing $10, she put an extra couple zeros on it and make it 1,000. Yeah. She do that 4 or 5 times a day, she getting 5,000. Now that's the next level game. See, these guys that just coming in here, you know what I'm saying? They itty bitty committee. You know, it's big shit popping, little shit dropping. They don't understand real pimping. See, what I'm telling you is real pimping. Motherfuckers don't do it like this, Mark. Really. If they did, and I hope they don't copy what I'm doing because it's still human trafficking, so don't take it. But I'm saying, you know, because they call it coercion now. But back then, we was elevating bitches. So if you look at Pimps Up, Hold Down, you see that one scene with me and my host, all of them have on minks and diamonds. All of them had on minks. They wore the best clothes. Their hair was all done, you know, because I didn't really just take the money. I gave up game. You see what I'm saying, Mark? So it's a difference in giving a bitch some game, you know, that like, you know when a guy beat a woman up, he said, pow, pow. That means he ran out of game.
I didn't know you sling him like that.
Yeah, I used to box.
Oh, I see
in prison
that.
though. In prison. So they run out of game. I'd rather run out of money before I run out of game. You take all my money, but just let me hold my game. Yeah. And I think that's the problem. So when you see me and him doing businesses and stuff like that, it's the formality of game that we got in us.
You got it right now, Chris G. Today is back in the day, bro. You got it right now. Yeah, y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. 6 hours and 47 minutes into the madness. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Like, you know, a lot of people don't know, I know a lot about banking. I know a lot about credit. They hear me talk about it online. Well, what I do is I decipher, you know, even your show, I could decipher where you winning at. Because I'm looking at the game, I said, Mark Cole, you know, what he doing, that's some slick ass shit. You know what I'm saying? I could decipher your game and I can see the game in it. You know, so me being in corporate America and me getting a book deal for Ice-T with Simon & Schuster, the biggest company in the world, and a book deal for Boosie, it's because I peeped the game. Simon & Schuster gave me my book deal, Pimpology for the Laws of Game. They gave me 6 figures for that book. It's documented. It's one of the best selling books in prison on the street. But guess what? I learned some game. So when I'm in there, I'm talking to Simon Schuster, and they got all these marketing people and all these publicists and stuff. This is what I peeped, Mark. They said, okay, Ken, what we gonna call the book? And they try to, somebody said, well, let's make it similar to Iceberg Slim. And then the lady was like, well, you know, I don't know, that might not get us in the right section of Barnes & Nobles, right? So I said, we'll get you in the right section of Barnes & Noble. Well, you know, usually like self-help books, Robert Greene, you know, so and so and so. I said,
what's going on, LT man? Good to see you. Shout outs to LT man, Chicago on the check-in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So remember, the deal I told you guys to take advantage of earlier, if you want more information, let me know, okay? It's August. And make sure, like I said, you guys head over to hempforfitness.com and take advantage of the August buy one, get one free sale that's going on. BOGO, equal to lesser value. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. And LT Man says, shout outs to LT Man. And LT Man says, he said, fake fur, fake diamonds for his hoes. No pimps will do that for a 304. Right. And then, you know, sometimes you got to kind of give them the fake shit because, you know, they're going to try to wear that shit outside and then it rains. She trying to stunt but didn't look at the damn weather forecast for today. Probably mess up a real mink, man. Let's go.
Book of Robert Greene, he said the 48 laws of power. So my mind, I'm a gameologist, right? So my mind thinking so fast, Mark, I said, well, let's call the book the 48 laws of pimping. Let's call the 48 laws of game / pimpology.
Tell me some of the 48 laws of pimping.
Well, the first law is purse first, ass last.
Say it again.
Purse first, ass last.
Purse first, ass last.
Yeah, so if you think I'm handsome, pay my ransom. If you can't give me no assistance, keep your distance.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Sock it to my pocket like a rocket. So the way I do it, I do the ism and I do the game, the life. So the ism is the pimping. The life is the real life scenario, right? So what I say is that if you go and you buy a Picasso, right? You know, and you pay $100 million for it, you know, you paying for that because the value that they put on it, the rarity of the painting, right?
That's what's up, LT, man.
Well, I said a pimp dick is like a Picasso. If you think I'm handsome, pay my ransom, I'm not finna give my dick up like this. I ain't intend on the zipper like him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not just giving my dick up like that. I got a meat on my Peter. The longer bitch stay, the longer the bitch got to pay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is me. This is how I really feel. So I look at myself like a rare painting. And I also look at purse first, ass last, like McDonald's. Go order a 2-all beef patty, special sauce on a sesame seed bun, which is a Big Mac. They gonna say, pay at window 1. And then you get the Big Mac at window 2. Even McDonald's is purse first, ass last. I mean, we dealing with game. So that's what I'm saying. That's the difference. That's why I call it the 48 laws of game. Another one's get a name in the game. You know, a lot of people, you know, they think pimping is, getting on the bitch, say bitch, sock it to my pocket like, hey bitch, you know what I'm saying? Go and choose up a pimp. They think that's what a pimp is. No. Get a name in the game means, you know, be reputable. Wear nice jewelry. So I said, hey baby, we're gonna get some jewelry. I'm gonna wear the fly suits. I'm gonna look good. I'm gonna have custom glasses. That's this nigga. It's him. You just sold your bitch to him. So as long as he can stay looking good, guess who's gonna have the most hoes? Cause you're selling the bitch me. I'm the fucking dream.
Right.
See what I'm saying? And they don't understand that. That's the same thing in corporate America. Who wear the red tie, the blue tie, the Armanis? Who get the money?
Kids today do not look like you two guys.
No, because it's been a disconnect in the game.
Right.
Tell them.
Oh yeah, most definitely. They come from the rap world. We come from the classic world. How you start is how it finished. Like we've been in the game all these years, but we didn't retire. But look how it started and how it finished. We're gonna keep this campaign going on because what it is. I'd be ashamed to go somewhere sometimes, scared I'm overdressed because I don't have my this on, that on, you know. But this is me. It's what I always been. When I was 19, 20 years old, this was me. Yeah, I never changed my flavor.
Every time I've seen you, you dressed to kill.
Yeah, I never changed my flavor, you know. So I'm trying to keep it on
I think
above board on the same level, you know.
I think too, see, they had the ABCs. We had the XYZs.
Yeah.
We had the full game. You know, they don't understand that debonair is a word for a reason.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know in the 1800s, pimps, the word pimp means debonair. You know that, did you?
No.
Do the research. It was debonair. It was a good thing.
Debonair, yeah.
It didn't become negative, Mark, until the 60s when you had Superfly and Dynamite and the Mac. Right. That's when it became black exploitation. Right? And that's when the pimp began to get its negative connotations. But before that, you know, you could go look at some of the old movies, they be like, I'm a pimp. And pimp means you're debonair, you're a gentleman. But it's, we talking about etymology, right? The Bible wasn't always called, the Bible. It was called something else. It wasn't always in Latin. At one time it was in Greek, and then it went to Aramaic. So things change as we evolve in life. Like Darwin say, evolution, things go through an evolutionary process, and that's what happened with the game. Mm-hmm. Back then when I was young, we had typewriters and big old cell phones, like the big ones. You remember them big cell phones? Now they got smartphones with dumb people. Mm-hmm. Dumb people got smartphones. So, the time has changed.
Talk about
and they'll
that
say, man, y'all niggas outdated. But me and him both can go in any vendor, along with Bishop, any Seymour, we go any vendor, and guess what's gonna happen? Oh, can I take a picture with y'all? I know when you first seen Bishop, you was like, man, this guy is really great. You like, wow.
From another planet.
Yeah. So the dress thing works. It's just that these young people, and then I'm gonna go a little bit more deeper than that, right? So when we was growing up, we had the Temptations, you had the OJs, and they all dressed like we dress. Right. Now all the young people, they doing what Lil Wayne doing. They got tattoos on their face, they got red rags, they Crips, they Bloods like Snoop Dogg. They following culture. Exactly. So they being culturated a little different. You know what I'm saying, Virgil? So I guess, if they would have been our era, they probably would have been nice dresses as well.
It's a hip hop thing.
Well, I think they're also broke. A lot of them are broke.
Oh yeah, most.
No one's got money.
Because the hoes do what they want to do now. You know what I'm saying? These hoes don't need pimps. I remember one time, and
Renegades.
Go back,
Proud
Mark,
Renegades.
long enough to say this, right? This is, statue ran out. But a partner of mine, we were both in a city where the track was dead. And everybody was getting money except for me and him. And he said, Ken, man, we got to do the internet. So I tried the internet, and I put the bitch on, was it Backpage or whatever the fuck it was. I'm trying the game. This is way, way back in the gap. So I put the bitch on Backpage, and so she got out on me. And I'm like, who do I call? Who do I serve? Is I'm gonna see the bitch tonight on the Blade? Ain't no more Blade, ain't no more track. So I can't find this bitch. Come to find out, this bitch was smart. She moved to the hotel across the street and she's booking her own calls. So ain't nobody calling me. She don't need no pimp to be on the track. When we was on the track, you had to be represented. You got to be with Virgil. You got to be with Mark. You got to be with another pimp. If you ain't with no pimp, then they call you a renegade and you're out of pocket. You can put you under pimp arrest. Pimp arrest when you could break a bitch on the spot, take the money and just, hey, bitch, give me that money. You ain't with no pimping. You know what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up, ho. You know what I'm saying? That was how it was back in the day. So now we done regulated ourselves to the phone. I said, man, fuck this shit. I can't do it because I said, man, the reason why I can't do it, I can't be in a game where a bitch can regulate my money or she can go to another hotel and don't have to choose no pimp. Ain't nobody gonna serve me and she's still out there getting money like her cables is open like Warner Cable and she get money off both dry legs. I can't accept that. That is not cool to me. So that was one of the factors that really made me say, fuck this shit, because the game had changed so tremendously and the power is in the hoes. Now the power is really in the hoes because if you do the wrong thing to a bitch, you talk to her wrong, I'm finna call the police. I'm finna call the feds. They gonna get you for human trafficking. Hey, come on, baby, please don't do that. Come on, baby, don't do me like that. Mama, listen, chill, mama, please. Come on now, mama, we better than that. Now the bitch got control. And if the bitch really don't like you, she can really make that phone call and your career is over with.
Yeah, and don't care.
The game is over, man. That's why, the young people is broke. Because they being, I know I seen an interview where you interviewed a Trick, and the Trick was saying he could take the hoe. Yeah, he could take the hoe easily, because there's no rules and no regulations like it used to be. It used to be the Trick get in there, you light a cigarette, when the cigarette's out, bitch, you out the room. You know what I'm saying? I mean, light a cigarette, turn your day, get the fuck up out of there. No relationship. A bitch couldn't have no Trick phone number unless he was a regular. All this shit they doing nowadays, and these guys, they doing it for the glory. Hey, I'm pimping so-and-so. and still really get money. I just gave you an example of how I would buy a car, put her in a mink, put her in a house, you know what I'm saying, get her some diamonds. And that's $100,000 responsibility that I put on her. So she's working not for me, she's working for responsibilities. The game was different. You know, people was more poised with their game because we didn't have drugs like these guys.
What's going on, Showtime? Welcome to the show, man. What's going on, player? Yeah, shout outs to one of my player partners and one of my mentors, man. Shout outs to Rosebud. I saw Rosebud did a show the other day with Steve the Dean on his channel. I didn't get a chance to check it out, but
you got to remember, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them, they could revert to certain things easily. You know what I'm saying? And unlike Virgil, they dealers, they ain't Max. So you see a dude on the blade pimping like a motherfucker, then you ride past a trap spot, he and that motherfucker surfing out the window, you know what I'm saying? And then he see you, yeah, I'm a pimp, you know?
Exactly.
So, and you know, and that's just how the game go. And a lot of people, when they get their pressure from the feds, they gangbangers too. My gangbanger, but I love all y'all. But they go and they switch over to the game too. So a lot of time when a gangbanger come to the pimping, he have gang culture, right? So he's gonna kill another pimp about a bitch because that's all he know. Like, dude, you disrespect me, pow, 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 pow. You know, and that's how it go. So that would make a person like myself, a Virgil, say, man, I'm out. You know, so, but then the guys that's still in it, the young guys that's trying to follow the rules, they can't follow the rules. I had a guy, you know, I know him, he's a pimp, you know what I'm saying? I was talking to him the other day, he said, Ken, man, I ain't gonna lie, I ride with a pistol. I said, why would you ride with a pistol? I said, you know, that's the defeat in the game. He said, because man, these motherfuckers got pistols, I gotta neutralize. I ain't finna let no motherfucker kill me. And I'm like, wow, you know what I'm saying? When we was coming, it'd be 100 pimps out there wanting man. Now one pimp with a gun.
Nope, nobody.
People argue all day about bitches and he'll take my bitch and we'll be going back and forth about the bitch. It won't be no violence.
Well, they pistol with their mouthpiece.
Yeah, this is the mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Can you guys each share one bit of wisdom from the game for everyone?
Well, I can share a whole lot of wisdom.
No, I know you can, but just pick one that you think is great.
You know, elevation, what it's all about. You know, you start out on the bottom floor, you take it all the way to the top. And most people's elevator don't rise that high. You know, they stay in one spot, get stuck in the shadow of the past, and that's where they stay at.
Is that their self-worth keeping them down?
No, their knowledge. You're a victim of what you're around. Mm-hmm. And if you're around something that's standing 3 feet tall, that's all you're gonna know. You don't have nobody to educate you and bring you up that ladder, you know. Like I say, it's like an elephant and a rat running together. You either got to grow up to that level or come down to the rest level. And I mean, with knowledge and wisdom. You know, it don't mean size, you know, but all that comes from the mind. So if you don't know much, you can't do much.
Absolutely.
So.
That's great. How about you, Ken?
So I'm a firm believer what you go through, you grow through, right? I love Napoleon Hill. Whatever the mind believes and conceives, it can achieve, right? If you can put it in your head, you can put it in your hand. You know, a lot of times people need to think 3 times and act 1 time. So if you think, he stole my money, kill him.
Yeah.
You know, he stole my money, should I kill him? He stole my money, do I want to go to jail? He stole my money, I love my kids. You probably gonna pick the latter. Mm-hmm. I love my kids. You ain't gonna kill them. So people got to think before they act because the thought is the cause of it all. Mm-hmm. You know, you didn't just get here. Your mama seen your daddy. She thought he was very handsome, of course, and they thought about having sex. And guess what? Here come little Mark. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? The thought was.
What's going on, King Picks? They're not wearing no goofy suits. Them suits are expensive as hell. Remember back in the day when dudes used to rent suits? You niggas own them suits. Let's go.
Cause of it all. That's how it goes. You know what I'm saying? And then people got to understand, man, like he said, man, you know, you got to get rid of dead weight. You know, Muhammad Ali was the greatest fighter of all time. He's staying like a bee. Okay, so once you get rid of that dead weight, you're going to be like, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. It's a game that I say is that, you know, whatever you want to do in life, young man, plant the seed. Once you plant the seed, it's going to grow roots. If you ever notice, the strongest part of the tree is not the tree. It's the root. It goes all the way. Sure that, you know, when a strong tornado wind comes, it don't just easily, you know, fall. And then after the roots come the tree. Then after the tree, which is an apple tree, come the fruits. So it's a process in life, you know what I'm saying? You got to plant your seeds, you know, and remember, you know, whatever you put the most of your time at and where you put the most of your thought, gonna be at, you know, and watch out for snakes. There's two different types of snakes. You got grass snakes and you got garden snakes. They'll bite you. And you got a book snake, they'll bite you, squeeze you. But the snakes you gotta watch out for is the poison snake, because it's not the snake bite that kill you, it's the poison.
So you can look at that apple and look at that apple. Oh, that's pretty. It tastes so good, but you got to find out what it took to make it come down, right?
Yes, sir.
It is there.
And the eagle too. The eagle is my favorite analogy.
Fly.
See, the eagle. You know what the eagle is? You know why the eagle is an American bird? Because the eagle, when it flies, it don't fly, it soars, right? The eagle, when it sees a storm, it goes into the storm and it propels above the storm because he wants to be higher aptitude. When the eagle see a pigeon, he immediately flies away. Chickens, they be on the ground, you know, they peck. A chicken only jump 3 feet. I ain't got nothing against a chicken, I ate one today. You know what I'm saying? Me and chicken ain't got no problem. But the eagle would never make love to a chicken because eagles make love in the air.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
And then what happens is the eagle got a keen perception. He want to eat Mark. He focus on you. He say, I'm gonna get Mark. He see me and Virgil right here. He don't even attempt to get us. He just focus on you and he grabs you. And when he grabs you, he puts you to his chest. He don't know that Mark is a weasel. So when you grab a weasel, and when the eagle gets weasel, the weasel eats his chest out. And then he ascend 10,000 feet, then he descend 10,000 feet to his death. Guess what? All he'll do is let the weasel go and he'll still be here. And that's what I want to say to all the young people. Get those weasels out your life. The weasel bitches, the weasel niggas, you understand me? The weasel fucking insurance man, the weasel fucking landlord. Get weasels out of your life and you'll be good. And you'll be an eagle. And one thing about the eagle, don't let your ego be your worst amigo. Because if you ain't humble, young man, you gonna crumble.
All right. It was a fun talk.
Yeah.
Grandmaster Virgil, Pimp and Ken, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom.
Right on.
That was a great talk.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Now, I need you guys to do me a huge favor. Please hit the like button. Make sure the like button's hit. Make sure you guys wipe your feet off at the door. It's Toxic Tuesdays. Shout outs to everybody here. 7 hours and 6 minutes into the madness. 53 minutes past the hour. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit, man. So shout outs to everybody here. I appreciate you guys rocking with me. Most importantly, letting the brother rock. Let me know if you want me to open up the panel. If you guys want to come up and join the show or chime in on something. But let's get into it. Myron. Gotta start all over. Holus and Dolus. Messed up his stable. Let's pick up where we left off on the last show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
And that we're heavily involved in funding. But all in all, we can say one thing: Christ is king.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we spent something like $17 billion on Ukraine and like another $12 billion plus on Israel. So guys, we're talking about like $30 billion spent on conflicts.
We could have put a huge dent in our debt, but
King picks Pimpin' Ain't Dead and just moved to the web. Let's go.
we put it towards.
Or that money could have been used to like make the country better. Get rid of the homeless problem. Get people some goddamn medical coverage. Get people, create some more jobs, create better infrastructure.
Yeah.
Bring down the price of groceries. Like, we could have done so much with that money, man. But like, again, it's this is why. Well, you guys know, if you guys watch my political show, I talk about this all the time. I have a very non-interventionist mindset when it comes to this. But yeah, and then obviously right after we do the collab with Andrew and Nick, the ADL designates America First as an anti-Semitic.
That is insane, bro.
Phrase.
How's this possible?
Bro,
America
saying America First, guys, is now anti-Semitic.
It used to be back in the day, America was land of opportunity. People come here for...
A lot of America has lost its patriotism. You should see some of the circles and some of the stuff that I was around not too long ago, and some of the stuff that they were saying. And it's funny, a lot of people are in those chat rooms and in those rooms. Actually, all of a sudden, they are they're backtracking. They're like, damn, Kanye West don't sound too crazy going forward, you know? Especially when he was talking about certain things and the frequency of music and certain stuff, you know? And there was this thread that was going on in one of those rooms. And they were talking about Kanye West. And it was funny because it was like, it was a brother in there. And he was like, the funny part is that they called Kanye out for anti-Semitism. And it's funny because he was like, they called Kanye out for anti-Semitism. And it's funny because he said it's funny because black people are the original Semites. I ain't gonna lie, I had to laugh at that. You know, I absolutely laughed at that, you know. Because there's some irony to it, you know. Kind of meeting a little bit of what we're talking about in the beginning. Again, if you guys haven't caught the beginning of today's show, we were talking about the Bible. You know, and you know, we went over some good game from I keep saying Noble Drew Ali, from Dr. Malachi York. And he was going over, you know, Adam and Eve. You know, in the Garden of Eden. And was going into the details about, you know, how God told Adam not to eat from the tree of knowledge. And how he didn't tell Eve, you know, or didn't relay the message to Eve, you know. We covered a lot of different things in the first segment of today's show. Definitely worth the listen, you know, if you guys go back to the beginning of the show. You know, but he made this joke and it was just funny. It was like, you know, how the hell are they gonna call him anti? That's like somebody else policing you for calling somebody else the N-word. Which that happens, by the way. You know what I'm saying? You got people that ain't even black policing black people for calling other black people and their own people the N-word. And a lot of them are mad because they feel they can't say it or some shit, like, or some goofy shit. I don't know. This is what I'm saying, right? A lot of people that were called crazy before, to a certain degree, ain't called crazy no more. And like I told you guys before, you only get called crazy when you are not necessarily too early, but when you're super ahead of people. I've been saying this for years because for years, the space and guys like myself, we've been ahead of people for years. You know, we've been ahead of the space for years. So a lot of times you're gonna get called crazy just because you're ahead. LT Man said, I never said that word even when I'm mad, but when I'm mad, I want to... It's all good, man. It's a little bit different with brothers from the Caribbean, you know. Most people in America haven't really been to the Caribbean extensively, so they kind of don't understand. But, you know, a lot of stuff going on, you know, in South America and in the Caribbean and, you know, in the Indies, you know, y'all go look up a lot of the colonies and the colonization and stuff that goes on, you know, south of Florida. But let's get it.
Money, connections. Now America's seen as a bad thing. I don't get it. How is America being first anti-Semitic? But then again, this is the boys we're talking about. So
just came out today, bro.
So I think what they're trying to call Semitic is like, they want you to be a patriot, but they want you to be a patriot in the way that they want you to be a patriot. If you're a patriot in the way that you want to be a patriot, they call it being radical. And like War Master said, it's the left, honestly.
They're like, stupid. It's crazy, dude. Like I said, they attacked Nick, then they attacked the America First thing. Now they're attacking me, and it's like, all right, bro. Like, this is just what happens. You know.
Well, now this is the thing with Myron. They're not just attacking you out of nowhere. You kind of inserted yourself into a lot of shit that you can get attacked for. But okay.
Oh, and when you look at the numbers, everything actually makes sense.
Yeah, you know what, fellas. So, if you notice, right, this is a trend here with us. We'll go viral, especially Myron, and what happens is he gets a big buzz about him, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's like a hit piece or like allegation. I'm like, where did this come from? But it always happens to be around when we get a bunch of views, a bunch of notoriety, and the funny part is, it's the same rhetoric for the same people. Now, there's some numbers we want to show you guys on the screen to showcase what's happening in real time.
Yeah, so as you guys know, because I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
I knew this was coming, guys, and it's a big reason why I kind of stayed silent on it. But now I'm going to show you guys the type of people that we're dealing with here, okay? So as you guys know, Anus and Reach don't make money unless they talk about us. So let's go ahead and look at their channel, right? They make a video on me. Let's look. 330K views in 11 hours. They make a video on Pearl, 522. But if they don't talk about other people, right, that are big, oh look, the views are down.
200K.
And I fucking
Your girl is resurfacing. Actually, hold on, y'all. Let me play something for y'all before we get into this, because I just saw that he did a video on it, and I got it in the queue for y'all. Hold on, let me show y'all something. Let me get y'all thoughts on this real quick. Flacco just did something on Nick Fuentes. See what he's saying. Give me 1 second, y'all, before we get into this.
Fuentes, as of lately, gives certain black conservative creators their wake-up call has been a joy to watch, bruh. It's been a joy to watch, man. All right, because these certain creators, for the most part, have done their best to ingratiate themselves into white society, to placate to white society. And Nick Fuentes is letting them know, no matter how much you bootleg, no matter how much you sell out your own people, man, you will never, ever, 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 ever be welcome around the gropers or around certain conservatives like himself.
You are a diversity hire. You are a DEI hire. You pander. You know, and she thinks she's some kind of boss. Yeah, you're but like you didn't get that way because you're a super smart boss. You got that way because you're super black token. Like, it is what it is. So I don't know that anyone's ever told her that. But That's the obvious and I'm kind of done with all the Uncle Toms. In a way, I'm done with all the Uncle Toms. I'm done with Jason Whitlock. I'm done with Candace Owens. I'm done with all the Uncle Tom token blacks. Like, you're not that smart, not even that conservative. You built your career. You were hired when diversity quotas were a thing. You were hired when white guilt is a thing. I don't feel white guilt. I never have. DEI is over. So now you're done. You need to be fired. Like, you're done.
For me to sleep easier at night, I kind of have to defend Candace Owens here, or other black conservatives. Candace Owens been a black woman in this space. She had to claw her way to the top. Like, Candace Owens is intelligent by all standards or definition of what intelligence is. So to say that she essentially got like a easy route to the top, I think that's false. But he's also letting her know, or letting the others know, like Brandon.
Candace did grift though before the pandemic. She was saying something completely different, but hey,
Tatum and Jason Whitlock, of this well-kept secret that we've all known for years, that you are being used. If you're somebody who only come around the conservatives when they want you to sell out your own black.
Now, a lot of people are actually going in on Flacco because of stuff that he said about black people and Mexicans
Folks
in
will
LA.
give a controversial opinion about black people. You're being used, right? They were using you to say the things that they couldn't say in that era. Now it's 2025, right? In 2025, you call a 5-year-old black kid with autism the hard ER and you get $700,000, right? You get rewarded for it. So this is an era where they don't need you no more. They don't gotta hide behind you anymore to say the things they want to say. And now there's no use for you guys, bruh, at all. Yo, I feel like when Candace Owens sat down with Nick Fuentes, this was the first time she really got to see what people like Nick Fuentes, the same people that she's been hanging around for years, you know, been trying to work her way into their good graces. She finally got to see what they truly think about her.
I am racist, I would say. I believe in the races. I believe there are white people and black people and Hispanics and Asians, and I think that it's a core part of our identity.
Now, Nick Fuentes, maybe every so often he might make, and like I said, a broken clock. Y'all already know the rest. But Nick Fuentes is just a pesky kid, bro. He's just a pesky kid. Honestly. And he probably just doesn't really have nothing better to do. I mean, and I hate to bring it to this, but, you know, because it's kind of just petty to kind of go in on somebody because of this. But then again, is it? Is it? He's a virgin. He's a virgin. You know, he said, I can't stand these back to Africa anti-American SOBs who won't leave. F them. I kind of played some Nation of Prislam-ish type stuff earlier today, War Master, at the beginning of the show. But it wasn't on some Super Nation shit. It was more so on some Eve bit the apple type stuff, you know. Dr. Malachi York. But some people might say he's the, you know, Nation of Prislam spokesman. Africa Bambaataa-ish type guy. But I don't even know nowadays if those guys fall into, you know, if those hoteps fall into that folder anymore, because now everybody's pushing FBA, which is a whole nother ball game, as you guys know. It's player talk. Let's get back into it.
Who we are. And there's like this conservative reflex to say, we're colorblind. Race doesn't mean anything. And, you know, Pat Buchanan said this. He said, it's not everything, but it isn't nothing.
But are you, sorry, I just want to make sure, did you say I'm a racialist or I'm a racist?
You know, for a long time, I would say I'm racialist. Now I just say I'm racist.
Okay. So when you say you're racist, around racist, you know, anti-Semitism gets expanded. What do you mean when you say I'm a racist? Because I think most people watching this would go, if you are a racist in the traditional sense of the term, why are you on this podcast, right? Wouldn't you just go, you know what, Candace is black and she's therefore I don't want to speak to her.
But the funny
Certainly
part
not going
is
on
that
to your
that's
show.
not how racist people work. Like, of course, you got your little level 1 racist people now be like, oh, this person's black, I'm not going on to the show. No, racist people be around black people all the fucking time. Somebody got to report about what you doing. Racist people be around black people all the fucking time. You're dumb if you're not, to a certain degree. But racism nowadays is covert. So if you're on some Alex Jones type shit, well, guess what? They're gonna get you up out of there. There's people that I'm pretty sure that agrees with Nick Fuentes, but they can't openly endorse him. They can't openly talk to him. They can't openly deal with him. He's bad for their business. But let's go.
Saying, why won't Candace have me on? That doesn't really seem to line up with the traditional sense of the idea of racist. So
it's a different world, man. When you have a man in the home with your kids, with your family, the home you sleep in, and he's sitting across from you, looking you in your eyes and letting you know, I'm a racist. And then let you know, I don't believe in interracial marriage. I don't even believe your kids.
I mean, who said that he's at Candace Owens' home? I don't think Candace is that dumb to invite Nick Fuentes to her house. Come on now.
Have a right to exist. That really makes you look and feel like, bro, what am I doing right now, man? What am I doing? What, is this worth it? And one can ask themselves that, you know, and I would hope you'll say, man, it's, yo, bro, bootlicking ain't worth it, man. Now, yo, I've spoken to Nick before. Yo, and Nick has expressed how he intentionally, like, scoped his messaging to where when he disseminates it, it can have a broad reach. Where he will purposely hold back on certain things, or like when he goes on certain platforms, you know, like No Jumper or other platforms, he will purposely hold back and sculpt his message to where people can look at the message and not automatically identify the hate within a message. Nate has told me this personally, right? So when Nick Fuentes is looking Candace Owens in his eyes, it's because it's 2025 and he don't give a F. I'm racist. Deal with it, people.
Well, first of all, black people are ignorant towards actual racist people, number one. They're ignorant to them, so they won't pick up on half the stuff. Like, it has to be like really open and blatant. And second of all, and I was just watching it. I forgot the guy's name. It's some dude out here. It's some kid. I think he's a YouTuber, obviously, right? He's on this boat. It's kind of funny though, but he's on this boat with this racist guy, and it's like him and his other friend, and it's just funny. The dude is just saying so much stereotypical jokes. They're just, you know, nowadays, and I showed y'all another podcast about it. You know, nowadays, racism is content. Y'all will sit there and be like, oh, that's racist. No, that shit is content. What y'all call racism nowadays is straight up content. They're turning racism into content. And it's getting turned into content so easily because people feed into shock content. So especially like a zillennial and even millennials nowadays, shit, even the Gen Xers nowadays, if somebody's like openly and blatantly racist, nowadays as people are open and blatantly racist, like you're surprised, like you're shocked. You know, you're shocked when you run into one. Okay, something happened with my signal. But what do you do on YouTube? You run the shock content. So a lot of people, they won't believe, you know, they're shocked when they run into an actual racist person in real life. I'm not talking about little bullshit trolls on YouTube. I'm talking about in real life. You know, they're pretty shocked. So, you know, actual racism gets minimized to shock content. War Master says, speak in the way that people can understand you. Mangled. Not mangled Malcolm X quote. Oh, shit. No, but you know, I mean, people don't really know what to do with actual real racism, you know? I mean, I don't expect people to be like myself. I listen to Rush Limbaugh. I listen to racist people for fun, you know? I used to listen to them for fun. And hell, even Tom Likas used to say some racist shit back in the days. Howard Stern. Nowadays, if you do hear some racist shit, I will agree with you. 9 times out of 10 it's coming from somebody black. I gotta agree with you on that one. Most people never met a real racist. That too. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, if y'all come into contact with a real racist person nowadays, it's just shock. And what people have been turning it into on YouTube and on social media is nothing but shock content, you know? But let's get it.
Deal with it. Deal with it. And you gotta deal with it, man. Now, Nick Fuentes have never treated me bad. He's always been cordial. He's always been pretty polite. But you know, deep down inside, he thinks that he's superior to you. That's just how it works, man. Now,
I'm gonna keep it a thou wow with you, Flacco. That's almost everybody you encounter. Can't really get mad at people for thinking they superior than you or saying, hey, if it's my life versus your life, it's gonna be you every single time. People are out for themselves. Can't get mad at that.
Nick Fuentes would declare himself a racist and then say certain things that's a broad generalization of black folks, and then certain black conservatives would like applaud him and say, we riding with Nick Fuentes. Like this viral clip right here, man. You know, like my guys at the Cartier family, I like these dudes, it's no smoke. But their reaction to what Nick Fuentes said to me was pretty disappointing.
Inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say black people, oh yes, dude, yes.
And let me tell y'all something though, when it comes to the white racists, right? I'm not gonna lie, they got equal smoke for a lot of people. They got equal smoke for a lot of people. I've seen them talk crazy about, you know, other white people. I've seen them talk crazy about Asian people. I've seen them talk crazy about Latino people. What's going on, Ant? I've seen them talk crazy about South African people with this whole Elon stuff. I've seen them talk crazy about a lot of people. They going in on your girl, Ant. They going in on Tyler. But hey, Tyler ain't the demographic anyway. Shout outs to Ant in the building. But let's get it.
My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help in?
Why is he this good?
Shout outs to Anthony Southeast and the place to be this club.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Hey, Nick crazy for real, bro.
Why you enjoy that so much?
Hey, bro. Nah,
I ain't gonna lie, he
nigga's
had some
crazy,
points.
bro.
I won't lie, he made a lot of valid points.
Nigga's crazy, bro. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I gotta see the comments after this, bro.
I think he made a lot of valid points.
Wow, bro.
Like, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're No, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please, come right on in. Man.
Oh, you know what? And I'm going to tell you the truth. And mark my words, if this hasn't already happened, going forward, actually, Nick Fuentes is going to start to have more black people following him. Oh, yes, he is. Nick Fuentes is going to start to have more black people following him with the same rhetoric. Because guess what? Truth be told, a lot of black people feel the same way.
What a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
That's a good point he ended on right there. To a lot of black people, it is always somebody else's fault.
I would say, this is what I'll say.
Bro, I'm telling you, a lot of black people, especially in this newer generation, bad enough they already don't do their history. They gonna agree with them.
Okay. Click that. Go click that tweet.
She's black.
Click this tweet. Click the tweet. Yes. This is what I was getting ready to say. There's two different races of black people here. We have regular black people, like us here, and then we have Gus.
And
he described option B there.
Well, I mean, he lives in Chicago, so I'm sure
there's a lot of them there.
Yeah.
But there is a difference. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a difference.
Hold on. What percent of us?
There is a difference.
What percent of us?
It's two different races of people completely.
It is. But what percent of us are?
I don't know. A lot.
What estimate?
I would say
55.
Nah,
45.
Not even that high. I would say, like, I don't know what I would say. I don't know how many.
Black fatigue.
But I know
I would
that.
say about 70.
Nah,
70's too high. 70's
I would say,
it's
like,
not the majority. It's the poorer ones. Well, if we do say that, then it would be the majority.
I don't want to say a number.
I met these brothers in person. They was great to me. I enjoy their company. So I'm not going to sit here and disparage them, bro. You feel me? You know, if we have a difference in opinion, we could argue the opinion. We don't need to throw personal attacks, right? But what I would say, man, is to agree with Nick Fuentes and say, hey, man, he's talking about the Iggas, not the black folks, man. Yo, 45 to 70% of black folks are the Iggas, huh? Yo, do you understand, like, what he described? Inconsiderate people exist in all races. People who don't hold themselves accountable exist in all races. And do you understand that he's targeting black folks for a specific reason? He's targeting black folks to dehumanize us on a larger scale for a specific reason and a specific agenda. He could have kept it at, I don't like inconsiderate people. I don't like people who don't hold themselves accountable. And that would apply to all races. There are inconsiderate people, loud people, rude people in all races. The majority of black folks are not inconsiderate. The majority of black folks are not rude. The majority of black folks are not iggas. So the only question in my mind when I hear a black man say that 70% of black people are as bad as Nick Fuentes say they are, the only question I have is what type of indoctrination took place for you to believe this? Like, what type of brainwashing, indoctrination, like, is he mixed race? Was one of his parents white? Did they teach him this? Like, Like, what type of experiences have you had to where you believe that 70% of your own people are inconsiderate or as bad as Nick Fuentes say? Like, do you feel like the number of black folks that are terrible, that are just terrible people, is considerably higher than white people?
If 40%, this is a stat in when, this is 22. If 40% of black people commit violent crime, so that's 40 off the rip. So what percent are a good 20? You can't say it's less than 20.
So you think it's 60%?
Far over, buddy.
Wow.
40% commit violent crimes.
Well, I would say then 40%.
Yeah.
40,
So, you think all of-
45.
I said 55%.
I'd say 45 to 55%.
Do you think
Yeah.
Do you think all inconsiderate people commit violent crimes?
I won't say no. but
Okay,
I think
then it's above 40% then, bud.
that's why I said 55%, but
Because you do have to start.
Gotta say over 50 for shot.
Sad though.
I don't know, man.
It is sad, but I ain't gonna lie. The way
You see how dangerous indoctrination is? Yo, he really believes that 40% of black people commit violent crime. Bro, that's just not true. Like, that's just false. Well, bro probably like don't know no better. Feel me? Like, he probably just don't know no better. He's heard enough of these like right-wing talking points that he believes is true. Bro, there's 41 million black people in the States that are like documented. There's probably more undocumented black people, right? Like, the census says what? Like, people are saying, yo, there's estimated like 60 million black people in America, but like 41 million is filling out the census. So let's just say 41 million documented. You believe that 16 million black people, bro? You truly in your heart believe that 16 million black people committed violent crimes last year? Yo, there was a total of, I believe, like 1.4, 1.3 million violent crimes committed in the United States. Total. So where do you get the number that 16 million, 40% of 41 committed violent crimes? Yo, he's been so indoctrinated that his view of black people is not being given through the lens of white supremacy, opposed to his own experiences, opposed to how he has lived his life. Bro, you lived a life as a black man. You have not encountered 40% of all black folks negatively, bruh. That's just not true. Now, some black conservatives are taking it this way, while others, like Officer Brandon Tatum, is trying to go to war with Nick Fuentes, like he's losing, and his audience is kicking his butt. Because even though Brandon Tatum is one of the biggest sellouts ever, yo, Officer Tatum is the same dude who said the black woman who was murdered in her own kitchen by those two officers, by the way, she deserved it. Even though everybody, and even the most racist people watch the video, will say that woman did not deserve to get gunned down and she did nothing wrong. He said that she did it. But now he's waking up. And now he's trying to contest Nick Fuentes. And now he's playing the race card, calling Nick Fuentes racist. But the audience that he has harvested for over the last decade, they are racist. So now his audience is eating him up and destroying him for going against their savior, Nick Fuentes.
But this is not every black person is like this. If you go into an IHOP,
oh my God. Oh my God. Here we go.
Went to IHOP when we were in Orlando, Florida. The black people in there were ghetto, but they were nice. They were respectful. Some of the best service that we've had. Not every black person that's in the hood is a bad person. I grew up in the hood. Most black people in the hood don't like the black people that are acting up. Most black people in the hood are not acting up. Is this the clip from the Funding family? Is this the clip from the Cartier family? Yeah. Okay, this is the one. This is the exact clip. Okay. Now, I don't have a lot of respect for Nick Fuentes. Let me just qualify this.
Shouts to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. 7 hours and 43 minutes into the madness. Here we go. Officer Tatum. He's not wrong, but God, here we go.
Real quick. I think that Nick Fuentes is a smart person. I think that if he used his smartness and intelligence and his IQ for good, I think he could actually be a good force in the world. I think.
And Nick just dissed the hell out of
He
him.
could actually be an incredible force. He could be like Charlie Kirk.
Now it's crazy when you have crazy white people, insane white people, other cops, and people from all walks of life calling you a cool. I showed y'all about 5 people calling Officer Tatum a coon. And I showed y'all that white police officer that was just going nuts. Even he said nigga. I said, damn. I was appalled. Well, that's the thing, though, War Master. They will call Flacco a tether.
But he is like the alter ego of Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk went rogue, he would be Nick Fuentes. I swear Nick Fuentes want to be Charlie, but he can't get his stuff together. He don't want to do right, I don't think. He has these crazy radical claims. He is racist.
Now, Officer Tatum, the man who tells black folks, who tells us how we make excuses for racism, how every time we watch an officer gun down an unarmed black man, how is the unarmed black man fault? The officers did no wrong. Even in circumstances, there was even a time where a racist white woman went to a black couple's front steps. Went to the front steps. The owner of the house pulled into the driveway, asked her, "Can I help you with anything?" She ran off and called the police on him and said, he was following me and he was targeting. Officer Tatum said it was the black homeowner's fault. Now you crying racism? Nah, bruh. Nah, man. Nick Fuentes is putting belt to booty on y'all. Okay? Nah, bruh. Nah. Y'all told us there was no such thing as racism. Nah, bruh. Don't cry it now. Deal with him. Deal with him. Now he's finally letting y'all know, bro, what we've been telling y'all, which is they really don't like y'all, man.
Well, I mean, you got brothers that's never going to experience probably racism on that level. It's going to take a special person or a person that will never put them through it on that level. Like Officer Tatum ain't going to really, unless it's at somebody in his precinct or somebody else close to him, he ain't really going to experience it like that. Or since he's out the force, one day if he's breaking the law or not breaking the law, one day if he gets pulled over. Oh my God, you did not say that. Yo. Hey, yo, I'm about to go on mute because I'm about to laugh. I'm about to go on mute, y'all.
They were using y'all. But let me know in the comment section, what do y'all think about this, man? You feel me? Do y'all feel like Nick Fuentes has a point about black conservatives? Let me know. You feel me? I'm not even going to ask y'all what y'all opinion is of the other malarkey. I disavow Nick Fuentes. I don't agree with most of the things he say at all, right? The majority of black folks are not degenerate. That's cap, all right? The majority of black folks don't commit crimes. That's cap, all right? The overwhelming majority of people in the hood don't commit crimes. I don't know where this 40% came from, but it's not.
Oh, shit. I had to go on mute. He said Nick Fuentes is the white Tariq Nasheed. Jesus Christ. Oh, what the hell is this?
Speaking of Japan, we're going to be covering 2 stories. One talking about some of the social cohesion that Japan exhibits, and then another one talking about some of the very real problems. I think a lot of times people glaze Japan. They make it sound like the perfect country.
Last Wednesday, Japan's Internal Affairs Ministry published new data showing that the number of Japanese nationals fell by over 900,000 people in 2024, the biggest annual drop on record, marking the 16th consecutive year that the Japanese population has fallen. This was due to a record low number of births, around 690,000, and a record high number of deaths, nearly 1.6 million.
All right, well, a lot of stuff is going on in Japan, and a lot of this is cap. because I would have read about it and known about it. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. I didn't expect this to happen. Retrial of YNW Melly. What the hell? Hold on, y'all.
I've seen how a lot of people misunderstand what soft white under.
Live with him out here. I got into it with his wife.
Okay, another teenage black prostitute. Cool. All right, hold on real quick. I actually want to take a look at this real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. We're going to get back to the game. Hold on.
YNW Melly murder trial is not going to end the way that...
Because they've been keeping Bortland in the back. They've been keeping Bortland in the back. They got to bring Bortland out. So if anything, they're like, if they let YNW Melly go, then they're gonna throw it on Bortland. So they're playing the trap card real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all.
People believe it's going to end. And I'm going to 100% convince you from what just happened to YNW Bortland to what the damn judge just did. The judge just basically guaranteed some BS is about to happen, because I believe 100% that he is pissed off that the prosecution went to the upper room on him.
What did you say, nigga?
Yeah, the upper room, meaning the higher courts, his superiors, if you will. But let's get on with the paperwork, and then I'm going to show you every single thing else and tell you exactly what you need to know. This is crazy. So they had a joint filing, and this is what they basically came up with right here. So as you can see right here, Cortland Henry, state of Florida, all of that stuff, right? So it says State of Florida versus Cortland Malik Henry. Please take notice that the undersigned assistant state attorney will call up for...
Right. I haven't heard nobody in DC dying. And guess what? I heard they're going to all the major cities. So wait till they get to New York, LA, and all the other places. He about to put them in all the major cities. Trump cleaning house, y'all.
Hearing before Honorable Martin S. Fine, Judge of the Circuit Court Room, whatever the hell. We don't really care. And you see, Thursday, 14, 2025. Man. Joint state and defense motion to stay July 15, 2024 order, setting trials for September 10 and rescinding the court's de facto severance. The court did this. Think about that. This is basically the freaking defense and prosecution said, hey, hold the hell on, brother. Chill out. So everybody certified that a true copy hereof has been furnished electronically this the 8th day of August 2025 to counsel for defense. So these are his lawyers. This where it gets even crazier. Check this out. and here's more of the paperwork right here. State of Florida versus Cortland Henry. Joint state in defense motion to stay July 15, 2024 order, setting trials for September 10, 2025, and rescinding the court's de facto severance. Comes now the defendant Cortland Henry buying through his undersigned counsel and
War Master says black people never seem to notice how many people get shot by the police who are not black. That's true too.
The state of Florida buying through the undersigned assistant state attorneys and pursuant to Florida Rules Criminal Procedure 3.191, Florida Appellate Rule 9.140 C1B and FSS, whatever the hell, moves this honorable court to stay the trial proceedings and as grounds alleges as follows. The defendant is charged by indictment and information with murder in the first degree, accessory after the fact to murder in the first degree, tampering with a witness in capital.
So I don't know what's going on with Cortland, because guess what? He was locked up at first, and then I guess he's on house arrest. But I guess now they opening his case up because of they keep trying to aim for a mistrial with Melly, or at least get Melly out of jail until this is sorted. But hey,
felony directing the activities of a gang solicitation to commit tampering and conspiracy to commit tampering. Florida's gang enhancement statute under FS 874.04 is also charged. In case 19-00-1872 Senate homicide case, the co-defendant Jamel Demons filed numerous motions, which included 13 motions to suppress and motion in limine regarding a promotional video.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. 7 hours and 54 minutes into the madness. I'm gonna we're gonna get back to Myron. I just wanted to see what was the update with this case.
Yo, in the case, it's the exact same one. The co-defendant homicide case, those 13 motions to suppress were heard by Honorable Judge Murphy on November 20th, 2023 and November 21st, 2023. On December 20th, 2023, the court entered its omnibus order on the defendant's various motions to suppress that were heard on November 20th, 2023 and November 21st, 2023. On January 25th, 2024, this honorable court denied the state's motion for reconsideration. Further, the co-defendant filed a motion in limine to keep out a promotional video in the same case, the co-defendant homicide case. The state filed a response to the defendant's motion in limine promotional video on November 6, 2023. A hearing was held on the co-defendant's promotional video motion in limine on January 19, 2024. The court entered.
Well, I mean, listen, this isn't the first time Trump dispatched the National Guard to Chicago. You know, I mean, the National Guard came out during COVID. And then also, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, what are the people gonna do? They're gonna fight the military? Some of y'all nephews, nieces, cousins. Some of y'all are a part of the United States Army. So, you know, each one teach one, or I guess in this case, each one police
on
one.
On January 25th, 2024, suppressing the promotional video clip being entered into evidence. So this is basically them going through a bunch of stuff, right? So they're talking about the most.
And most people ain't even scared of the damn police.
That
Sometimes
they
you gotta
had
go to
and all that
HR.
stuff.
Let's get
The
it.
procedural history, July 9th, July 24th, July 29th, July 31st. All of these things, right? And basically what you're seeing is that this dude, Corlin Henry, aka YNW Borland, was severed. So basically it severed the co-defendants despite no motion by either side. Do you know what that means? Listen to what I'm telling y'all. On August 7th, this court held a hearing wherein Sua Sapante severed the court's co-defendants despite no motion by either side. It ordered that the homicide trial of Mr. Henry.
You said this sets a terrible precedent. You said all the presidents have to do is feel some threat and send the military. Man, listen, people act the hell right. I ain't gonna lie. When I saw that tank, when I saw them damn Humvees go up and down my damn street, and the nigga was yelling at somebody to get in their damn house, I was like, hey, you know what? That's a good idea. Take my ass in the house. It's all fun and game until them fatigues come out. All right. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Thank you, bro, as always. Straight up, dropping a huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Let's keep the show going. It's Player Talk Radio. You know where we going. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Let's get it. Let's go.
we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your VIN and the paper because I'm asked. What the wood? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time.
And that's on who?
Man had a little lamb. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? National Guard make him get back in that trunk. He get back in that trunk real quick if the National Guard was outside. In the Army National Guard. In the Army National Guard. Now I agree with that. I did see something about that, War Master. I did see that I did see you said him like Southeast. In the Army National Guard. No, I did see that they did kind of enter a couple of people's houses. That wasn't cool. It was like an apartment complex and stuff like that. You know, they were kind of out in the DMV area and they were like making sure certain people weren't like hanging outside and smoking and drinking and stinking. You know what I'm saying? I did see that, you know. I didn't agree with that. They tried to put that on the news, but I think it was something else going on there. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, by the time it hits the news, y'all, it becomes something completely different, you know. Yeah, I don't agree with them, you know, running up in your house and all kinds of, you know, that type of foolery, you know. I definitely disagree with that, you know.
Was to proceed on September 10, 2025. The state requested this court sign an order that, over the objection of both parties, the co-defendants were being severed. However, this court refused to sign an order. Despite the court's refusal to sign an order, the continued denial to stay the case and continue the trial of Mr. Henry to occur with Mr. Dimmons operates as a de facto severance of the co-defendants by this court. Bruh, they're going to end up...
But I'm not going to lie, though, D. Chicago is kind of like a curfew. You know, it's kind of like a curfew. You know? But it's not hard to lock DC down. DC is but so big. It's really not hard to lock DC down.
Kicking the freaking judge off of this case, bro. I'm telling y'all, man, we seen it happen with Glanville. Both the state and Mr. Henry are in agreement that the evidence, confession, and / or admissions that are the subject of the orders on appeal in Mr. Dimmons' case would materially assist the...
That's like every single black feminist I know, UFO. So-called pro-black, but sound like Margaret Sanger.
State improving its case against Mr. Henry. Additionally, should this court continue to de facto sever the co-defendants, Mr. Henry would be severely limited in his defense strategy, forcing him to proceed trial without the benefit of the relative culpability of his co-defendant. The state would be prejudiced in that if the state were to secure a conviction, any appeal would be jeopardized, as surely Mr. Henry's first argument on appeal would be this court's severance on its own accord, meaning y'all did this on your own. Florida, our criminal severance, we'll just read this. States that severance of co-defendants is to occur on motion of the state or defendant. Nowhere does the rule permit a court to sever co-defendants on its own accord. To do so, notably over the objection of both.
So this is the thing in this case, y'all. Remember, this is a double murder. You know, this is a double M. You know, shout out to my brother Mike Matro. The real double M. This is a murder. This is a double murder, y'all. So they're really not trying to let YNW Melly out. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, too, you know, they found a bunch of holes in YNW Cortland, but they call him Bortland because he's a blood or whatever. They found a bunch of holes in his story. So what they're gonna do is eventually, if they can't pin anything on YNW Melly, then they're gonna try to pin something on Bortland. So what it's gonna do is gonna make YNW Melly look bad, even though he already looks bad, because they're basically saying that he unsubscribed both of his friends from life, which they end up threatening his mother, and they end up, you know, talking greasy to his girlfriend and some other stuff. So, you know, I don't know. You know, I guess that's motivation to harm somebody or do something to somebody that y'all call friends. I guess at that point they ain't your friends, right? But anyway, and then also too, if you know you went on drills and unsubscribed other people with your friends, just imagine when they turn on you. You're like, okay, well, I know they would shoot me, so I don't know. Anyway, YNW Melly got about the car, and Bortland, who was the driver, he dropped them off at the hospital in that state. You understand what I'm saying? And then was later on interrogated and arrested, I guess, at the hospital. You know what I'm saying? They got the car, they got everything, whoop-de-whoop, right? So, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, they're going to put it on Bortland. So what it's going to look like with Melly, let's say if Melly was the gunman, which they're claiming that Melly was the gunman, he would have unsubscribed 2 of his friends from life and got the 3rd friend locked up. You know? So at some point, they're looking for Bortland to sing or snitch, you know? Oh no, SETI tripping. All right, we're gonna watch this a little bit later because nigga, this shit 54 minutes. Hold on, let me see if this is true. Because what we not about to do today is this. Okay, it's not 54 minutes. My bad.
So far would clearly be an abuse of discretion. Both the state and defense hereby seeks this honorable court issue an order staying the trial proceedings in both Mr. Henry's cases, pending the final disposition of the state's appeal in Mr. Deming's cases. Should this court deny the request to stay the cases, the state and defense would seek this honorable court to reduce.
I do not know how to say that name, War Master. Almost destroyed my tongue attempting to say that in my head. The Tsarnaev brothers bombing Boston had the government violated people's rights. Tsarnaev? You said SETI? What do you mean, Chris G? Where's Sun Ra Suit and SETI?
Sua Sapante severing the co-defendant's right. In conclusion, wherefore both the state and defense hereby moves this honorable court issue an order staying the trial proceeding pending the final disposition of the state's appeal in both Mr. Deming's cases, and further moves this court to rescind its oral decision to sua sponte sever the co-defendants. Should the court decline to rescind its decision to sever or refuse to stay further proceedings, both the state and defense request this honorable court to reduce these determinations to writing. And do you know what the hell happened?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Bro, the judge said F all that. All cases, all counts.
Yeah, he was talking about the marathon. Yeah, the marathon bombing.
Joint state and defense motion to stay 7/15/24 order setting trials for 9/10/2025 and rescinding the court's de facto severance is hereby denied for reasons as stated on the record in open court, done and ordered this 14th day of August 2025 in Broward County, Florida. Y'all know I'm about to tear into it. Y'all know this, right? Hit that like button like you like something. And if I ain't convinced you to subscribe yet, I don't know. You might just want to leave now, because boy, it's about to go up. Please understand something. This is an improper severance of the co-defendants initiative. Even after both sides said, hell no. That's unusual. It could be seen as an abuse of discretion because the rule doesn't give judges the power to split trials on their own. On appeal, Borland's going to sit up here and argue and say, hey, look, man, my trial was unfair because the judge illegally severed me from my co-defendant, and that crippled my defense strategy. Then it's going to prejudice the damn defense. Borland's team going to basically say, man, he need the benefit of relative culpability, basically showing that Melly was more responsible, or don't believe that he'll actually throw him under the bus like that because, bruh, the state has to know. All we got to do is offer YNW Borland a freaking snitch deal and he's gonna mess around and get out. But if he tries this alone and he loses the chance to use evidence, testimony, or comparisons that would come out in a joint trial, it's over. By moving forward separately, the judge just limited his ability to defend himself fully. So on an appeal, they basically gonna say, I was forced into this trial without access to evidence, arguments tied to my co-defendant, which violated my right to a fair trial. So the judge basically,
I don't know how both of them dudes are gonna get a mistrial. YNW Melly should just get a mistrial. I think if he gets a mistrial, then Borland probably won't have to go to court. They'll throw the case out.
has lost his damn mind. Have I not convinced you yet? Let me spiel a little bit more. I get y'all get it, right? Now, listen, I don't know how many of y'all are Star Trek Deep Space Nine fans, but there's a rule of acquisition saying Rule 33. It never hurts to suck up to the boss. Why are you saying this, Seti Nash? Man, listen. The lawyers for Cortland Henry, aka YNW Borland, better be kissing ass. They better kiss heavy cheeks in this one. Bro, the judge is already setting up for an appeal. If YNW Borland is found guilty, he's gonna sit back like, all right, they're 100% gonna grant this on appeal and they're gonna win. The state and the bruh. So basically is this. YNW Melly, we got to get him first out the way, and then we go ahead and get YNW Borland. That's what that is. Because the way that it's set up, it's like...
The way that it's set up, how long Melly is waiting, you got to get Melly out the way. You got to get Borland out the way first to get Melly out the way.
We had to get him first, and then we get him. Why that is because there's more to argue pro YNW Melly getting a murder charge versus YNW Borland. He's not going to have access to everything. They had to withhold certain things. And then it comes out. If Borland beats this trial, he beats this trial, bro. You don't think that's going to prejudice a jury? He loses the trial. The judge already set it up. Judge, you're overstepping your bounds. So I think that one or two things are going to happen. They're going to appeal it to a higher court. Of course, they'll do that. But also, if they...
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Going into marathon territory. 8 hours and 12 minutes into the madness. Let's get it.
Continue this on. If the judge continue this on, those lawyers need to kiss his ass and basically say, we didn't want to do this. We wanted to go with what you said. You called the big shots. You the man here. Because he just screwed up. You can't do this. The judge can't do this.
I've talked about it before. A lot of people are trying to say that Tyler is undermining like FBA Americans and all this other stupid shit. It's like the girl doesn't know. And like, you know, this stuff happened like a minute before. Like she was like on the Breakfast Club like a couple of months back. And Charlemagne and them try to ask her like some weird question. And she looked at her her manager or her publicist or whatever, and for the answer, because she's like, what do they mean? Because they really tried to trap her up in a question, because like a lot of Black Americans, quote unquote Black Americans, compared to her, I'm saying it the way how she would be looking at it, they like Afro beats and Amapiano. The thing is that Black Americans in the U.S. is not a big export of like Amapiano and reggae music and dance hall music and stuff like that. A lot of us in the States, we love that music and we dance to that music, but it's just like, it's, as a DJ, it's like it's a part of a playlist. It's a part of you go to the club, you can expect to hear it, but you're not gonna hear Burner Boy all night. You understand what I'm saying? You can go to the club and hear Tyler, but they're not gonna play her whole album all night. In America, you can go to the club and listen to Ira Star. They're not gonna play her whole album the whole night and stuff like that. So, you know what I'm saying? She just dropped the album, and it didn't sell as much, and a lot of people are saying that she rubbed them the wrong way, because I mean, she is kind of arrogant, I mean, what do y'all expect? You know what I'm saying? Shit, and she bad, Tyler bad as hell, but hey, so I guess a lot of people think that this is a huge loss for her, which is really not. I mean, she's good. Like I said, she'll sell more outside of the States anyway. You know what I'm saying? Most of the people that will say something about her, they're not really listening to Amapiano like that. So I mean, she'll sell more out of the States anyway. So I'm not going to say she's going to recoup the money that they gave to her, but like artists like her got 2-3 album deals and stuff like that. So they'll kind of go back to the drawing board, and she's going to be all right, So, okay.
I think
she might start collabing more with American artists, and then people could say, okay, if it doesn't work too well, then she probably lost a bit of the American market. But she got nothing to, she got nothing to lose. All she got is to gain at this point. But let's go.
Fine is pissed off. Y'all gotta agree with me, right? Like we all in agreement here, right? We don't always agree on everything on this channel. Y'all probably seen a lot of the freaking Tory Lane comments and stuff like that, right? Y'all gotta stop cussing me out on them Tory Lane comments. Every freaking
he just now starting to come around with that whole Tory Lanez thing. We been gave niggas the game on Tory Lanez. But let's go.
In 3 hours, I had to go through and approve the comments because y'all keep saying wild stuff. But neither here nor there. Hey, this is a W for YNW Portland. If his lawyers are smart and kiss the judge's ass, it don't matter he get found guilty or not. He's going to basically win on appeal. They could possibly throw this damn case.
That's what I'm saying, D Chicago. She wasn't really marketed to the US anyway. People just happen to like that song. She happened to stumble on the hit, and yeah.
I would say, oh, retrial? Nah, it was prejudice. All of these things that were supposed to happen didn't happen, and fine could be thrown out. Now that, for me personally, would be an issue if I'm YNW Melly, because to me, the freaking judge does not like. Let me say this again, does not like the state. And if I got your boss and your boss don't like you, I'm going to side with your boss. So it is what it is, man. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts on this one. I know the reading is a little whatever. Hell of people are calling my phone right now, bro, but it is what it is. I got to get back to this case.
Shout outs to War Master. I'm trying to win this Xbox. He's giving away an Xbox, y'all.
And I'll catch y'all in the next one. Wait. And I got to do my spiel. Win this or win this. We are 50K away. I think we're at like 500 and whatever, 250,000, 500 subscribers, whatever we are. We are on our way to do the giveaway. Now, it can take a minor miracle, but if we hit that damn goal of 300K, that's what we're trying to get to. We're trying to get to 300K. We hit that by next month, I'm going to double it up. And y'all know I don't do no cap, no anything like that. We'll do a raffle. We'll do a live stream raffle. And then we will basically we'll give it away there. You must have like Instagram or at least Twitter or something on Facebook. And be a subscriber. Turn on the bell, comment on every video, and you are good to go. And I can tell who's doing it. Click right here to keep up with the Tory Lanez trial. And he got.
I'm trying to win that Xbox, man. That'd be perfect. All right, let's get back into this, y'all. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Hold on, let's get into this real quick before we get back into it.
You gotta talk about me to make money. If you stop making fresh videos for the next year, your income will go down by 40%. I genuinely fucking feel sorry for you, bro. I take care of your mother, nigga. So I hope you buy her another condo and another and another. Because I'm gonna continue to stay relevant so your dumbass can go ahead and feed off me. And that's the God honest truth. If I ever decided to leave YouTube, your income would go down by 30% easily. You know I'd beat the fuck out of you in a confrontation if we ever fought. You know I'd debate you if we ever had a discussion. You're my fucking son, nigga. And there's a reason why you will never, ever talk to me in person. Like, you guys could go ahead and sit there and make a video and say all this other shit and clowny, but what's the real raw truth, bro? You're a failed comedian. You're overweight. No one respects you for you. People watch you for shitty ass entertainment as they eat their morning cereal. That's the real talk, nigga. Nobody's actually listening to you. Okay? They don't care about what you do as far as like the value you provide. They care about your shitty fucking takes on niggas that are actually being successful with your jump cut editor, who is really the real runner of the channel, if we're gonna be all the way 1,000.
He need a raise. He needs a raise ASAP, nigga. Give him a raise.
Yeah. Real talk, bro. Your editor does all your work for you. Jump cuts, all this other shit. You're not really a funny guy. That's why you don't do stand-up no more. If we're gonna be honest. You're not really a smart guy. This is why you don't live stream. You're not intelligent. This is why you'll never sit there and debate with me. We can have a discussion. Openly invite you. You'll never do that though, because I would expose you for the failure of a man that you are. So you must go ahead and criticize individuals that are doing better than you for you to get a little bit, siphon a little bit of that fucking attention. But nobody's hitting you up for interviews. Nobody gives a fuck about your takes. No. Nobody gives a fuck about what you actually are doing or contributing to the YouTube world. No. Right? I'm diversified. I can talk about politics. I can talk about girls. I can talk about dating, real estate investing, etc. What the fuck do you do? The one niche that you tried, comedy, you can't even do that. And I'll tell you why. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You've been on YouTube for what, 10 years? Yeah. You got 2 million subscribers? That's a fucking joke. And YouTube is your main platform. That's your main platform with 2 million. You post once a week. You only do reaction shit. Y'all niggas need to switch it up, bro. If I'm be honest. Y'all niggas are not relevant. You guys only get relevant when you talk about us.
No.
I'm giving you some real life advice. How have I been in this game for 5 years and I'm far more relevant than you, bro? How is that?
No more advice. Let him rot. Let him rot, bro. We can move on.
I feel sorry. Look, yo, I'm dead ass. I actually feel sorry for this nigga, bro.
Don't.
You gotta talk about me to make money. Ask yourself, bro, if you stop making fresh videos for the next year, your income will go down by 40%. You need me to make money. Luckily for you, I'm a hard worker, so you're always gonna be able to make content on me. But what it really highlights is your inadequacy. You need me to make money. I don't need you to make money. Let that sink in, my friend. You are so fucking talentless. You are so fucking useless. You provide so fucking little value that you have to talk about someone that does provide value, that does give good takes, that does fucking get out there and meet other people and give real commentary on real shit. I haven't heard you talk about the genocide in Gaza not one fucking time. If we're gonna be real about this. And I know why. Because for you, it's all about the money. You know if you get into this topic, it's gonna fuck up your situation. You guys are supposed to have integrity. I haven't seen you guys talk about, aren't you Somali and Eritrean? Something like that? I haven't heard you talk about your country getting fucking destroyed with the Civil War. I haven't seen you talk about any of that stuff. I've talked about Sudan. I've talked about what's going on in Gaza. I've talked about how the Arab world is getting destroyed by a bunch of fucking invaders. Right? You come from that part of the world. I've never seen you yell, nigga. You silent. You don't say shit. You don't talk about nothing real. Just gossip. You're a fucking woman. And now, like, after 3 years, 4 years, 70 plus videos later, I genuinely fucking feel sorry for you, bro. If I ever decided to go back to the government or fucking, like, not do this YouTube shit no more, what would you do? Like, what would you do, bro? Your income would literally go down by like 30%. And this is facts. Like, this is just reality. The videos that generate the most money, the most views for you are videos of me. That's fucking wild.
Very well.
Luckily, I'm not lazy. So you will be able to continue to make your videos on me, or lying on me, to siphon off some of my attention so you can go ahead and make some money. You're fucking welcome. I hope your mom enjoys the condo. But the sad part is, you supporting your mother is contingent upon another man. I support my mom on my own.
Bars.
And we're going to be honest about this. And you should know this because you're from the same part of the world that I am. You need another man to take care of your mother, motherfucker. My family don't gotta work. They still do, though. My dad works harder than you when he doesn't even have to fucking do it anymore. And he's like fucking 60 plus. I come from a very hardworking family. My dad never took a fucking cent from welfare, despite the fact that he qualified for it because he didn't make enough money being a fucking cab driver in New York City. He imparted that work ethic on me. Told me you're gonna fucking be successful. Anytime I did some dumb shit, he smacked the fuck out of me. They forced me to go to college. They told me, if you don't fucking get out there and get an education and be a somebody, you're gonna not make it. I came to this country and I fucking risked everything so you could become a somebody. And I always took that shit seriously. And to this day, my parents, if anything bad happens, they did their job. It's on me at this point. The sad part is you can't say the same. You've been on YouTube for what, 10 years? 2 million subscribers. You post once a week, twice a week maybe, 3 times a week if you really found something cool about me that you want to put out there and report. I take care of your mother, nigga. You don't. So I hope you buy her another condo and another and another. Because I'm going to continue to stay relevant so your dumb ass can go ahead and feed off me. And that's the God honest truth. If I ever decided to leave YouTube, your income would go down by 30% easily. You're my fucking son, nigga. And there's a reason why you will never, ever talk to me in person. And you know that. Shit! Oh, shit! You really know that. You know I'd beat the fuck out of you in a confrontation if we ever fought.
Allegedly.
You know I'll debate you if we ever had a discussion. I'm better than you in every single way. And you know this. That's why you pray on my downfall every day. But the reality is you fucking need me, my friend. Your mother needs me. Your family needs me. Because everyone that you support is off my hard work, bitch ass nigga. So you need me to stay as relevant as fucking possible, because you're not. So when you get your AdSense revenue, say shukran. Because I fucking got you that fucking money. And don't worry, I work hard, so you'll continue to get that money and you'll have something to talk about, bitch ass nigga.
Today, fine, cuz. I'm not fucking leaving.
I don't know which one he's talking to. Is he talking to Abba or Preach or both?
The show goes on.
That was so nice.
This is my one.
Yeah, he talked to the nigga like he was your son.
Yes. He's my son.
Sit down, boy.
You know what the funny part is?
Sit down, boy.
Everything I said is true.
Yeah, no.
Everything I said is true. He can never ever fucking face me. Here's the thing, bro. I'll sit down with you. We don't even. There's no fist fight, no nothing. We could just talk, have a discussion. Bring your security, nigga. I'll embarrass you.
Half-assed is hilarious.
This YNW Melly murder trial.
All right. God damn YouTube. YouTube starting to replay some videos, all right? All right. Y'all please hit the like button. Support the show. All right, let's get back to it.
Called it. I knew that this was going to happen, that they were going to do this because these niggas' views are down. And then you look at the other numbers, right? Look at the Social Blade. They got what? They got 2 million subscribers, right? And they got how many views? 12 million views for the month. You go to my channel by myself.
Yep.
Right? 16 million. And I got 337K
and a higher grade.
Subscribers and a higher grade.
Let's go.
Now, why am I telling you guys this? I'm telling y'all this because you guys need to understand that these YouTubers and these reaction channels are parasites.
Yeah.
Okay? They make content based on what's trending to get views.
Yep.
I'm showing you guys the numbers. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. You guys can see here that these niggas are thirsty for views and will lie to you, as I'm going to prove right now, to get the views so they can go ahead and get their AdSense. These guys are literally fleas on my balls that make videos on me all the time. These dudes, whenever their money's down, they make it's clockwork. I could predict now
Santa Claus.
when they're gonna make a video, bro. It's literally clockwork. They've been making videos on us for what, 3 years now?
3 years,
4 years?
yeah.
Since
Running.
2021? These dudes have made something like 50 to 70 videos on us, guys. Anytime their views are down and AdSense is low, which, by the way, reaction channels right now are getting lower views, FYI.
They are.
They're all across the board. So, guys, it's no mistake that every single reaction channel is talking about me right now.
Yeah.
And I knew this was going to come. At some point, right, I knew this was going to come. I was like, all right, I'm going to have to address this at some point. But
didn't they say 10 months ago pressure was over? That they said that we're done for, we're canceled, we're demonetized, the channel's going to be over with. But we're still here, apparently. Oh, that's right. We are better than these niggas.
Yeah, facts, bro.
Again.
Yeah, so I'm doing it again. Right? And what these guys don't realize is that I literally was talking to my guy Brett, right? And I was like, yeah, they're gonna make a video. When they do, we're gonna fucking hit them with the knockout punch. And you guys fucking fell for the trap.
Ooh.
Because I knew Abba and Preach were gonna do this because I looked at their views. I swear to God, guys, 2 days ago, I looked at their views.
Yep.
I was like, all right, their views are down. Niggas are gonna drop video today. Bam, drop a video.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
No street debate. Just this debate.
Now we're gonna
this is super
embarrass you
easy.
niggas because this is because I've been wanting to expose you guys about how you guys make your parasitic fucking videos where you guys will sit there and your views are down and you'll
like.
talk about people that are popping.
And like.
I do the content. I do the collab with Andrew and Nick. It goes viral. I'm doing collabs with Tim Pool. We dropped the video today of me at the comedy club in DC.
Yep.
We're fucking relevant. Right, in the political world, in the dating world, all this other stuff, we're touching different avenues. And then what happens? These parasites drop a video because their fucking views are down. My channel by myself, 337K, right?
By yourself.
Is lapping them by myself. Why? Because I've been putting in the work. That channel started at 186,000 at the beginning of this year, and we're gonna talk about that quite a bit, by the way, too.
But Myron, all you do is talk on Twitter and shout at women. Do you even work, bro?
I guess not. I guess not. So
yeah, it's wild.
So yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and debunk a bunch of shit for you guys. But yeah,
so I'll just start off with this, right? So I spent today looking at bum ass niggas talking about Myron. I watched like 4 videos, of course, you know, Abba and Leech. And the funny part is that like they like the entire video. Guys, I tell you right, I've known Myron for 5 years running, and I know him very well. These niggas talk about Myron like they know him. They don't know shit about Myron. They just talk about things they see online, and it's all fucking lies. And we missed the point here to break down what they said in detail.
Yeah, we're gonna answer all your guys' questions now because I knew at some point I was gonna have to do this. So you know what? It makes the most sense now.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna show you guys how uncredible these reaction channels are, and how thirsty they are for views, and how thirsty they are for AdSense revenue.
Yo, shout out to Diglets, man. Holy smokes, brother.
Thank you, 3D man.
I'm not fucking leaving.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, yo.
See,
I'm not fucking leaving.
Forget the support.
The show goes on.
It's just us alone. No, we got big supporters.
Yeah, we do. And we've been around for, despite being demonetized, despite being shadow banned, despite being banned, despite being censored. I've lost like 10 Instagram accounts. We lost our Facebook account. We got demonetized 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Right to the T now at this point.
Money was
gone. Like, we've lost a bunch of fucking money to tell y'all the stuff that we tell you guys. And these guys thought that we were done, and we're still fucking here. And not only are we still here, we're beating them.
But you know the best part? our supporters that watch Money Mondays make money as well. So when they ball out, we got you guys.
Yeah, man.
So it's full circle,
bro. So yeah, I'm not surprised, but let's go ahead. So yeah, so you said you watched all the videos with the haters and shit. Yeah,
every video in detail because I was like, hold on a second here. I know the truth. He knows the truth, of course. What are they really saying about us as creators? And it's funny because they lied tooth and nail to their detriment. Now let's go through the actual questions here, Myron, because obviously speaking, Myron, are you single or are you dating right now? I can't really tell, but let's go through it. All right. So number one, Myron Gaines. They said that you can't keep a girlfriend long term because you work too hard and you're alpha male. But apparently you're not able to keep a girlfriend long term. Like Angie?
Me and Angie were together for almost 3 years. I mean, if they're gonna say that that's not long term or whatever, I mean, it's fine, whatever. But it was like two going on 3.
Was Angie your first ever girlfriend in life?
Okay, let's go ahead and because a lot of people say, "Oh, Myron, Angie was your first girlfriend." And it's funny because the clip that do we have the clip real quick?
Okay, Casey talking about it.
Yeah.
All right. There should be some clarity here because I probably, and I'm gonna say I probably was wrong about a lot of stuff. But let's go.
Yeah, let's show the exact clip so I can respond to that. I think it's in these dumbass niggas video.
Yeah.
Let's. Yeah. Shout out to DJ Vlad with the 50 gifted, bro. Appreciate you, my friend. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna answer all these questions tonight, bro. And the purpose here is to let you guys know. Don't believe everything you guys see on the internet and understand that these other creators, especially reaction channel niggas like Abba and Preach, they have a vested interest in lying and putting out a narrative for views. And I showed you guys that their channel has not been hitting this month, right? So that AdSense is getting a little low. So it's getting closer to the end of the month. They need to make some money, them niggas. So that's why they dropped this video when they did. They dropped the video as we're popping. They're declining as always. They got 2 million subs. And my fucking side channel is beating them.
Also, I remember niggas talking shit about my channel, right?
Yeah.
Doing videos alone. We had 12K watching the other night and 10K last night, actually. So all the haters, man, fuck y'all niggas. By the way, Bills, the video in Takeover is the first 10 seconds of that video.
First 10 seconds?
Yeah, the first 10 seconds in, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So we'll play that part with Casey.
Yeah, fresh watch all these hater niggas, bro.
Bro, y'all niggas are weird,
yeah,
bro.
A lot of
y'all niggas are weird.
For those of you that are wondering or hoping, the only people we're really gonna debunk here are Anus and Reach. Because they're the biggest ones of y'all niggas. The rest of you guys are fucking parasites.
They're the
not
queens
worth the time.
of the drama.
Yeah, these guys are the queen. These guys are the biggest gossipers. Right?
Drama queen.
Oh look, this bum ass nigga finally got a new camera. Yo, good job.
No, you don't got me copping, please. What's going on, Larry? No, hell no, I ain't copping no damn please. What I'm saying is that I was told that was his first girlfriend. So I said what he needs at this point is a Sudanese starter chick. So I'm ready to hear this information to see if what I said was right or what I said was wrong. Let's see.
Baba?
See you, by the way. Y'all please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Please hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. 8 hours and 36 minutes into the madness. Let's go.
Yo, this nigga got a new camera.
That's our camera.
Yo, he got a new. No, look, he actually got nigga actually put a little bit of work in.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he got a new camera.
That shit look grainy as hell to me.
Yeah, he's a retard. He need to get a video, nigga, man. These bum ass niggas wait all these years and finally get a fucking new camera. All right, let's hear it. Go ahead and hit it, man. He was so hyped too. Yes, I got it. I could make some money now. All right, let's go ahead and hit play real quick on this thing, because we'll debunk this first thing right now.
Yep.
The focus is off. That's what it is. Oh, he about to debunk the video. Okay, the focus is off. All right, hold on.
And sure enough, just in time, Fresh and Fit got some. Myron has a girlfriend.
Well, when was the last time you had a girlfriend prior to Angie?
Not really.
Okay, so you've never had a girlfriend in your life until you dated a foreign girl.
Not like yeah.
You know, me and Preach took a break.
So, as always, they like to fucking clip shit out of context. This is what they do. When I said not like her and I didn't get to finish, when I say a serious girlfriend, I'm talking about I suppose.
Oh man. Shout outs to War Master. Dropping the Q's. $20 on the Cash App as always. Thank you, bro, for supporting the show as always. No contest, supporter of the year. Shout outs to War Master. Hold on. Let's go. Hold up. Hold on.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout out to War Master.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
War Master says, screw being friendly. Kuda needs an Xbox. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. No. That was the other one. Hold on. War Master said, Kuda is wrong for not having an Xbox. Man, I'm trying to win one from Seti Nash. I done subscribed and shared all of his shows from the burner account. I was like, please send me Xbox. He got a Series X. I will take a Series anything at this moment, man. Fuck. I'm missing out on the new Metal Gear. I've been missing out on so many games. It's ridiculous. Shout outs to War Master as always, supporting the show and keeping the show going. Mind you. Oh Lord. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast again. Shout outs to everybody supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. Thank you guys for supporting Player Talk Radio. All right, let's dig into this, y'all. Fuck, Myron is about to go over and dissect Abba and Preach's video. Phase by phase.
Supported her.
But let's go.
I took care of her. She was like a real main chick, right? Like a real girlfriend. Not a girl like I was just like hooking up with. Because you guys know, you guys have seen me with many women. Like the whole concept of people saying like, Myron, you need to have a girlfriend. You guys have watched the show and you guys see me have girls around all the time. I didn't consider them real girlfriends until Angie, because I was actually like doing what I was supposed to do with her because I was supporting her.
Fellas, supporters of the show, you've seen girls on camera with us, going on dates.
For years.
You've seen girls be in the studio multiple times. I can name a few. Christina, other girls. Fellas, common sense here. Myron's had many girlfriends before. However, this one was his actual pride and joy because he cared about Angie more. That's it.
Yes.
So to say he had no girlfriend before this, come on, fellas. There's common sense here.
You guys saw it. So like when people say, oh, look, he's admitted.
And this is what I'm saying with this particular breakup. I knew this one hurt him. I ain't gonna lie. This one hurt him. You know, this one hurt Myron. But that's what happens when you really love someone. That's what happens when you really love someone. So, like I said, hopefully he bounced back from this one. You know, like I said, get you a Sudanese starter chick and you'll be
admitting that he's never had a girlfriend before. But I'm telling you guys, like you guys have seen girls on the stream before that I've dealt with. But when it comes to
shout out to War Master once again. I appreciate
that context, what I'm saying is a girl that I'm supporting.
Yes.
That I'm being a provider for. Angie was the first one.
And fellas, y'all know us, man. So you guys know the truth. These niggas are just lying, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, they're asses.
Because I'm very selective. So like a real girlfriend that I'm taking care of, that was Angie.
As you should be.
So yeah, so that's what I was referring to with that. Now, go ahead. So that was the first question you want to ask, right?
Yes.
So we'll get that one out the way.
We got some more here. Also, shout out to Rampage Jackson commenting as well.
Oh, shout out to Rampage.
Really good dude. All right, we need to do collab with him soon. as well.
Yeah, we need to. Yo, Rampage. I don't know. I think I hit him up. We need to get him on the show.
Did Angie leave you for a guy who rollerblades? Wait the hell on. Let me get this straight. Angie left Myron Gaines, successful, accomplished, hella money, hella bitches, for a random nigga that rollerblades? Hey, please help me here. What's going on?
Yeah.
Shaggy?
So, this is why when I say that like these YouTube channels, like these reaction niggas are scumbags and liars, guys, I hate to fucking knock the fucking wind out your sails. Me and Angie haven't been together for the most part of this year.
Oh!
Okay?
He just said it! He just said it!
Now, it's been several months, guys, that we haven't been together. Now, I know you guys, that's going to lead to a lot of other follow-up questions. So I'm prepared to answer them. But we have not been together for a very long time, guys. All right?
Facts.
What else?
So, just after that point. So, fellas, I had a conversation with some...
And the smart people that watch me have noticed this.
Yeah.
Y'all haven't seen her for months, right?
Y'all niggas know. By the way, fellas, I know a lot of creators in the space, right? And they hit me and said, Fresh, is this true? Is Myron getting left by his girl? What's happening? I said, listen, bro. When Myron wakes up, ask Myron. But in the meantime, I said, brother, you watch our show all the time. You should know the facts. You know what they did? Fuck the facts. I'm just gonna make a video for some views, for some money.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, hold on a second here. You're gonna go spread lies because for some views? That's all I knew. These niggas are all fake, bro.
Yeah.
You're gonna spread lies for some views because you want to make some money? No integrity at all, bro.
No, you know what? Name the nigga that did it. Because you guys need to know. You guys need to know how fucking deceptive these guys are.
Oh man.
They have the ability to get the truth, but they said, nah, I want to make money. Let me lie.
All right, I'm gonna just say it. Because it's time, brother.
You guys
Young
need
Don, I told your ass nigga, stop. Get the facts first, then make the video. Oh no, bro, Myron girl left him. He's a dummy. Bro, are you retarded? Hold on. First of all, Don, stupid. I like your content, but when you make dumb videos like this, bro, I'm like, bro, use your common sense, bro. You know how we roll at Fresh and Fit. We're the real deal here. We don't fuck around. So when you say this fucking bullshit story and say, oh yeah, bro, his girl left him, nigga, no, she didn't. So I just think that these creators, bro, that want clout and all these views, you're fucking lying. Get some views.
Yeah,
that's weak.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to get the real thing, and he said, "Nah, I'm gonna drop the video anyway because I want to make money." And that should let you guys know, like, AdSense is down.
Yeah,
niggas need views.
Gotta pay bills.
I showed y'all Album Preach's numbers. They talk about me. They get the views in half the time.
I even said, let's bring him back to the show. We could do a podcast together. But now after that shit, no, fuck no. Like, bro, at least have integrity, like you should as a man. Because listen, if something's not true about you, why am I gonna go spread it for some views?
Yeah,
are you not broke?
Yeah, bro.
Come on,
it's
nigga.
Like, yeah. So and I mean, I'm not surprised. Dude denounced Christianity to read tarot cards. So
he's spiritual.
Yeah, nigga says he's spiritual now.
First of all, Christ is still king.
Yeah,
always been king.
Fucking weirdo.
You're dumb for doing that shit. But anyhow,
yeah, nigga, you spiritual, bro. Fuck out of here. Nigga went from Jesus Christ to reading tarot cards.
Wait, what is this, LT man? Hold on.
Hell no.
You ever been in a situation like this with a bonnet-wearing LaFonda? You're not racist. You're just exhausted. That's when my doctor prescribed me Civilize. Not to make it better, just so I could keep my mouth shut and walk away.
With Civilize, you don't hear the ignorance. You don't feel the heat. You just move forward. Thanks to Civilize, I don't even hear it anymore.
Oh, AI is unstoppable.
I swiped the EBT. It said decline. Girl, I ain't paying no cash. Hell no.
You ever been in a situation like this with a bonnet-wearing LaFonda? You're not racist. You're just exhausted. That's when my doctor prescribed me Civilize. Not to make it better, just so I could keep my mouth shut and walk away.
With Civilize, you don't hear the ignorance. You don't feel the heat. You just move forward. Thanks to Civilize, I don't even hear it anymore.
Oh man, y'all get y'all some hands on some. Get your hands on some Civilized. Everybody's talking about black fatigue, y'all. And I'm telling you, it's an epidemic. It's an epidemic.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Bro, bum ass nigga, bro.
The fuck out of here.
Haram!
Any case,
Okay.
special
next
mention,
question?
Puerto Flaco,
That's the
good ass
insane
dude,
Oh, yeah.
gets credible information before he makes content, and as well waits for the content because he knows spreading lies is never good.
Yeah.
Shout out Flaco. All right. Number 4. Why was Angie still around after the breakup?
All right. And that's a very reasonable question because a lot of you guys might be asking me, okay, well, y'all weren't together for months. Why was she around? For those of you that watch me, you guys know I have a real estate business, right, where I control something like 23 properties.
Yeah.
Right? Angie would deal with a lot of my tenants, especially my tenants that spoke Spanish. As you guys know, I have 5 properties here in Miami.
¿Qué pasa?
Okay? They don't speak English. So they would contact Angie to facilitate payments, anytime
Issues.
things need to be fixed or whatever.
Yeah.
So she was pretty much one of my property managers, right? Also, she would book my flights anytime I traveled. As you guys know, I traveled quite a bit this year, last year. She would coordinate all that for me. She would clean the studio or pack my bags.
Help me with Hero.
Help Fresh with Hero.
Yeah.
Right? Take care of Frank.
Yeah.
Right? Where anytime Frank got sick when I first got him, as you guys know, we're figuring out what he can and can't eat. He has a very sensitive stomach. He gets sick a lot, right? And especially when he's a puppy. When we first got him, should we take care of Frank?
Come here, Frank.
Yeah, here he is, right here.
No, I was trying to call him. Good boy.
So, what else? So she did a lot of things behind the scenes for me, guys. And obviously, I had to slowly kind of start moving these duties over to other people.
Yeah.
So that's not gonna happen overnight, especially. Oh, and she would also make sure my bills were paid for my properties. Guys, maintaining 20 properties and making sure the water bills are paid for each, making sure that the electric bill is paid for each, making sure that you're collecting rent from everybody on time, and then people are delinquent following up. Bro, that's an enormous amount of work.
That's a lot.
So she was doing all that stuff for me, right? And I made the joke before, like, yeah, she would pack my car. She would.
Well, I gotta give it to Myron. I mean, he did what I said. I'm not gonna lie. She had too much task. I mean, but basically he was her employer. Not gonna lie, y'all. She was kind of fucking the boss. She probably didn't really get boyfriend vibes from him. Probably was getting, I'm screwing the boss vibes. What do y'all think? I should put a poll in the chat, right? Like she kind of was getting effing the boss vibes. Most dogs are eating better than a lot of people. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Most pets in America are eating better than. You should see the dogs walking around in Asia. You already know these street dogs. It's like, god damn. It took me a minute to get used to an actual wild dog. I haven't seen a lawnmower in almost 4 years, y'all. I'm just saying. But no, yeah, he kept her busy, but not in a good way. I mean, well, in a good way, I mean, for his businesses, but shit. Yeah, them shits are different.
Would.
Right,
and this is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Like, she was a good girlfriend, bro. Like, she's a good girl.
Yeah.
I have nothing bad to say to her. Honestly, like, this shit is on me, bro. Like, it's not on her whatsoever. We haven't been together for a minute, and she wants a family. And I can't give that to her.
Look at that. See, y'all know what I'm talking about. Insane One said, the dogs in St. Vincent killed one of my goats. My old yard dog is vicious. He bites me and he likes me more than the rest of them. See? Yeah, man, them dogs be in gangs, bro. Dogs are in gangs out here. Dogs are like Crips and Bloods
Right.
out here, man.
Just straight up, I'm be honest with y'all.
It's hard.
You guys have seen me working like crazy. The debrief channel,
Be a poodle too. You be thinking the poodle is nice? Hell no, the poodle gang banging
was at
too.
186 at the end of last year. I told y'all in January of 2025 we're gonna take over, right? I've been going live every day, doing 7-8 hours.
I'm not gonna lie. Animals in America got more rights than people.
Streaming, doing Fresh and Fit still, doing debates. We're about to do a college tour right now with Uncensored America, debating kids on college things. That's why you guys will see me going viral on Instagram and stuff like that. That comes at a cost. And with Angie, she wants a family, guys. That's what she wants. And she's been waiting around for a minute. So who the fuck am I to tell her, nah, keep waiting, or deny her that? Especially when she's been so good to me. This woman has sacrificed so much for me. People fucking stalking her.
Yep.
People fucking calling her.
Following her.
People following her. That's a big reason why I got Frank. People harassing her.
Yeah.
People talking shit to her.
It's
people
weird.
making fun of her. And she's always stuck by my side. She never backstabbed me. She never did anything. She never cheated on me. So when it comes to this situation right now, with us not being together, it's not her, bro. It's on me. Like, and I got to take responsibility. She's been patient waiting for a family, bro. And she's like 27. So who the fuck am I to tell her, nah, keep waiting as I build this empire?
Also, on the show, we talk about hitting 30 as a woman, what that means for them, right? So being an honorable man, listen, it's not what I want right now. I'm going to say what it is. And listen, you could be a misogynist, as they say, or a bad person, but you told her, listen, I can't do this right now. You need to be free. And that was it. So it's all on you. She didn't leave you for a guy to rollerblades.
No, bro. But like,
like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, absolutely insane one. Absolutely.
Like, you know, it's like, I don't even know what's going on with that situation because it's none of my business. We've been done, bro. Like, so when people say this stuff, I'm like, all right, whatever, bro.
So the whole
Like,
premise was, oh, bro, Myron's go left him for another guy.
Yeah.
But if you're broken up months before, I mean, she's single.
Yeah.
So quite frankly, that's a fucking lie.
I didn't even ask her about it, like, because I don't care, because it's not my business, bro. So, so when people say this stuff, it's just like, I'm just like, oh my God. Like,
so again, Abba and Anus and Leach lied again because they don't know the facts.
yeah, and you know what's funny? Because they talk all this shit, right? Like, they try to speak as if they're, you know, the moral high ground. They know what they're talking about, or they call me gay or whatever. Can we roll the clip real quick? Because last time I checked.
Wait, you're gay?
Yeah, they keep saying I'm gay.
No. I know two guys in Canada that are gay.
Yeah, no, wait, these niggas right here, right? Hold on.
I think they gay?
Yeah, let's give people a reminder of who these guys are that are talking shit.
There we go, man. Good old time.
You're not the alpha male that you are, that you claim to be. They can catch girls here and there by paying for it. Why is it that y'all spend so much time whoring around?
You've had a prostate orgasm?
Yeah, I'm open-minded. They like men better than they like women. You're not the alpha male that you are.
Yo, what man gets on all fours and says, put it in my ass, bro?
Oh man, Black Manosphere.
Yeah. Abba does, bro. Talk about fucking gay, nigga. You're gay.
You know, it's just funny to me because it's like these niggas talk all this shit and they try to call people gay or sus or whatever. Bro, you're literally a sodomite.
Bro.
You are literally a sodomite, bro. Oh, we got more evidence. Go ahead. Play the next one.
Oh my word, bro.
Bruh. These niggas,
look at this nigga, bro. Niggas are
Says you gay, that's how you know you straight. These guys, they don't love women. They like men, spending more time with men. They do the most sus shit behind closed doors.
You've had a prostate orgasm?
Yeah.
Tell me more about it. Were you milked? How did it happen?
The position you have to get in to get milk, you get on your knees, arch it, and then, you know, she behind it, she milking that, and she doing her thing like a cow.
Yo, what the fuck? Bro, this nigga, bro, if you're an able-bodied man, a straight man following Ivan Preach, bro, you're gay. I promise you, bro. If y'all niggas is straight, if all these niggas, you are gay yourself, bro. And if you're a follower, bro, don't come over here. Stay over there.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. Like, are you serious?
And yo, these niggas have made 70 videos talking shit about us. Abba, you will always lose because you're a fucking sodomite, bro. You will always lose.
Hold
Okay?
on. Niggas in the chat, if you're defending these niggas, bro, flame them because you're fucking gay too, bro. I
So we
promise
call
you.
these niggas anus and reach.
Bro, at
Real
least.
talk, man.
Bro.
Here, let's finish the whole. Let's finish this.
All fours is crazy, though.
All fours is wild.
Bro, where I'm from in Barbados, bro, you're a batty man. Still over there, bro.
These niggas want to sit here and talk shit, bro. Yo, hit we'll play that shit from the beginning. We'll roast these niggas, man.
Cheese on bread.
Is this your king? Abba's your king?
Integrity king.
Yeah, Integrity King.
Integrity King?
Integrity King.
Drama Queen.
Yeah.
Drama Queen.
Integrity King.
We have integrity.
The nigga that backstabbed this. But yeah.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
See, unlike you, Abba, right? Honest. She wants a family. I can't provide that to her. We could be adults and be transparent about it. It is what it is. You, on the other hand, you got fucking pegged. All right? You're over here trying to play the moral high ground. I have integrity. But what do? You turn your back on the fucking guy that was with you, that helped your dumb ass climb and get some more clout, and you fucking backstab him because everyone else was attacking him. At the worst part of his life,
yeah,
you turned your fucking back on him and attacked him with everybody else for fucking AdSense revenue. And that should tell y'all what type of nigga this guy is. Views are down, gotta do what I gotta do, gotta make a video, whether I gotta lie, whether I gotta backstab my friends, etc. And I'm not surprised, because you get fucking pegged. If you're getting pegged, you clearly, something's wrong with you mentally. You ain't a man. Like,
hold on. Where's all the haters in the chat now? All the haters in the chat, where'd you go? Hold on. Haters in the chat, you were typing all that bullshit. Where are you now? Are you gone?
Yeah, it's not the narrative they wanted to hear. Niggas really thought Angie left me for some nigga on rollerblades. Nigga.
Some nigga on skates?
Some nigga on skates. Them.
Listen, y'all. Make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves and not getting pegged out here. Make sure y'all take care of yourself and not get pegged out here. And make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves. You can first start by heading over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Take advantage of their August sale where you buy one, get one free. Don't get pegged out here, y'all. All right, and if something happens and there's a sharp pain in your ass, get your hands on this pain stick, this recovery pain stick. Don't shove it up your ass now. Get your hands on this recovery pain stick. And don't listen to your main chick. God damn. All right, let's go.
Them niggas said for roll bounce. Oh, Myron isn't alpha male enough to keep a girl long term. He left him for a broke guy. Nigga, what are you saying? Bro, money is important. I don't care who you are. Bro, you could be the fucking janitor at a school. You have some game, great. But longevity with a girl, you need money, bro, to survive. What the fuck are you trying to say? You don't need money? Come on, man.
Yeah, bro. Let's finish playing. Actually, we'll finish it later. You had more questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
let's recap the questions real quick.
So number one.
Yeah.
Myron, long term, can't keep a girlfriend. Fucking lie.
Yeah, she was with me
for
multiple years.
Was Angie your first girlfriend ever? No.
One that I cared about as far as like supporting her and taking care of her, which they cut that part out, right? But yeah.
Out of context.
And you know that's a lie anyway, because y'all have seen me with girls, so you guys already know that's a preposterous framing anyway.
Have I? Actually, when I met you, you had a full rotation and some mains.
Yeah.
And then through this whole time, 5 years, you had mains all the time.
Yeah.
AKA Christina.
The way we define girlfriends, is a bit different than how other people might, because there's a point where it's like, all right, is this my main chick, side chick? Is it a girl that I support, not support? There's levels to this shit, man, but that's fine. They want to go ahead and run. You never had a real girlfriend before, contrary to all the evidence out there of us being with women and all this other shit.
Wrong. Number 4. Why was Angie still around? Oh, no. Did Angie leave you for a guy who rollerblades?
No. We're together.
Yep. Why was Angie still around after the breakup?
Yeah. So like I said before, she had a monumentous task, guys. She ran all my real estate, 20 plus properties. She talked to my tenants. I have 50 plus tenants.
Yep.
She was coordinating the properties getting paid off. With like making sure mortgages were paid, making sure bills were paid for the house. She would talk with my parents and make sure that things got fixed if they needed to get fixed. She would purchase things for the business for me. She would book my flights. She was basically my assistant. She was like my right hand. She did a lot of things for me.
One more thing.
Yeah.
It's very important. Myron broke up.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if you are running a business, you know, Shout outs to War Master for remembering. Like, you know, if you are running a business, definitely give her a job. I'm not gonna lie, you can outsource some of the job to your lady. She want to be a part of what you got going on anyway.
Go with her months ago.
Yes.
Also, keep in mind, she did not cheat on Myron. So stop
No.
saying that bullshit, bro.
No, she never did.
That's weird. Because
She never did.
That right there says no respect. And she had mad respect for Myron. So that's a fucking lie as well. I've been preached. Also, is that the real DJ Light in the chat?
Nah, no way. He hates us.
Really? Is that him or
Can't
no?
be him.
I looked.
And again, me being honest with y'all, right? So not only did she have all these duties, right? The other thing too, guys, was you got to understand that Angie was getting like harassed and stalked by people. So I was like, okay, we have to do this in a way where we do this slowly, do it behind the scenes, right? So that people so that she could slowly and I slowly started to take her duties and move it to other people.
Can I say this real quick as well?
Yeah.
Fellas, some of you are cool online, but you know, some people are weird. I remember I used to do vlogs with girls every day. I go on a date vlog, show guys behind the scenes, lifestyle, all the cool stuff, right? You know what some niggas did? They'll go to girls' page,
and
find the parents and family and say, oh, she's a mud shark. I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. Also, they'll track the girl's family to their house and shit like that. It was some weird shit. So Angie's level of like tolerance that she went through is insane. She way worse than Miranda, anybody else that I talk to or have fun with on vlogs. So what she went through, fellas, is pure pain for Myron. And to still be there for 3 years after that is tough.
Yeah, she dealt with a lot,
harassed, stalked. Bro, that's some real shit, bro.
Bro, she dealt with a lot, man. She dealt with a lot. So the reason why I did a lot of this behind the scenes was to protect her, bro.
Yeah. It's sad, man. If niggas only knew. All right. Myron has the accusation of being fruity. And the question is,
Accusations!
did you ever sleep with Angie at least once, twice, 3 times?
Before I answer this question, play that last clip in full. Before I answer this.
All the haters!
Because this is Abba calling me gay. So I just want you guys to let's play that clip before. We didn't do that.
Drama
real quick,
queen.
And then I'll answer this.
If Myron says you gay, that's how you know you straight. These guys, they don't love women. They like men, spending more time with men. They do the most such shit behind closed doors.
You had a prostate orgasm?
Yeah.
Tell me more about it. Were you milked? How did it happen?
The position you have to get in to get milk, you get on your knees, arch it, and then, she behind it.
Wait, so Abba got pegged? Oh no.
She milking that and she doing her thing like a cow.
Y'all go get your hands on this pain stick, man. Item of the show. The item of today's show is this pain stick. Rub this on anything, it's gonna kill it. Let's go.
If Myron says,
all right. So, yeah.
Hey, man.
What's going on in Canada?
You can't even defend that, bro.
Yeah,
you can't even defend that, bro. That's the sad part.
I see why the Canadian girls moving back here, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, Canadian girls love us.
Yeah.
For a reason. Y'all niggas are gay.
Yeah, bro. It's just All right. So, am I gay? Bro, they've been saying I'm gay for years. They take these pictures of me with my teammates from college.
Yeah.
When niggas break into my hotel room when we're on a training trip. Why are you in the bed with a bunch of dudes? They broke. Look, I'm gonna answer this shit once and for all, man, because it's crazy to me how people just don't get this shit. Back in 2012, I was on a rowing team. All right, I was on a Northeastern Division I rowing team. We're in Cocoa Beach, Florida, on a training trip. Okay, we'd have practice at like 4 o'clock in the morning. As you guys know, I'm not a morning person. You guys can see that's why we film at night, right? They barged into my fucking room because it was like a joke to wake me up. They barged into the room, and that's when that photo was taken. So, as I'm there, because you guys can tell, I'm under the covers like this, and he's on top, over the covers. Niggas jumped in to wake my ass up. And anyone that's played sports, anyone that's been in the military, like, been in a frat, any of this shit, that's what happens, right? Like, funny fucking toilet humor, such shit like that. So, that's what happened, bro. So, when they take these pictures and run with it, they be like, look, Byron's gay. I'm like, all right, bro. So, yeah.
Listen, fellas. If Myron was like that, girls would talk about him. For sure.
Yeah.
Or some guy would say, oh yeah, I've been with... Nobody's done that because it's not true. Come on, man.
Like, the only people at this point that even say that I'm gay are, like, my haters.
Yeah.
And this is what they do, by the way. That, like, anytime you're rising up, they did it to Kevin Samuels.
Yep.
They did it. They're doing it to Nick Fuentes.
Well, hold on, Myron. You did it to Kevin too. Now, Myron did it to Kevin too. He apologized for that, which is crazy. You did it to Kevin too, but let's go.
Right now, they're doing it to me. Like, you rise up, oh, you're gay.
Right.
You're gay.
But this is
or you get no hose.
Yeah, or you get no hose. Well,
I got caught in 4K.
And it's funny because, like,
so many times.
For them to say that I'm gay when they're literally getting pegged, bruh. Ow! It's just like the peak irony.
Boys being boys.
Yeah.
Queen. Okay. Yeah. Why didn't you bring up your breakup with Angie sooner when you found out about the truth?
Yeah. Now, and this is a valid question, right? Like, hey, why didn't you mention it? Whatever. Look, with people following her, with
stalking her,
the harassment that she was getting doxxed, all that other shit, I was like, all right, we got to do this in a way where we just bring the least attention to it.
Yeah.
Right? And I knew at some point I might have to address it, but I was like, all right, let's at least get it where she doesn't manage the properties anymore. She's kind of free. And, obviously, I was trying to push it back. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like, I didn't want to fucking talk about this shit. But now we got to tell you guys the truth. But it was for her, bro, because, like, I don't want people fucking with her or harassing her and trying to keep this thing private, because here's the thing. I chose to be in the public eye. She came into the public eye to help me. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So I was like, all right, she wants to live her life and live a private life. Like, let me not drag her back into the light. You know what I mean? Because, like, honestly speaking, she made a lot of sacrifices for me, bro.
A lot.
So the least I could fucking do is try to keep this as private as I can and slowly try to, like, segue some of her duties and stuff like that. And this took a lot of time, guys, because she did a lot for me. So I had to start moving that stuff over to delegating a lot of the stuff to other people. It's not easy to manage 20-some properties, bro. Real estate properties, and talking with tenants and shit like that.
It's not. Also, they said online the truth was that she left and that you couldn't keep her happy, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, were you guys here the entire time? Or do you hear a rumor around with it because it sounds good? And I'm like, the truth is, it ended months ago.
Yeah.
So, like, you guys are all dumb and lied.
Yeah, it just debunks the thing. Like, they need the narrative to say, like, oh, she left him or blah, blah, blah. I mean, guys, anybody that watches my show, you guys haven't seen Angie in a long ass time. And y'all been asking, Angie, I haven't seen her in a month. Like, you guys even know, like, what something was up. Because y'all didn't see her. So, like, the fact that you guys haven't seen her in months proves what I'm telling y'all is true. Like, I have no reason to lie about that shit, man. Like, it's like, we have been together, bro. Like,
by the way, what's his name?
I know it's disappointing for the haters, because y'all want to sit there and be like, look, he got cheated on. But it crashes your narrative to tell you that she's been single for a while, bro.
Shout out to what's his name in the chat again? DJ Vlad Official? Yeah. Shout out to him for supporting the show. Okay. Angie needs a...
Man, I told you, Vlad and them about to start coming into this space. Here we go.
Green card. Isn't that why she became your girlfriend?
Okay, so the only way to get a green card is you have to get married. For those idiots that don't understand immigration in America, okay? You need to get married, you need to make it work for 2 years. Angie was here for a year or two before I even met her, okay? She's here on a certain type of status. I don't want to go too much into detail on it, but understand that she's 100% legal and she can work here. She does not need me whatsoever. And we know this because she was here before
working.
I met her working.
Ta-da!
Like,
yo, I promise you, right, bro? Niggas need to do research. Like, for example, if I make a video about somebody, right, and I'm just gonna take what I hear online because it sounds good, I'm retarded. Just like you guys, I'm a retard. Because common sense says, okay, there's the truth, there's rumors, and then there's the real truth. So I just think that you guys ran with it for some clicks and some views, and you got it, but you're lying because that's not the truth at all.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of what it is.
Also,
and that could be easily proven. Like, she's been here.
Yeah.
Since like 22.
So
or
don't worry,
like
guys. I just want to get at Angie. Also, is it true that you avoided sex with Angie?
No. So here's the thing. Have we?
Not the vampire. Not the vampire.
Have we had sex? Of course, right? But my thing is, bro, I'm not a horn dog, man. Like, I'm fucking working. I'm like doing my show.
He's not me.
That's what I was prioritizing, right? Like when she says, "Oh, we don't have sex," not as much as before. We still did, but like not as much, bro. And if people want to sit there, be like, "Oh, that makes him gay," because I'm prioritizing. See, the thing is this, and this is what it really comes down to. When you work hard and you're being successful, and you're rising to the top, people are gonna try to knock you down.
Yep.
They're gonna call you gay. They're gonna make up rumors. They're gonna say all this bullshit. You're gonna cheat on blah blah, all this other stuff, because the numbers don't lie. And the reality is simply this. You guys know I've had other women. You guys know I work a lot. It is what it is. So for them to, so for when she's saying, "Oh, we don't have sex," what she means by that is not as much as before. And again, credit to her, because I was working all the time.
I'm not gonna hold you. Her resilience is remarkable. Yeah. Nigga, you work a lot.
Yeah, man. So and you guys see it. So it's like, it's crazy to me how, like, you know, no good deed goes unpunished, right? Like, you're grinding, niggas gotta say some bullshit or whatever.
If any guy's been through monk mode, you understand what that means. Shit needs to go a certain way. You can't waste time. You gotta focus on the business and the mission.
This entire year, bro, I've been like, you guys see it. Like, I'm putting my fucking blood, sweat, and tears in this shit. The channel started, the debrief started at 186 in January. We're up to now, what, 3 something?
Yeah.
386,
right?
Shit. No, I don't think it's 386, but let me look here.
Let's see.
I don't even know.
What 337.
Yeah, 337. So guys, I've gained over 100,000 some subscribers in what, 7-8 months?
Yeah. After being shadow banned.
While being demonetized, while being shadow banned, while being fucking basically nuked off Meta.
Also, you don't get paid for it.
And yeah. So guys, I've been like fucking really grinding right now, man. And you guys, I have the numbers to show y'all. Hell, I got more views than these bitch ass niggas. They got 2 fucking million subscribers. So, like, I've been focused on working, going to the gym, streaming, etc. So yeah, when people say, "Oh, look, you don't even have sex with her."
Also, P.S. Bro. You guys may not know this, but I can see it all the time. Myron's fucking other bitches, bro. Listen.
Oh,
Myron is fucking other bitches. If you don't know, you don't know. I'm telling you so you know, because...
And she knew that. Like, she was, like, she knew that.
She knew.
I was transparent about that shit. I never lied to her about that shit, right? So, yeah, bro. I mean...
Listen, fellas, you know how it is as the guy. You smash a few times, you don't feel me? You're like, all right, mission accomplished. What's next? We all do it, bro. It's this part of the game. So the nigga's not gay, bro. Come on, man. That's a weird thing to say. All right. And last one here. You spoke about your girl not going to the club, but was Angie at the club? Was she out with other people? What's happening there, bro?
Bro, she was single, bro. I mean, I don't really know what to, like, people. She was single, bro. Like this rollerblade guy or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even know who this nigga is, bro, because she's been single. I'm not focused on that. Like, that's not my business. Okay?
Listen, we don't care.
It's crazy to me that these people care so much about this rollerblade nigga. Bro, I don't know who he is.
Rollerblade guy? Rollerblade nigga?
I don't care who he is. She is single. She can do what she wants. Okay? And she's been single for a very long time. All right, guys? Like I said before, you guys have some valid questions. Why was she still around? Blah, blah, blah. Like I told y'all before, she had quite a bit of duties with doing a lot of my stuff. And she was willing to like continue doing them. I said, nah, it's cool. So I had to slowly start offsetting her duties to other people. Guys, I want y'all to have 20 properties to tell me how you gonna fucking manage that shit, bro.
Also,
and then tenants that speak Spanish, making sure you gotta pay bills and different fucking area codes and shit like that. Water and electricity and everything. It's a lot to fucking manage.
Rollerblade nigga.
And then arranging my travel, all this other stuff. Like, I had to fucking,
this nigga
move that stuff to some other people, bro. And it took a while.
This nigga outsourced. This nigga outsourced.
Yeah, man. So she did a lot for me, bro. So like that's why. And just so you guys know, we're very amicable.
Yeah.
We share Frank. She takes him. I give, she comes and takes him half the week, whatever it may be. Whenever I need him to, when he needs to go to the vet or anything like that, she comes and takes him.
Yeah.
Like, we still share Frank. We have an amicable relationship. Like, there's no animosity or whatever. Like, so if she cheated on me, like you guys claim or whatever, why are we still friendly and cordial?
Exactly.
She ain't doing nothing wrong, bro. Like I told y'all, I'm gonna say this again. She wants a family. All right? I want to grow my channel and grow the business. The two are at odds. And she's getting older. She's like 27 now. She has a biological time clock. I tell you guys this all the time.
Yep.
Who the fuck am I to tell her, nah, keep waiting? Bro.
That's fucked up.
After all she's been through? No.
That's fucked up.
She never wronged me, man. So, like, real talk, this is on me, not on her.
Remember we did a call with a supporter a while back, and he's dating a girl where he said, I like her, I want to keep her around, but I can't give her what she wants. He has a question to us, Pressure Myron, what should I do? We told him, leave. Don't be a fucking asshole, bro. Leave her so she can find somebody else. And when Ivan Priest say, you're disingenuous, you don't follow what you say, you actually do. You say, you know what? This is my girl, but respectfully, I can't give her what she needs. And we told the guy the same thing.
Yeah.
And you moved on, as a man should. So,
and I'm honest with girls. Yeah. And it's cost me a lot. Honestly, like it's fucked me up a bunch of times, right?
Yeah, I know Myron.
So
I know Myron was pretty hurt behind this one. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame him neither. You with little shorty, you get attached after a while. So
it is what it is, guys. I know that's not the narrative some of the haters want to hear.
Yeah.
Y'all want to be here like, yes, she cheated on you. So sorry to ruin it for you, bitch ass niggas. Sorry. But we're amicable. We share Frank still. If she cheated on me like you guys claim, why would I still be fucking talking with her and, making sure that Frank is good and everything else like that? So, yeah, bro. Like, I know that's not the exciting thing that you guys want to hear.
That's the thing, though, because I've been with women and, we either have a dog or a cat or something like that. Initially to them, y'all, when you get to a certain age past 25, the dog or the cat that they have with you, that's their baby. That's their baby. I remember when one of my exes was like, you gotta take care of the baby. And I'm like, the baby? Who's the baby? She was referring to the cat. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, a pet's like a baby to them.
And I see some hater niggas in here saying cap or whatever, but if you actually look at the evidence, everything lines up. You guys haven't seen her in months. You guys have been asking me, where is she? Blah, blah, blah. I've been avoiding it because I don't want people fucking bothering her because niggas are weirdos and stalk her.
Very.
People fucking have doxed her. People have harassed her family. In Venezuela, people are fucking weird. Okay? And quite frankly, I'm the one that dragged her into the fucking limelight. Okay? I dragged her into the limelight. And the least I could fucking do is get her out the limelight as slowly and as quietly as possible so she can resume having a...
Now, Myron, you gotta be careful now. If she fires up and say a completely different story. Oh my God.
Regular fucking life. Because she's really dealt with a lot of fucking bullshit because of me, bro.
Yeah.
I got people that fucking want to kill me. I got these fucking, people, them boys coming at me, right? Trying to fucking fuck my shit up. And she has dealt with a lot of fucking collateral damage because of my political views, because of my commentary, etc. So the least I could fuck.
Insane one said, that's why I never took any girl that had a boyfriend and buy them a pet seriously because it's easy to call and ask. Yeah. They have an excuse to go back. That's really what that is. Absolutely.
Fucking do. After all she's done and all she sacrificed for me is at least try to get her out as best I can unscathed so people don't fucking harass her.
So look, this is what I want the chat to do. All the liars that spread lies on the platform, let them know they were lying. Let them know you guys lied about Myron and his life about his girl because you wanted some views. And that right there is dishonest, shows no integrity, and how scummy they are with fake news.
You know what's funny? I talked to her 2 days ago and she told me, yeah, you're gonna have to eventually talk about this. And she said she appreciates me like keeping this quiet for so long.
It's for her.
And she said, Myron, I'm tired of these fucking people saying this shit.
Yeah.
I never cheated on you. You know this. but just tell them to tell them the truth, like tell them what it is, and that's what it is, guys.
Bro, people call you an asshole, but anyone that's worked with you in the capacity of like in real life, well, you're a good person, bro.
You think so, Larry? Might be a part 3. But yeah, I'm gonna publicly say, you know, I may have been wrong about a couple of things, you know, with the timeline, you know, with her and him. I'm glad Myron did this stream, and yeah, and kind of cleared up some things. You know, I still think he needs a Sudanese starter chick, and I can't do nothing but respect it. That's funny because I played that Drake song earlier, "The Real Her," and I think Andre 3000's verse, you know, talks about a woman that's with him that wants to have a kid, but it's like, yeah, you kind of inch somebody towards it, you know. I ain't gonna lie, it is pressure. People be wanting to have a baby and shit. Yeah, you gotta have it with the right people. Let's go.
And you know, obviously, sometimes online you can be a bit passionate, but you care. So same thing with Angie. You don't want her out in the street looking crazy, so you did it softly, slowly, and to the point where.
And it's funny too, because it's like I'm supposed to be the misogynist, you hate women, the alpha male, misogynist, hate women or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, you know, now you guys can see, right? I was willing to like take the bullets and shit like that and get the arrows at me. Oh, did she cheat you? Every day, niggas spamming in the chat. Who hit you? I'll take that hit because I create a lot of problems for her, bro. Yeah. I create a lot of fucking problems for her, man. So,
and listen, this is Myron being honest. Yeah. Most people be like, you know what? Nah, bro, I'm alpha male, bro. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Da-da-da. Keeping it real.
And the people that watch me, you guys know I'm not lying to y'all because you haven't seen her in months. You niggas been asking me, where's she at? I haven't seen her in months. Ah.
Bro, they comment on my channel. Where's Angie? Nigga, how the fuck do I know? Like, what the fuck? I mean, I know, but like, you know what I'm saying? I don't.
Yeah.
So the point is that like, they were asking questions the entire time. Where's Angie? Why is that? Because she wasn't here.
Yeah.
Ta-da.
So that lines up with what I told you guys, man. Like, it's just, again, that's not the narrative the haters want. They wish they could go ahead and say some bullshit about, oh, he's gay, he don't smash, she's cheating on him, all this shit. But yeah, that's what it is.
The point is, fellas, is that like, they can't stop us, bro.
Yeah.
At this point,
they tried.
We're too far gone. They want us to go off the YouTube.
Basically, what these guys are doing is they're trying to shit on me for not being for not talking about a relationship that I was out of for a while, and trying to paint it as me getting cheated on, or some other bullshit or stuff happening unbeknownst to me.
Yeah,
niggas really think that look, she's here with this rollerblade guy. Myers getting cheated on. Look, I saw it first. Like, bruh.
Let me call some names, because these niggas are fucking weirdos. Fake news.
I don't even think we should give them the attention.
They haven't said O'Shea in a minute. They've been quiet about O'Shea.
Bro.
Okay.
The only people I'll address is these idiots, because obviously I knew they were gonna, and I wanted to show you guys that when niggas don't get views, they make videos on us. And I wanted to show you guys that right on fucking schedule that they were gonna make a
going on coffee
video, because I just did a big collab yesterday.
Yeah.
We're fucking trending. We're everywhere. Me and Nick are rising in the conservative space. Niggas gotta be like, oh, they got clout. Let me go ahead and try to cipher some of that clout.
Also, their views are down. Down bad. Keep in mind, the chat is very smart. Very high IQ individuals. You can know who made us videos.
And you know what's retarded? Look at this nigga in the chat. Gully, Myron, this kind of makes you look like a simp.
Nigga, how?
And this is what I mean when I say like people are parasocial retards. This kind of makes you look like a simp. Because a girl wanted a family and I said no, like I'm working right now and we can't do that, so we're at an impasse, so we got to end things. How does that make me a simp?
Bro, he's standing on a square. He's being a menace.
How is me being honest, having integrity, and understanding that someone that sacrificed for me, I'm not gonna fucking put them in a bad spot? See, and that's what I mean when I say like people are like retards sometimes. Like some of y'all niggas like aren't real. Like also, doing the right thing, like do it. Like what am I supposed to keep her around and just be like, nah, you gotta wait?
But hold on, you know what you did? You put business first.
Yeah.
And hold on, to me that's on brand. 100%.
I've been telling y'all, what comes first? Your fucking mission.
Yep. Women last. And no offense to anybody, but like, listen, he let her go back to what she needs to do and what she can achieve. That's fair. To me, that's very fair. Instead of saying, oh yeah, bro, you gotta stay here because da-da-da. No, be free. Do what you gotta do. But I'm focused on a mission, which is a business.
Some nigga said defending her too much. No, because you guys have been lying on her name.
No, he's doing the right thing if that's the case as a content creator. Yeah. How, Sway? He's doing the right thing. He's taking accountability, man. Can't do nothing but respect it. You said Walter is lame. I'm mad you called him Walter. Quaffy said these dudes are Beavis and Butt.
That's why. God. And y'all niggas lying on her and lying on me. That makes me a simp for telling y'all the truth.
Listen, guys.
Yo, honestly, like this I could tell some of you niggas are fucking stupid.
This low.
Like some of you niggas are literally like brain dead, autistic, fucking retards. What I've been telling you guys about dealing with women from the beginning, reciprocation.
Yeah.
If a woman treats you good, you treat her good. She does right by you, you do right by her. All right?
Angie deserves the best.
Yo, if you guys knew the bullshit she had to fucking deal with, why do you guys think I got Frank? I got Frank, real talk, guys, because I wanted a dog around her that was smart, that could bark at niggas, that could protect.
I ain't gonna lie, the dog is a good move if you're trying to keep Shorty in the house. The dog will keep them busy for a while. So let's go.
Protect her.
That was big as well.
That was big as well. So this guy, very fucking smart, as you guys know. That's a big reason why I got him. So for niggas to sit there and be like, oh, you're defending her. Yeah, I am, because she done nothing wrong.
So listen,
the fuck?
After this video, I don't want to hear no more bullshit about, oh, bro, might as well cheat on him. Nigga, it's done. Truth is out. He said his piece. It's
can't
finito.
win. The thing is, like, when niggas don't hear what they want to hear, you can't win. Oh, you're a simp. For ending a relationship where she want.
Listen, they're smooth brain, bro. It's fine.
Yeah, bro.
We can just move on.
Yeah, niggas are stupid. Also, a lot of you guys in the chat are getting. I fuck with y'all. I appreciate you guys. Some dumbass nigga says she got free rent. Nigga, did you not hear how
she worked for Myron? Bro, bro.
Nigga,
listen, hold on. Break this down. The woman was working the entire time she was with us. Working in the studio, working with my dog, working with his dog, working with the properties. Bro, she earned the fucking rent, you retard. Are you dumb? Nigga.
Stupid.
Bro.
Wait, what?
Hold on.
Stupid.
Hold on. Remember Miranda? Oh, bro, you're supporting her. Nigga, she was taking care of my dog, helping with shit behind the scenes. Nigga, she's working the entire time.
You know how much it costs for a dog sitter, bro?
Bro, it's expensive as fuck. Dude, bro, I kid you not. Per hour, like $100. Damn near. For free.
I'm watching Hero.
Hey, listen. You know what? No. You know, let me go through this. I'm gonna go with you guys and tell you every single duty Angie had. For you bitch ass niggas that want to sit there and say this stupid shit.
There you go.
Number one, she was my primary property manager with Roger. She was a translator for a bunch of my tenants in Miami that don't speak English. She coordinated with my dad to get fixes. Okay?
Oh, shit.
She, yeah. So whenever things need to get fixed or whatever, she'll coordinate with my dad because my dad is my property manager in Connecticut. I have properties in Florida and I have properties in Connecticut. Right? She would help me research for Fed Reacts when I would do the Sunday show with True Crime. Even though she wasn't on camera anymore, she would help me research and find videos for me. She did all my flights, booking my flights anytime I traveled anywhere. She would, anytime I need, because my thing is I would always get one-ways. So she would get the one-way for me, I'd stay, figure out what I need to do, and then she would book my flight for me later on, right? She would purchase things that I needed for the business. She would pack my bags. She would arrange for cleaners to come and fix the place. She dealt with my groceries. She ordered groceries for me so that they can come so I could continue to work. She watched Frank and took care of Frank when I couldn't do it. Or anytime I needed to travel, she would take him, no questions asked. Anytime Frank was sick, she would take him to the vet. She watched Fresh's dog.
Yeah.
Anytime that he asked. Save Fresh thousands of dollars.
Nigga, I was traveling. She was like, I got you. I was like, yo, Angie, you the best. Literally.
No questions asked. She would take him every single time.
Yeah.
Right? To play with Frank and her dogs. She, what else did she do for me? Oh, she record for me. I have a bunch of vlogs.
Vlogs.
She record for me. She would edit videos for me with those vlogs. What else?
She did a lot, man.
I'm not gonna lie, she sounds like a true rider. You sound like a true rider. You need one of those, man.
Can't even fucking remember everything.
So we got.
She helped with getting girls for the show behind the scenes with Chris.
That's true.
She would come anytime we were short for girls on the staff. I would be like, Angie, can you come and do XYZ? She would do it. She would. If I called her and I was on stream for a long time, she would go get me Chipotle.
The point is, she added massive value.
Bro, I can't even name everything that she did. You really want to sit here and say, rent for free, you stupid ass nigga, when she put her blood, sweat, and tears to help me with my business? She sacrificed so much, her privacy, her fucking life, getting harassed, getting attacked, getting stalked for me? And you want to fucking sit there and say, oh, you're defending her. Nigga, you know how much she did for me and my whole fucking team here?
That is way more money than rent.
She should have been like y'all when y'all watch the whatever podcast, she should have been like the Asian girl that sit with the Spartan hat and she just be quiet the whole time. She should have just been a mannequin.
Way more money than rent. If you want to quit out to rent, you're done because it's way more money. Come on, man.
Bro, like she was fucking
solid.
phenomenal, bro.
Solid.
There's a reason why I took such the steps I took to make sure that I did this in a way where she would be protected and that niggas wouldn't harass her, bro.
Yeah.
She earned her keep. Everybody here loves her, bro. Like, she was literally solid. She helped everybody out.
And I don't like no hoes.
You said Angie and one of the other girls would act like bouncers. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, she sounds like a rider. Kudos to her, man. I almost feel bad, man.
But I like her.
I can't tell you how many times, like, I needed a translator. I was just calling her through it. I need a translator for this shit, whether it was like us doing a deal, real estate shit, whatever. Because Miami, nobody speaks English.
Vitali.
For those that don't know.
Que lo que?
Oh, yeah.
Que pasa?
Thank you, Mo. When I did the Vitali pranks and shit like that.
There.
Not the pranks, the
Catch a Predator.
Catch a Predator.
Yeah.
She was always there recording behind the scenes and shit like that.
Yeah.
And translating.
All that and translate. Yes. Thank you, Mo. Fuck. Yeah. She would nigga. There's shit that they're mentioning.
She for sure was an asset.
Now that I can't remember, she would translate when the pedos were
y'all niggas can't even get y'all bitches to make you a grilled sandwich. She for sure was an asset.
there. She was the official translator when we catch the predators. She was fucking
all girls are arguing with you over acting nice. God damn.
Actively involved in putting pedophiles in prison.
WJD on.
You niggas want to sit here and tell me rent for free.
Listen,
and y'all saw it on the streams. How many times where we would catch a guy, niggas couldn't speak English?
Yeah.
And I'll call Angie. Angie, I need you to come right now. And she fucking came. 10 minutes later, she's on stream translating with this fucking pedophile.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mo, for reminding me about that. And you bitch ass niggas want to sit here and say some shit about, you sip it, blah, blah, blah.
So again, we need everybody to let those liars know they're spreading fake news and it's all BS lies. Because you don't like Myron, don't like Fresh and Fit, you're gonna spread lies? Again, that's what they do all the time, so nothing new.
A lot of you bitch ass niggas can't get your girl to do one of those things. Talking shit.
That's true.
Fucking niggas in here talking shit. Said now some dumbass nigga want to say, now you're over explaining. No, now I'm fucking making you look stupid with more proof. Because a lot of things that I mentioned, you guys have seen it on stream.
Yeah. It's obvious. Anyhow, let's read some chats, because this has been a huge breakdown of what happened, and all the lies have been debunked. So there you go. Again, full debunk, innocent leaks, lied again, and
reviews,
fake news.
Showed y'all.
They're not credible at all, bro. At all.
And like I told you guys before, you can't believe niggas that have a vested interest in getting views for money. You can't.
They're paid whores.
Their views are low right now.
They're paid whores. And they're gay. Like, bro, come on, man.
Quite literally. Abba is a sodomite.
Allegedly. All fours.
That's verified. Abba is a sodomite.
All fours. All right, DJ Vlad, shout out to you for supporting the show, bro. Over 150 subs. Love you, bro. Love. We have some. Here we go.
Someone in the chat said, Abba's gonna try to milk another video out of this.
On all fours. Drama queen. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, listen, bro. The real supporters know what's up. They watch us all the time. All these random people that came in from the chat from random places, like these other haters, bro, they don't know what's happening. So whatever.
Yeah.
Or they don't care because they want to hear
Yeah,
something about
it's funny. Nick said you're over-explaining when I'm providing receipt on receipt on receipt on receipt on receipt.
Yeah. You can't win with these niggas,
Yeah, you
man.
can't win, bro. If you prove them wrong, over-explaining. If you're vague about it, oh, you lying or some bullshit. Talk shit.
All right, we got King of Lords. We love you, bro. We love you. Roll support. Mr. Clap.
Shout outs to War Master. War Master said Angie never said anything reckless on the mic and would obey and defend her man. 99% of the women wouldn't do that. Myron had a good one. Yeah, he need to get her back. I said he could probably get her back. He need to get her ass back. Shit, fuck that. I mean, you never know because, you know, people change up after you have kids with them and shit like that. But it seemed like he could negotiate some shit with her. You know, she seemed like she'd probably be a responsible woman. But, hey, if you don't want to have a kid, he don't want to have a kid. You know, if he doesn't want to have a baby, then he don't have to have a baby.
Clap cheeks. 5 subs. Shout out to you, brother, for supporting the show. Came 2 times. I literally watch people prey on the downfall of people like us all the time. They usually never remember what we say or did. It's just how we made them feel. So the misery wants to you, bro. Like, these haters, bro, they wish they could be us. Because I tell you right now, they're jealous. They have to react to videos versus make the content. They can't.
Yep.
So it is what it is, bro.
Yep.
We got
and I wanted to make sure, I really wanted to accentuate for you guys. Look at Albert and Preach before they drop the video, and then look at them after the video. You guys need to know, these dudes have a vested interest in pushing a narrative and lying for views on us because we make people money when they make videos on us because we're always relevant, whether it's in the political world.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Spawn. Like, you know, I would say she do look like the type that you can negotiate with, but they do change up after kids, so... Hey, man. But if she was doing all of that stuff, she absolutely was an asset. You know, she absolutely was an asset. He lost his best eater right there, man.
Dating world, some other bullshit going on. We're going viral for me going on college campuses, making fun of college students. Like, they always got to use our name for clicks. Their most viewed videos are always us. So you guys need to know, bro, like, people have an invested interest financially in making videos on us.
Also, they like you guys every single day.
Yeah.
I happen to know people close to them, girls, and they act poor they act poor pretty much like they're not making money. They make some really good money.
Yeah.
They just pretend to be poor because it's more relatable to you guys.
To their audience, yeah.
But they are fucking making good money as well.
Yeah. So they have a vested interest in lying, bro.
So they're lying to you every single video that they make, pretty much. Revolt the 19th says, if in the future when you start a family of your own, with your own wife, would you ever lend a helping hand to Angie if she needed her property to stay in or anything?
I never thought about that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If it's at that point, man, the least she deserves is a baby, though. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, guys, me and Andrew are very amicable, bro. Like, there's no beef because, like I said before, like, she ain't wronged me. You know, like I said, if anything, it's me that needs to be held accountable, not her. So, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know, but I never thought about that. I'd have to think about that. I don't know.
Cool.
I don't know.
We got a Rumble account. I'm always supporting you, Myron, and W Fresh and Fit.
I appreciate it, man.
All right.
Yeah, now y'all know the truth, bro. And then now you guys are gonna see like how people move from there. You know, they're gonna try to say I lied or some shit like that, but whatever. Myron, we really liked Angie and we've been missing her for months. But good job holding true to your plan and practicing what you preach. You're a respectable, positive example to your true supporters. We hope both of you reach your goals. Fresh, you too, LOL. I appreciate that, Arc Lightning. Yeah, man, like I've been telling you guys for years, you gotta put your mission first. I put my mission first. Now niggas want to sit here and say, oh, look at you. You can't keep a girl. Ah.
You can't win, bro.
The same, and guys, you know, let me tell you guys something too. When you're a hard worker, right? or you're grinding or whatever,
It's a good
people
amount
are,
of women.
and this is a life lesson for you guys, right? This bullshit I'm dealing with.
Trust me, you gonna lose a good amount of women if you're a hard worker. Trust me.
Anytime you're being successful, anytime you're making money, maybe you're making some strides in the gym, maybe you're changing your life around or whatever.
And listen, God has a weird sick sense of humor when it comes to that shit, because like anytime you bullshitting, hoes are everywhere, they're free, they're available, and it's when you try to lock in, that's when all the good girls come out of nowhere, and it's like, oh. But honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth too. When you were free and moving around and doing God knows what, sometimes it's a good idea the good girls didn't come after you then, because then they would have met a completely different person. So hey, take it in stride.
Success is a burning fucking spotlight on everyone else's inadequacies. I want to make this very clear for you guys.
Yeah.
Because when you're going out there and doing something, what it does inadvertently is puts pressure on them like, well, I could do that too. Why am I not? And then it begs the question, what the fuck are you doing? And that's very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. So there's two ways to kind of escape it. One, you grind and keep up, or B, you make up a lie or try to tear that person down.
Yep.
Because they're starting to lap you.
Because you can't do it.
Right? Because you can't do it.
You want to, but quite frankly, you don't have the fire in you to do it.
Right? I'll give you an example. Bitch ass niggas Abba and Preach are not relevant. Let's be honest. They're not relevant.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares about them. Nobody makes reaction videos to them.
Oh my God, who
they don't get invited to go on podcasts. You don't see them do collabs. Nobody knows or gives a fuck about these niggas, bro.
Hold on, remember, they did a podcast tour because of us. Remember back in the day?
Oh yeah.
That's the only reason they got a tour, because of us.
Like, these dudes, in the grand scheme of things, nobody knows or gives a fuck about them. Real talk.
Yeah.
So what they need to do is, when we're popping, they need to fucking clout leech.
Yeah.
Right? That's what they do. That's why niggas call them anus and leech. Because that's what they do, is leech off us all the time. Because we're continuously breaking into new ground, pushing new frontiers. We're like right now I'm cooking in the political space. So did a big collab. What do? They need to drop a video. Because their views are down. So I want you guys to take a lesson from this. People are going to try to knock you down when you're doing things. If you stay true and you grind,
that's true.
You got the truth on your side. And I've been telling you.
That's true, War Master. Or, hold on. All right, we should be back. That's true. Or you do business with them, because haters will be your biggest business partners, man. They will spread the word. They will promote. You got to turn them haters into a elevator, you know? Is he a hater or an elevator, you know? Yeah. You got to turn your haters into business partners.
Forever. People are always going to fucking come at you when you're killing it because it shines a spotlight on them.
I remember, even myself as well, I did the new show over there on that podcast, and I had like maybe like 100 viewers, right? My channel Shadow Band to Hell. I didn't post on there for like a year. People laughed.
Shadow Band.
Then we kept doing it every week.
My channel is Shadow Band to Hell.
4 months later, 10K viewers.
I gotta start a brand new channel. I've been contemplating. I'm trying to pump life in a channel that is Shadow Band to my shit is in the shadow realm. But I love my audience. I don't need no huge, big ass following. I'm cool where I'm at, honestly. You know.
I could have said, you know what? I'm gonna just give up, and I'm not getting no views. Fast forward now, I bring in a good cast, girls, a good formula. Now it's working.
And another thing I want to tell you guys, keep in mind, we're fucking demonetized.
Yeah, we are.
We're demonetized. I should be making like 60, 70K a month on my channel alone. The debrief. So not only am I grinding every single day fucking streaming and doing collabs, I don't even get paid for it.
Yeah.
So this is what people do, right? Shout out to Rumble though.
Shout out to Rumble.
Right,
though.
we're demonetized on YouTube. It
Let's
is what it
fucking
is.
go.
Right? So we're fucking grinding, making money.
so,
We're
Rocky.
fucking grinding, making money, etc. Despite the fact that we've been shadow banned, we've had obstacles come our way. They haven't dealt with a quarter.
That shit is defamation. And there is a financial loss behind that, which is crazy.
Of the censorship that we have, but we're more fucking relevant than them. Think about that for a second. They've never had their IGs fucking banned 10 times. They didn't have their Facebooks banned 10 times.
Demonetized?
They didn't get demonetized.
And still here?
They're still here. They don't got to deal with no fucking shadow banning on YouTube. None of that bullshit.
I mean, listen, if Abba and Preach, or I'm not even gonna lie, or in Fresh and Fit, like, stop making videos or whatever, Abba and Preach, they will regard them as red pill channels. Because the stuff that Abba and Preach is talking about is red pill, by the way. They just don't know. It's just that a lot of people haven't, I mean, some people caught on, but like, what was I about to say? They do red pill content. I'm telling you. They just don't call it that. But they'll get thrown under the bus when there's nothing to eat. So they got to use Fresh and Fit and the Manosphere and a couple of other red pill cats as a meat curtain, as a meat shield. You know, pause. Meat shield is diabolical. I need to time myself out for that one. But yeah, they got there's nobody that they can throw in front of them. You know, their audience will do them in. That's why I kind of really don't like the exposed channels and stuff like that and type of people. Like, you know, I'm cool hanging around wolves, but I'm cool on hanging around wolves. You know what I'm saying? Those type of wolves.
We've dealt with all that. We've had the ADL come at us. We've had Congress come at us. We've had Media Matters come at us. The SPLC just put me on their list. W, by the way. Right?
What?
Yeah.
That's new.
We just came up. Yeah, the SPLC put me on their watch list of hate.
Well, that's hanging with Nick and Andrew Tate, which we're going to go over on today's show later on for you guys. We're going to go over Andrew Tate, Nick, and Myron.
Last week, we were the fucking talk of the town because of Mustache Man, if you guys know what I'm saying. Right? They try to fucking cancel us again. Literally, a week and a half ago, that a bunch of fucking government officials were lobbying to get us banned. All right? But we still keep...
And what they don't like is that Fresh and Fit, Crazy as Kept, have more of an influence on young men that aren't necessarily impressionable than the government and the military. Like, first of all, you got to ask yourself the question, why the hell would the government have influence on young men, even though they do and can send you to war anytime? But honestly, why would they want influence on young men? And first of all, why are they hating on other people that have influence on them? But anyway, truth is the truth. Let's go.
They demonetize us, they fucking try to destroy us, and we're still fucking here. It's gotten to a point now where they can't stop us, to a point they gotta make up lies.
Yeah.
They gotta make up lies to try to stop us. These guys are literally fleas on our balls, guys. These fucking low-level, ankle-biting haters. Some of these niggas have made 100 videos on us, bro.
Not ankle-biting.
One dude I know in particular has made 100+ videos.
Well, you know what was funny, Larry? They called Kanye West anti-Semite. They got Kanye out of here for anti-Semitism. And it was his brother in this one forum, and he commented, he was like, black people, we're the Semites. How are you gonna cancel me for anti-Semitism when we're the Semites, the original Semites? You know? Well, as I said, I'm gonna expose Kuda's fear of Xbox. Man, I want. Listen. Actually, you gotta. You reminded me. I gotta see if this kid is still selling his, or do like what you said and get one brand new. But I don't know. I never bought a game system on this side of the planet yet. I don't want to fire it up and then it's like in Japanese and shit. Hold on, y'all. Oh, my nose. Hold on, y'all.
On us. Abba and Preacher made 70 videos on us.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button and support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Trying to destroy our credibility, trying to destroy our business, hoping and praying to God that we get banned off YouTube, but we're still fucking here, and that burns them.
Oh no, it does.
So guys, I want you guys to take a lesson from this. When you feel like the world is at you, or coming at you, or whatever it may be, like it is right now in the YouTube world, right, where obviously the trending topic, you pushing.
Never give up.
Nobody is immune to this shit, man.
Never give up.
Everyone's got to fucking struggle and deal with this stuff. You guys see us do it? I guarantee some of you guys might be in a rock and a hard place listening in right now. Maybe your girlfriend left you. Maybe you are low on money. Maybe you got fired from your job. Maybe you're really struggling to make ends meet. You keep fucking going.
You only lose when you give up. We're still here. So if we're still here, why not you?
Okay, I'm not trying to de-Tylanize any game systems.
So you guys are seeing it right now. Niggas are trying to destroy us right now, making up lies. Now y'all got the truth. But what's gonna happen? Are they gonna fucking take their video down?
No.
Are they gonna correct their lies? No, of course not.
They're gonna run with it.
They're gonna run with it, bro, because a lie is always a salacious lie is always better for them financial wise, and that should tell you where they stand.
But now
here's the thing. If Abba really had integrity, he would make a video and be like, we're wrong. We're wrong. They've been broken up for months. I didn't know that. Okay, blah, blah, blah. But they're not going to do that. Of course not.
Unless they do it, it's going to be pity. It's going to be like, oh, I'm going to do this because, but they won't do it at all.
No. They want to make money.
Yeah.
Right? We debunked all their fucking lies, but they don't give a shit because it was never about integrity like they claim. Ever. So, yeah.
Is what it is. What's next on my bills? We got DC Bass says W Myron WFNF team. Case is closed. No people can shut the fuck up. That's true. All the lies have been debunked.
Yeah. And the only niggas that are still trolling at this time, saying anything are trolls now.
Yo, Myron, I want to psychoanalyze the shit show that happened to you with Tim Pool if you're cool with it, but read it in order. 4-part donation. Is it cool?
This person didn't. Oh, he didn't even continue?
We got static.
Demetrius, Myron, next time you get on stream with Nick and Tate, you gotta give your takes longer like Nick and Andrew. I think you grossly underestimate how much influence and catchy strong takes you have. Instead of going into that like you were interviewing them, OSS stand up.
Well, the thing is that they had some Twitter stuff I didn't even know about, so that's why I kind of was just there in the middle.
Yeah, there's more like a thing going on.
Yeah, I didn't. But yeah, guys, don't worry. Nick is gonna be here September 19th. Yep. Tate will be too. So, you know what I mean? We're the show goes on, bro. Like we keep grinding. Like I said before. Yeah.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on.
Demetrius, you're fresh. I fuck with your vlogs heavy, but it has to be longer videos of multiple parts doing different clips during the day. I watch everyone keep up the good work. No, bro, because I don't get paid on YouTube, right? So for me, I cut it like halfway and put the full vlog on Rumble. Make sense? So just watch it there, the full vlog on Rumble, but it's only half on YouTube because I'm not getting paid. So
yeah, we're not getting, bro. Like, fuck it. You know, it's funny. Like, we still grind on YouTube while not getting paid on there, while these niggas lie to put videos out and still don't grind on YouTube.
Yeah.
I need you guys to understand this real quick. How is it that we put out more content than them, right? Every day, more consistent, and we don't get paid on YouTube, but they do. And we still work harder than them. I mean, look at Abba. He's a lazy nigga, bro. Look, no collabs, does just his own channel, no podcast, no nothing. They tried a podcast, failed, niggas gave up. They're lazy niggas. He's fat.
Comedy tour.
Sloppy.
Comedy tour.
Comedy tour cooked.
Failed.
He's just a lazy nigga in general. Like, look at him. Dude releases one video a week. That's like 10 minutes. That's heavily edited. Can't go live. Can't do nothing. Can't comment. Can't do anything except for give shitty commentary and other niggas doing better than him.
They're probably watching right now.
He's a fucking bum at the end of the day. There's a reason why he'll never sit across and have a discussion with me ever in his life.
He's scared.
This is live.
He's scared. He's very scared.
I'd embarrass him.
Yeah, he can't edit videos now.
Yeah, bro. Like bro, your editor should be the one getting the money, bro. Like that's the guy that does everything because you're not really a smart guy. You're not a smart guy. You're not entertaining. Your editor makes the shit funny and entertaining for you. But the reality is like, bro, you niggas are not relevant. You guys are not interesting, and you guys have to talk about other people to get views.
And he gets pegged.
Yeah, and you get pegged. So that's the biggest L. Nigga, 70+ videos on us, bro. It's crazy how much like you guys, like you niggas are our sons, bro.
Speaking of which, we might be doing YouTube cuts pretty soon.
Yeah, I think we might. Yeah, we're gonna start live streaming on Kick and soon, coming soon. Yeah. Obviously, we'll do this broadcast everywhere, but like, just keep that in mind, guys. Like, we're not even getting paid on YouTube, and we are more consistent and post more than they do on YouTube.
Ooh.
The niggas are lazy, bro. Like, niggas are lazy.
We show up each and every day,
and I'm not surprised because like Abba's fat anyway, sloppy, disheveled, always looks like shit.
Get a haircut. Get a haircut, bro.
Yeah, like, bro,
shave, nigga.
Yeah, like it's a fucking just sloppy and disgusting
for your
like,
own benefit.
Like at this point, bro, like nobody wakes up and says, "Oh, I want to be like Abba." Like, bro, you are not. You like nobody wakes up and says, "Damn, I want to be like this nigga, bro." Let me give my lukewarm, centrist political takes on certain topics of niggas that are more popular than me. Nobody looks at you as a role model. Being honest here, you're a fucking sodomite weirdo. That's a failed comedian.
Damn.
You're out of shape.
Yeah.
You're not anything to aspire to. You don't teach people how to make money. You don't improve their lives. You don't show your portfolios. You don't teach guys how to manage real estate. You don't teach guys about crypto. You don't teach people about anything. I'm dead ass. Jafar, whatever your fucking name is. I'm talking to you as a man. What value do you actually provide to your audience, bro? What value do you provide? Because I'll tell you this, I got receipts. I've saved thousands of men's lives. They messaged me on it. I've helped guys become millionaires. They've messaged me on it. I've helped guys keep from putting a fucking gun in their mouth and or being in a relationship with a terrible woman. Have you done that?
No. Stunt. 1 sub. Shout out to your brother for supporting the show.
So the reality is that our critics can't do half the shit that we do.
No.
Which is why they have to talk about us to get any type of attention. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody sitting there like, oh yeah, man, I can't wait to see the next, album preach political breakdown or whatever. No, bro, the niggas got to talk about people that are popping to get popping. That's why I made sure to show you guys their fucking video catalog. They talk about me and Pearl, views. They give random solo commentary, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this, bro.
And that's the cold hard truth. Like, you guys can go ahead and sit there and make a video and say all this other shit and clowning, but what's the real raw truth, bro? You're a failed comedian. You're overweight. No one respects you for you. People watch you for shitty ass entertainment as they eat their morning cereal. That's the real talk, nigga. Nobody's actually listening to you. Okay? They don't care about what you do as far as like the value you provide. They care about your shitty fucking takes on niggas that are actually being successful with your jump cut editor, who's really the real runner of the channel, if we're gonna be all the way 1,000.
He need a raise. He needs a raise ASAP, nigga. Give him a raise.
Yeah. Real talk, bro. Your editor does all your work for you. Jump cuts, all this other shit. You're not really a funny guy. That's why you don't do stand-up no more. If we're gonna be honest. You're not really a smart guy. This is why you don't live stream. You're not intelligent. This is why you'll never sit there and debate with me. We can have a discussion. Openly invite you. You'll never do that, though, because I would expose you for the failure of a man that you are. So you must go ahead and criticize individuals that are doing better than you for you to get a little bit, siphon a little bit of that fucking attention. But nobody's hitting you up for interviews. Nobody gives a fuck about your takes.
Nope.
Nobody gives a fuck about what you actually are doing or contributing to the YouTube world.
Nope.
Right? I'm diversified. I can talk about politics. I can talk about girls. I can talk about dating, real estate investing, etc. What the fuck do? The one niche that you tried, comedy, you can't even do that. And I'll tell you why. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You've been on YouTube for what, 10 years?
Yeah.
You got 2 million subscribers? That's a fucking joke. And YouTube is your main platform. That's your main platform with 2 million. You post once a week. You only do reaction shit. Y'all niggas need to switch it up, bro. If I'm be honest. Y'all niggas are not relevant. You guys only get relevant when you talk about us.
No.
I'm giving you some real life advice. How have I been in this game for 5 years and I'm far more relevant than you, bro? How is that?
No more advice. Let him rot. Let him rot, bro. We can move on.
I feel sorry. Look, yo, I'm dead ass. I actually feel sorry for this nigga, bro.
Don't.
You gotta talk about me to make money. Ask yourself, bro, if you stop making fresh videos for the next year, your income will go down by 40%. You need me. Luckily for you, I'm a hard worker. So you're always gonna be able to make content on me. But what it really highlights is your inadequacy. You need me to make money. I don't need you to make money. Let that sink in, my friend. You are so fucking talentless. You are so fucking useless. You provide so fucking little value that you have to talk about someone that does provide value, that does give good takes, that does fucking get out there and meet other people and give real commentary on real shit. I haven't heard you talk about the genocide in Gaza not one fucking time. If we're gonna be real about this. And I know why. Because for you, it's all about the money. You know, if you get into this topic, it's gonna fuck up your situation. You guys are supposed to have integrity. Obviously, you guys talk about, aren't you Somalian, Eritrean? Something like that. I haven't heard you talk about your country getting fucking destroyed with the Civil War. I haven't seen you talk about any of that stuff. Now, I've talked about Sudan. I've talked about what's going on in Gaza. I've talked about how the Arab world is getting destroyed by a bunch of fucking invaders. Right? You come from that part of the world. I've never seen you talk about it not one time. You DJ Khaled, nigga. You silent. You don't say shit. You don't talk about nothing real. Just gossip. You're a fucking woman. And now, like, after 3 years, we're 2025, 4 years, 70 plus videos later, I genuinely fucking feel sorry for you, bro. If I ever decided to go back to the government or fucking, like, not do this YouTube shit no more, what would you do? Like, what would you do, bro? Your income would literally go down by like 30%. And this is facts. Like, this is just reality. The videos that generate the most money, the most views for you are videos of me. That's fucking wild.
Very well.
Luckily for you, I'm not lazy. So you will be able to continue to make your videos on me, lying on me, to siphon off some of my attention so that you can go ahead and make some money. You're fucking welcome. I hope your mom enjoys the condo. But the sad part is, you supporting your mother is contingent upon another man. I support my mom on my own.
Bars.
And we're going to be honest about this. And you should know this because you're from the same part of the world that I am.
All right, Myron is repeating himself. Listen, guys, 10 hours and 6 minutes into the madness. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. We're going to be back later on this afternoon. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. We're going to do the show of Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, and Myron. And see what the hell is being said these days. I heard Nick Fuentes be off on the deep end. Not Nick Fuentes. He's off on the deep end. I heard Andrew Tate been off on the deep end these days. I haven't really been following Andrew Tate that much. Last thing I did with Andrew Tate was the whole Bonnie Blue thing. And it seems like he's in a different headspace these days, you know. Y'all let me know. I'm not sure if he's still running for, what's he supposed to be running for, like some type of like minister or governor or some shit over in the UK or something. We'll see. I have no idea what Andrew Tate has been up to these days, but listen, shout outs to everybody here. Thank you to everybody that supports the show on air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio because you care. Listen, if you guys are catching the replay, make sure you catch the first part of the show talking about Adam and Eve. Go over a breakdown from Dr. Malachi York. Make sure you guys catch that. And if you're rocking with that, please support that off air. Make sure you guys support the show off air. So I was about to say something. Shit. Then fucked around and forgot, y'all. Make sure you guys follow me on Rumble. And also, yes, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Take advantage. Okay? Take advantage of the August sale. Buy one, get one free or to equal value. So if you buy a $46 pain stick, you can get a fuck load of hemp blueberry blast gummy rings, or you can get the blueberry blast gummy rings. You can get the watermelon and the green, as long as it goes up to $46 or a little bit less. You know what I'm saying? So hey, bro, you can't miss. And then also too, if you mention Kuda, you will get 10% off your order. So literally, they're throwing the whole shelf at you. I mean, I don't know what to tell y'all. You know, you definitely can't miss. You know what I'm saying? You can't beat that with a wiffle bat. Listen, even if you're in Hawaii, you can get your order. If you're in America, if you're anywhere in America, your mailbox is not safe, okay? If you have a mailbox, you have an order. All right? It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Shout outs to everybody in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.